Protection of Sensitive Places law, a place that leaves us unarmed in our place of business. And already this year, just 72 days since we took the same oath as this chamber has pushed through age-based restrictions on the purchase of ammunition and hampered legal commerce at gun shows. This is manic behavior, and it's deserving of an intervention. That is the purpose of this amendment. Each of these laws, and several that we have discussed earlier, represents an infringement on the right to bear arms. And each was passed by legislators who swore to uphold the very Constitution that these laws violate. And the people have noticed. Over the last several weeks, I've received well over 1,000 emails, several thousand in fact, and more than 3,300 petitions from concerned Coloradans. Senate Bill 20. These citizens are not extremists, they're not criminals, they are hardworking men and women who recognize that this bill contradicts the constitutional protections they were guaranteed. This is why this amendment is necessary. It holds elected officials accountable when they deliberately violate their oath by introducing, sponsoring, supporting via recorded vote, or failing to veto legislation that infringes on an individual right. These actions would constitute a presumptive violation of the Colorado Oath of Office. And under this amendment, such actions would be prosecuted as perjury in the first degree, a Class 4 felony under Colorado Revised Statutes 18-8502. Let me be clear, this isn't about silencing debate. This is not about criminalizing policy differences. This is about ensuring that when an official who is elected and has taken an oath knowingly violates the Constitution they swore to uphold, that they will be held legally accountable. The courts have repeatedly reaffirmed the fundamental nature of the Second Amendment. They've done so in the District of Columbia versus Heller in 2008, McDonald versus Chicago in 2010, and New York Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin in 22. These decisions underscore a simple truth. The right to bear arms is not up for negotiation. Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story, one of our nation's greatest constitutional scholars, stated as far back in 1833 that the duty of legislatures is to act with a steady and conscientious regard to the Constitution. When legislators support laws that clearly contradict the Second Amendment and their own Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 13, they are violating their oath. And if our oath is meaningless, then what's the point to swearing to it? This amendment assures that those who will willfully break their oath by attacking the constitutional rights of others will be held accountable. Introducing, voting for, or failing to veto unconstitutional legislation will not be treated as just another political decision. It will be recognized as what it is, a direct violation of the Constitution and a criminal act of perjury. The people of Colorado are watching. They have spoken through thousands of emails, thousands of petitions, and through their unwavering demand that we respect their constitutional rights. This is a matter of legal and moral duty, not a political convenience. It's time that we draw a line. It's time we stand up for the Constitution we swore to defend. And it's time we send a clear message that no legislator, no governor, no official in Colorado is above the law. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment and uphold your duty to the people of Colorado. I thank you for your attention.
Y'all, come on. Let's keep it down a little bit. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague that kept fighting through all of the disinterest. This is continuing with the same subject that we've been discussing. This amendment is vital to this. We've already started to see across the country, we've started to see a swing back to common sense. We've started to see in this golden age, we've started to see a swing back to justice, the rights of the people. We're starting to see it. But there are still a few holdouts, and Colorado is one of those holdouts. This bill is a direct attack on the people. And interestingly, the Constitution says the main reason for the Second Amendment is to defend yourself against a tyrannical government. We're going to get into all these things quite a bit. I've been looking at a lot of stuff on Bruin. We'll get to those after dinner tonight. But when we're looking at the idea of defending yourself against a tyrannical government, we've started to see now that the government, the federal government, is swinging back to actually the way the government is supposed to work. It's going to take a while to trudge through all the stuff, but we're going to get back there. But what we're doing right here in the state of Colorado is we are the tyrannical government right here in the state of Colorado. Exactly what the Second Amendment is talking about, we are seeing it unfold right in front of our eyes. We are seeing a tyranny of the state forcing people to not be able to defend themselves against this government. And we're seeing this with a lot of issues across the board, from parental issues, children issues, all kinds of things. If there is ever a time in the state of Colorado we need our Second Amendment rights, it is now. We are seeing extreme powers given to the governor that shouldn't be had, extreme powers in this room that shouldn't be had. This is why the Second Amendment exists. Not so that there has to be a force or a force of will, but making sure that it is known that it is there and can be exercised when needed. One of the only things, and this is why this amendment is so important, because one of the only things that keeps the government from coming after you, your children, which we are seeing in the state of Colorado now, is Second Amendment. And so we are pleading, not just with this room, because we understand that the tyranny is this room. The tyranny is right across the hall. That's where the tyranny is. But we are pleading with the people of Colorado to listen to what we are saying. The tyranny is here, now, today, in Senate Bill 003. This is the tyranny. And so we are asking that somewhere, somehow, this must stop. We cannot seem to stop it in this room, but the people have had enough. The people are done with this, and we're seeing it all across the board. We're seeing it at federal level. We're seeing it multiple states. But Colorado has proved we're going to be the state that pushes the tyranny forward. Well, that's going to stop. The people are done with this. This amendment says, let's stop this, and let's stop it now. Every person in this room took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and the Constitution is being shredded by this bill. Every single person's Second Amendment right in this entire state is being shredded by this bill. This destroys we the people, and it makes it we the government. It makes it we the tyranny. It makes it we are going to control the people. It's happened in so many countries around the world. It's happened in a few states. But now in the golden age, we're pushing back. This will be destroyed by the federal government. The government will make sure that the people are allowed to speak in the state of Colorado, allowed to go by the Second Amendment, regardless of what this room says. This room is the tyranny shredding our rights, and the federal government will come down on this. We know this because we're in conversation with them about this. This must stop. It must stop right here today. And this amendment will address the fact that every single person that votes yes on this bill is going against their oath of office. This is a perjury issue. And this will be determined by the courts at some particular level. So as I've said before, keep running bills like this and find out. This is a yes, a strong yes on this amendment. This bill must go away right now for we the people, not we the government.
We have Representative DeGraff up next, or did you want to jump in? Representative Barron.
Aye. Carlos Barron, do solemnly swear that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and that I will faithfully perform the duties of my office to the best of my knowledge and ability. So help me God. Think about those words. To the best of my knowledge. If this bill is the best of your knowledge, you have not very much knowledge of the Constitution. I am sorry. To the best of my ability. We all have the ability to uphold this Constitution if you have the knowledge to. We all took this oath, day one. We all did. I still remember it. I gave my oath of office certificate to my mom. She deserves it. I still remember it. I have it in my mind. She has it in her house. This bill is not only taking away freedoms from the people of this state, people of Colorado. It really is against the Constitution. There should not be no negotiations on the Second Amendment. Not to take a class, force people to take a class, not to mention where the funding is coming from. This amendment right here holds all of us accountable. All of us. This will be challenged federally. The federal government will come down on the state of Colorado. And who's going to suffer? The people of Colorado, the taxpayers of Colorado. That's who's going to suffer. You and me are not going to suffer. We have legislative immunity. That doesn't give us the right to run stuff like this. We have to know, we have to keep it in our mind what we're doing here, what we're doing to the people of Colorado. Please, if you have this certificate still on hand, if you have a picture of it, look at it again, please. Look at every word that you said day one. Hold true to it. This is what we're here for, holding true to these words. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff. And we're still on Amendment L99, which is a substitute amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, Colorado.
Good morning.
We could be talking about how to make your life better, but instead we have to talk about how to defend your rights against a tyrannical government, a government that wants to grow in tyranny without check. So we're going to spend some time today talking about that, and we'll see. But it is with profound reverence for the supreme ruler of the universe, in order to form a more independent and perfect government, to establish justice, ensure tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the state of Colorado. It's for that reason that I rise in support of this amendment. Because the Constitution, under our Constitution, the people of this state have the sole and exclusive right of governing themselves. Now, this bill, SB003, under the guise of public safety, is about control. Is it about government control? It is about tyrannical government control. And we'll look at that with the history of it. It is about tyrants controlling you. It's part of our, as described in our Declaration of Independence. But the people of this state have the sole and exclusive right of governing themselves as a free, sovereign, and independent state, and to alter and abolish their constitution and the form of government whenever they deem it necessary to their safety and happiness, provided such a change not be repugnant to the Constitution of the United States. So how would you effect change? Well, that is why we have a Second Amendment. We have a Second Amendment to effect that change. And the Second Amendment reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. SB25-003 is a long and complicated list of infringements. Now, it should be telling to anybody that's paying attention that the majority party does not consider them to be infringements. They don't consider them to be infringements because they're tyrants. The Second Amendment infringes the rights, infringes the ability of tyrants, and that's why we have it. So I'm always questioning when somebody wants to create infringements, why after 250 years would the government be afraid to trust the people with firearms? The people of this state have the sole and exclusive right of governing themselves. So this is not even home rule. This is individual. This is individual sovereignty. And with that, we get back to our Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Photo op. With the consent of the governed. So that's what we're taking an oath to. We're taking an oath to support and defend the Constitution as read by my colleague just a minute ago. That is the Constitution. That's what we are taking an oath for the defense of the people of Colorado to govern themselves, not to be governed by this body. Not to be governed by this body. So I support this amendment. I rise in support of this amendment because this is just another law about taking each individual one by one into the powerful hands of government, molding him as it pleases. It is about this sovereign power, creating a sovereign power over the citizens of Colorado, extending its arms over the entire society, covering the surface of society with a small network of complicated, minute, and uniform rules which the most original minds and the most vigorous souls cannot break through and beyond. These laws do not break the wills, but soften them, bend them, direct them to reduce a nation to being nothing more but a flock of timid and industrious animals for which the government is the shepherd. That is the goal, to reduce the people of Colorado to being a flock of industrious little animals, the means of production by which that fall under the control of the state. It's tyranny in the making. Now, I don't know why. I won't speak to motives. I can't speak to motives as to why somebody would want to impose this tyranny. But we know from history, and history should be read as a warning from the future. It is a warning letter from the future. And we know that these gun grabs lead, historically, to genocide. So I would encourage everybody in here to add this amendment, to let the people of Colorado know that you are serious about your oath of office, that you intend to honor your oath of office. And this is not honoring your oath of office. This is subjugating the people of Colorado. This is subjugating the people of Colorado to the whim and will of this room. It's despicable. We'll talk about the rest of the bill later, but for now, speaking to the amendment, I recommend an aye vote on this amendment and reaffirm your oath to the Constitution.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in strong support of this amendment as I proudly took the oath of office January 8th, like all of you here. This was the first time I had ever taken an oath of office I know many of my colleagues have done this once, twice, multiple times before, be it the military, be it coming back to the state legislator, be it a commissioner or another office that you did this oath. I proudly took this oath before God, my mother who came with me, the people of Colorado, my constituency, and all of you. And I will proudly do it again like my good colleague before me. I, Dusty Johnson, do solemnly swear that I would uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and that I will faithfully perform the duties of my office to the best of my knowledge and ability, so help me God. I want to make sure that I am always doing the will of the people. I am proud to say that every day, every moment, that I will uphold the Constitution both nationally and at the state. To everyone watching of Colorado, to my constituents, to my family, we will make sure that we are doing and upholding the rights that are fundamentally guaranteed to all of us, and that I will make sure to the best of my ability to not do perjury, to not understand anything that I will vote on will go against anything that I just swore a second time, and that I will continue to swear as long as I am blessed and honored to work for the people of House District 63. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
All right. Representative Basenecker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking at this amendment, we'd request a title ruling.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Can you repeat?
We request a title ruling.
Okay,
Excuse me, a title ruling.
The committee will stand in a brief recess for a title ruling. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that a substitute amendment L099 is outside of the title. Representative Basenecker, any further comments on L66? Representative Luck. We are to the underlying amendment L66. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in real concern about this particular amendment. And I'll read to you what it says, and then I'll talk with you a little bit about the true financial implications of this particular bill. It says, amend Appropriations Committee report dated March 18, 2025, page 1, and strike lines 1 through 16. Well, 1 through 16 go through the dollars and cents of this particular bill. So that's been struck from this bill and from the appropriations report by way of this amendment. The amendment goes on to say, money in the fund is continuously appropriated to the division. If anybody has sat through any discussions with the JBC this year, we have struck across many places this term continuously appropriated. And here we go, putting an amendment on this particular bill that allows money to be spent out of a fund on a continuous basis. So let me go on to speak about the financial impact of Senate 25-003 that is in fact not a part of this amendment whatsoever. For this bill, we have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that every dollar spent by the state is used effectively and efficiently. Unfortunately, the fiscal realities of this bill and now this amendment, which changes the bill significantly, raises serious concern. There were initial fiscal estimates, or in the original fiscal estimates, there were estimates that there would be 50,000 applicants per year. Our numbers indicate, based on the number of households that own firearms, that that number is going to be more like 75,000. And that number could go higher because of every time we do one of these types of bills, guess what we do? We increase demand because of people being concerned. So if you look at the state expenditures, at least from my point of view and my caucus point of view, this has a cost now exceeding $8 million a year in its very first year, and $6.6 million in an ongoing basis. $3.5 million of that is for background checks and the processing of those checks. $2.85 is for system development and administration. $1.5 for legal challenges. And I'll bring you back again to the amendment. The amendment strikes subject to an annual appropriation, and it now substitutes it with money in the fund is continuously appropriated. To manage the system, we estimate it's going to take at least 35 state employees. Let me say that again. 35 state employees. That needs to be in an appropriations report. It should not be stricken from the appropriations report. On the revenue side, the bill relies on fees from applicants, generating an estimated $5.5 million annually. When you have costs of $8.4 million and you have revenue of 5.5, my kids could probably do that math. That's about $3 million shortfall. And again, this amendment strikes it out and says, we as a body have to continuously appropriate out of this fund, and when the fund does not have enough money in, guess where it comes from? The general fund. Additionally, there are financial impacts beyond the direct state expenditures. This bill and this amendment as well puts a local mandate on our sheriffs and our law enforcement officers within our municipalities. They'll need to increase their administrative workloads. They'll need additional resources and additional training and compliance oversight. Costs that are not accounted for in this bill or in this amendment, so they won't be reimbursed for these local mandates. From a budgetary standpoint, where I spend the bulk of my time, these are very important factors to consider. And again, I stress this amendment completely takes out the costs associated with this program. Not only does it do that, it continuously appropriates, which we don't want in this General Assembly. We need to ensure that its costs are justified, that it's designed to be efficient in every way possible. Given the price tag associated with SB003 and the fact that this amendment in the appropriations report does not adequately put that into statute is a problem, because it becomes a part of our base funding for next year. Nobody will look at it. All it will say is prior year legislation, and this body is going to have to come up with the dollars for this at the expense of other programs. I always appreciate the discussion on difficult subjects and difficult bills of this nature, but I urge you as colleagues, we have to be fiscally responsible. This amendment is not fiscally responsible, and it's an end around to legislation. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Make sure I'm squared away here. All right. There is nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. We have Colorado, sure, we do have a revenue problem because we are undercutting our foundational, economies like ag and oil, hydrocarbons, things that we get from the ground. We're increasing our, I better take that one off. We're increasing our administrative state, growing the administrative state, and we're wondering why the economy is struggling. We have bills pretending to help, say, the restaurant industry that has closed 22% in the last few years. And they're going to continue to close because a lot of those restaurants that are still open are just riding out their leases. But what do? And why is that? Well, because inflation has devalued your wages by 22.5% in the last 4 years. It's unprecedented. And why is that? It's because of debt spending. It's debt spending of Bidenomics that devalues your currency. So what are we going to do? Well, this body, through a lot of shell games, a lot of moving the cups around to keep everything hidden from out of view, where this money's coming from, the funding that it's putting at risk, is spending imaginary money. And every time the state spends imaginary money, it devalues your wages. It increases the costs, it devalues the wages. Now, we're not printing money like the federal government has done, fortunately. We certainly would, but Colorado currently is in debt by $1.2 billion, and and the only way that's going to get balanced is on the emergency funds, on our reserves. The emergency is the majority party spending money like there's no limit. This bill is another And I suppose when you say, well, we're $4.5 billion in the hole, what's another $8 million per year? That's what taxpayers are for, Colorado. We have a difference of opinion here. We have one side that sees you as citizens and the other side that sees you as tax-paying widgets. And the Republican Party wants to treat you as citizens and not tax-paying widgets. That's why they want to get rid of Tabor, the inconveniences of Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. They hate it that you have a Bill of
Representative
Rights. Yes, sir.
To the amendment.
This amendment is trying to bring in some fiscal responsibility to a general
Do you know
assembly
the
that
U.S.
has
solar
no
companies-
fiscal responsibility. We cannot keep going to the taxpayers and telling them to pony up more money. This bill is just another in the endless series of cuts to our economy, bleeding it out. It feels pretty intentional. I don't know why. I suppose it's a matter of winning the battle of democracy in order to end it. The purpose of promising everything is to take it all away. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment to try to increase, to try to improve, try to insert some modicum of fiscal responsibility. I'm sorry, I urge a no vote. No takebacks, I heard. I had my legs crossed. So we want to have some fiscal responsibility, and we don't need another permanent temporary government program. What we need is responsibility. We need to treat our citizens like citizens and not tax-paying widgets.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in opposition to the amendment, and let's look at a couple things. So CPW, I mean, if we look at $100,000, let's go to OIT. Where's the $100,000 coming from? Let's go back. So CPW is talking about a cost of $1.4 million in this year alone, 25-26 here. 500,000 going from there on out. So 1.4 million now, 500,000 each and every year following after that. There's staff, there's everything that goes into it, FTEs, all of that. Then you come down here to the record system. So that's what this is talking about. Costs include, out of that 1.4 million, about 1 million for the development and implementation of a system that's going to allow the department to track everything. And then it talks about the estimated cost of that. So let's keep breaking this down. The estimated cost for development and implementation of the system through a vendor is $900,000. So we start out with 1.4 million. There's $1 million going to the system, and of that, 900,000 is going to go to a vendor to develop the system. So the taxpayers are now on the hook for all of this, and what have we accomplished so far? A system after a system after a system. Now, out of that 900,000, we're saying let's take 100,000, which they're talking about here, to go for the Office of Information Technology, OIT, so they can keep meeting the state system. So what's the problem with OIT right now? Any guesses? I mean, OIT is so overwhelmed, so behind the power curve in its ability to secure and stop cyber attacks and everything else that's going to happening. And we're going to say, oh, you're going to get all these other systems, and you're going to have a vendor that's going to come in, and we're going to put $1 million here, 900,000 here, and oh, in the end, OIT, we're going to give you $100,000 for a system that's already broken. And we're going to expect you to do a whole lot more with it. Now, where I come from, that doesn't make any sense. You're throwing good money after bad, which is, by the way, taxpayer money, to a system that is broken on OIT that can't track. Look at the audit reports that come out of the audit committee. that have consistently talked about the failures in OIT, the failures to protect the system. And now we want to create an entire database, which you've heard our side argue we don't even like that idea to start with, but just the ability to do that is not possible. They can't even do the job that they have right now. They can't even protect the systems that are out there from people that are trying to hack the system. And we want to give a massive workload to it and $100,000 of taxpayer money out of the original $1.4 million, with $900,000 going to a vendor. Do the math, people. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I did business development upon retirement. I mean, you start looking at these numbers, when you get down to $100,000 to go to a department to, quote, where they're going to establish and set up a system. I mean, I've seen a lot of folks do a great number of things with very little. But you're asking OIT, which is so far behind to start with, to try to do this with a brand new database. That makes no sense. $1,000, the legality to go, the constitutional effect that we're creating a database on firearms. But the sheer numbers, the sheer bottom line taxpayer-funded numbers database on firearms are not doable. OIT has been consistently rated with problems. We're going to throw a whole bunch of new requirements on them and provide this continuous funding year after year, on top of the $500,000 year after year, on top of the $1.4 million this year. All taxpayer funded. Meanwhile, we can't provide services and other things that are out there. We talk about healthcare and everything else, but we're going to do this with the taxpayer-funded money for a system like this when we can't meet our other obligations that are out there as a state. That doesn't make any sense. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I serve on the Appropriations Committee, and in any year, it's important that we as a committee have an opportunity to look at the specifics of how much a particular policy is going to cost and where those dollars are going to come from. This amendment, as was mentioned by another member of the Appropriations Committee prior, is very concerning, because what it in essence does is say that the Appropriations Committee is irrelevant and that the work that we do is unessential. You see, it says that instead of having specific dollar amounts, 1.2 million here from this fund, or 1.15 million here from this other fund, et cetera, that instead what we are going to do is we are going to hand our authority as an Appropriations Committee and as a body to know in specifics what we're spending on this policy. We're going to hand those details over to the Joint Budget Committee, to arguably the 6 most powerful people in this building, the ones who will determine how much money will be spent to advance this particular program. They have the ability to give more or less than maybe this body otherwise would want to give. And by saying it's continuously appropriated, we are saying that this body will not look at it year over year to make sure that it is funded to the degree that this body would so desire. That is especially concerning in a year like the year we're in right now, where we have a limited amount of funds, where programs and policies are already competing for dollars, where 1.2 or more billion dollars out of a $16 billion budget has to be cut. Yesterday, teachers flooded the Capitol grounds, the day before unions, the day before other groups. Day after day after day, we're hearing from folks who say, please do not cut my particular program. And yet, if this amendment is adopted, we are in essence saying that we prioritize this over all sorts of other things. Because we, as the eyes on this, don't have the necessary information to know how much we're actually going to spend. I ask this body to reject this amendment and actually to adopt a substitute amendment that further proves my point as to why it's so important that we understand these policies and we understand their rightful costs, such that we can make knowing decisions about the priorities that we are going to embrace. And so I move Amendment L112 to Senate Bill 3 and kindly ask that it be displayed however the nonpartisan staff so desires.
That is a proper motion. We'll wait for that to be...
I move this as a substitute amendment to L066. Is that right? Thank you.
That is correct.
My apologies.
All right. We're just waiting for that. All right, Representative, tell us about L112 substituting L66.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard in committee, in appropriations, that there is an expectation that there will only be 50,000 folks who pursue the purchase of firearms once this bill has been passed, and that those applications can be handled with 3 full-time employees. We were told that the 50,000 number was reasonable in light of what has been the market in Colorado prior, or what the CBI thought was reasonable. I challenge this based off of the CBI's own statistics. The CBI InstaCheck unit statistics from 2019 through 2024 have an average, I'd say, of about 400,000 background checks a year, meaning about 400,000 Coloradans go to try to buy a gun every single year. The number was roughly 340,000 in 2019, 501,000 in 2020, 450,000 in 2021, 396,000 in 2022, 367,000 in 2023, 344,000 in 2024, and it's my understanding that right now the CBI has 900, over 900, almost close to 1,000 background checks pending in the present moment, 1,000. And so the 50,000 number seems to be very minimal compared to what we will actually experience if even half of the people who have prior desired to purchase a firearm continue to want to purchase a firearm. And so this amendment multiplies the appropriation that was approved in appropriations by 8. Because the original number was 50,000, we're now looking at actually something more like 400,000. 50 into 40, 400, that's 8 times as many, right? 8 times as many applications are likely or potential. Therefore, we should budget, especially since this is an inalienable right, to ensure that we have the coverage necessary to supply these services and not get huge backlogs. We already see other fundamental rights that are in backlog, i.e. by the CBI with respect to forensic data and all of the different tests that they are supposed to do. And so let's not end up in that boondoggle again with respect to this policy. Let's fully fund, or at least more likely fund, this, and do so by eliminating the general appropriation that the underlying amendment suggests and bringing it to a number that's more aligned with reality. And again, for those that are in the room or listening who have the responsibility of helping to figure out where monies go, realize that this goes from $1.1 million, or I should say in full, $1.25 million to $9.3 million. That's a lot of millions that could otherwise be used on other projects that, if your district is like mine, your people are clamoring for. And so I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to my colleague that brought this amendment to us. For me, this amendment makes sure that the people know what's going on. People in Colorado, our Coloradans, need to know the truth. The taxpayers need to know the truth of what's happening with their money. They deserve to know the truth. They deserve to see the truth. They're busy day to day to day. They're not paying attention as much as they possibly would if they could. But they have jobs, you know, making the money that they give to us that we're supposed to spend wisely, which lately, from what I've seen, we don't. They need to know what, how much, and where their money is, and what the reality is. Showing that there was 100,000, it's ridiculous the amount of money that I have seen ever since day one, and then the SMART meetings, and everything that I have seen and witnessed under this dome, the fraud, waste, and abuse that I have seen, and hidden from the people. Actually hidden from the people. They have no idea where their money is going because it's so convoluted. And I like the word that my colleague used, boondoggled. They're being boondoggled by the bill and by the previous amendment. This amendment here, Representative Luck's amendment here is absolutely sound. It displays what the truth is that the people need to know. They need to know where their money, they work too hard for the money. They work too hard for their money. It's not your money, it's their money. And I feel ashamed, I feel embarrassed that they've given us the responsibility of taking care of their money for them. And yet day after day after day, it is wasted. And for that, I apologize to Colorado. I can guarantee you that we are doing everything, at least on our side, that we can to make sure your money is not wasted. But unfortunately, it's out of our hands many, many times. But we are fighting for Coloradans to keep their money, and this is a good amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me look at the author. Yes, I am in support of this amendment. I mean, there might as well be some truth in the bill, and this would be a start. And it's based on actual numbers that we're seeing now. Unless the sponsors are signaling their intent to make it so impossible to buy a firearm for the purpose of self-defense of your home, life, liberty, and property, that they figure that only 1/8 of the people will be qualified to do so. Now that would make sense because obviously this bill is intended to have a cooling effect on the the citizens, or for the majority, the tax-paying widgets out there. It's intended to limit the ability of tax-paying widgets to purchase firearms for self-defense. So I suppose that would be, maybe that's their intent of lowballing this number. But right now, it's not based on reality. And so putting reality in the bill would also be a good indication here as to why Colorado can't balance its budget. Why we're $4.5 billion in the hole. Well, I guess there's a handful of the majority party here left, but a lot of empty seats. Because the decision has already been made, Colorado. Your rights as tax-paying widgets are being bulldozed by the majority party, for which I'd have to say the eagle's head is hanging very low in the former free state of Colorado. So this would be a This is an effort to honor the citizens of Colorado as citizens of Colorado, not just tax-paying widgets. Insert some honesty into the bill. Insert some fiscal integrity. That is sorely lacking. But Colorado, this bill, these numbers should be an exercise, should be a wake-up call as to why we're $4.5 billion in the hole. It's an absolute travesty that this is what is being done with your money.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an awesome amendment because it actually provides clarity to the people, which was discussed, but it provides some clarity and some assurance to those that are going to be tasked to carry out this horrendous bill when it occurs. I mean, if it truly takes 24 FTE, not 3, if it truly takes over $9 million versus a little over 1 to do this right, then the bill should reflect that we're actually providing that. Otherwise, it would seem like we're actually building inefficiency and inability to actually serve the people, further delaying their ability to obtain firearms that truly are their right to have. We're obviously inserting a major speed bump, or 25 or 30 or 35,000, I don't know. There's a lot in this bill that keeps changing steps to actually obtain a firearm, but if at the end of the day applications can't be processed, training can't be tracked because there's just not enough money appropriated or not enough people to do the work, then this whole thing could crash and burn and, you know, be truly an infringement on rights that would require the entire bill to be overturned. But I think it's a bad bill with a good amendment that's being offered, so I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting that the sponsor of this amendment would like us to spend $8 million more than we currently are, but we all know the fiscal note process, and our drafter has all along the way been sharing our amendments with the fiscal analyst up until the last minute, and we are where we are. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, the sponsor of this amendment would like $0 spent on this unconstitutional bill. What this amendment is to do is to reflect that the estimates in the bill of 50,000 are probably about 1/8 or about 12% of what they should be, 12.5% of what they should be. So it's not a matter of the sponsor wanting to spend more money. It's a matter of the sponsor wanting the bill to have some fiscal integrity to say what the cost will actually be. And the numbers are not hard to find. The numbers were there. I don't know why they estimated so low ball, unless the sponsors, unless with all of the restrictions on this, the sponsors are saying that yes, in fact, the purpose of this bill is to make it nearly impossible for anybody to execute, to have a right to self-defense of their life, liberty, or property, making their life, liberty, and property at continual risk to being deprived by criminals, either common or elected. So this is not a matter, so just for clarification, Colorado, the sponsor would like no money to be spent on this bill. The majority party is hiding the amount of money that's going to be spent on this bill in a season where there is already a $4.5 billion deficit and growing. So just for clarity, this amendment is for fiscal integrity. The bill as is for smoke and mirrors.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fiscal notes, again, for those who are watching from afar and don't know the process of this building, fiscal notes, if you were to come and look through our bill folders, they're always in pink in our document, and they're prepared by our nonpartisan staff here in the building. And I believe our nonpartisan staff strive to do the best job that they possibly can in preparing the fiscal impact sheet so that we have the information necessary in order to make good decisions. The curious thing, however, is that those fiscal analysts get information directly from the departments who are impacted by a particular policy. And this year, again, we've been working since September, October, with an understanding that the state was going to have to cut a significant amount of dollars. And I found it curious that fiscal note after fiscal note this year, for policies that the executive branch supports, have a very little, if zero, fiscal impact on the state. They can be done within continuous appropriations. But those policies that the executive branch is not too fond of somehow are going to cost departments an enormous amount of money. It's almost as if the data that is provided to the fiscal analysts is somewhat spun. And I have to ask on this bill if that's not also the case. Again, I have CBI InstaCheck unit statistics, month by month, year over year, that show about 400,000 purchases per year in Colorado, or at least attempted purchases, i.e. background check requests, in Colorado. And yet the fiscal note contemplates only 50,000 people in future years from this bill will seek to purchase a firearm. Now, either that number is significantly reduced from what the reality will be, in which case we will be at an $8 million deficit in our budget in just the first year alone, or, and for those of you who care about the ability to protect yourself, what we're actually seeing is such an infringement upon our unalienable right to self-defense that most people, meaning only 1/8 of the current number, will actually continue to exercise or seek to exercise that right moving forward. In either case, we have a pretty significant problem, a problem that should be looked at. If it's the latter, that's a conversation for later when we talk to the bill. If it's the former, then we must ensure we have the necessary resources going to the necessary state departments in order to effectuate this policy so that people can exercise their right to defend themselves, their families, their homes, their neighborhoods, etc. And it should be curious to those listening that the underlying amendment seeks to strip the specific amounts from statute that would be appropriated and give this open door to whoever, whatever amount needs to be there. Again, putting into question if that underlying fiscal note is accurate. And so I urge you to vote yes on this amendment and to make sure that we are funding to the necessary amount the ability for people to make their communities safe. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L112 substitute. A division has been called. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. A division has been called. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L112 as a substitute to L066. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All of those in favor of substitute amendment L112, please stand and stand in one place while you are counted. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L112, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in the same place. Substitute Amendment L112 is lost. We're back to L66. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding this amendment, I am trying to figure out, and I've been texting some of my ranching friends, the math of this, because we are very good at Excel sheets out in rural Colorado, and it was brought up to me that the fiscal notes and financial responsibility in the state is like monopoly. The government is the board, and they control what the dollar amount is or is not, and we're stuck just going around and around hoping for a payday because we have an affordability crisis in our state. What I mean by that is we have our constituents wanting affordability because we have inflation in our state. And now this puts us in a pickle for our people. Are they going to be able to pay to have the right? Because this right here is making it an unfunded mandate to our local government and to the people. So now they have to figure out the affordability crisis that we already have while also wanting to do what we do here in Colorado and America, which is our fundamental, God-given, constitutionally protected rights, our Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. We are balancing the budget on the backs of our constituents. Sure, this looks great. We can write a paper, we can write an amendment, drop it to zero at the state, but how much is this going to cost each of our counties? How much is this going to cost all of our municipalities? How much is this going to cost the will of the people? If we're a body by, for, and with the people, why are we balancing the budget on the backs of our constituents? We need to be focusing on affordability, but we should not be putting people in a pickle where they have to choose between affordability and their constitutionally God-given protected fundamental rights. Why are we playing monopoly here at the state and making folks go around in basically a circle trying to figure out what we're doing here? This does not make sense, but we've already talked about there is no sense. Common sense is done. So I urge a strong no vote on this amendment, and we need to figure out and be transparent to the people. What is this gonna cost?
Madam Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank my colleagues for this great discussion. I think it's really important. I want to echo what our Joint Budget Committee member had said. I am incredibly concerned about the continuous appropriation language. Having that in the budget, especially this year, we're at a $1.2 billion budget deficit. We don't know what the continuing budget deficit will be. And what my fear is that, because I know we're hearing it more and more, is that the reason that we are in a budget deficit is because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and so we need to eliminate or reduce those refunds to the people of Colorado. And what we've seen at the ballot consistently is that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is something the people of Colorado always vote in favor of. They are fiscally conservative, and they always vote in favor of keeping and protecting the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so what my fear is with this language, having that and giving that to the Joint Budget Committee to continuously appropriate every year, I did like the amendment that we had before that said subject to annual appropriation. So if the money is not appropriated or if something changes in the budget forecast, that is something that can be cut. But without that language, allowing that discretion and allowing this in the budget, I have some real concerns about the fiscal future of Colorado. I have fiscal concerns about the future of Colorado today, but continuing to put amendments like this with continuous appropriations without knowing what our budget deficits are going to continue to be, and I believe they will continue, I think puts the people of Colorado at risk. And so with that, I'm against this amendment. Thank you.
All right, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you.
Can we keep the noise level down on the left side of the room, please? Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I want to reiterate what my colleague from Grand Junction said as well. The fiscal note claims there will be around 50,000 applicants, but he's estimating more like 75,000. When this bill's passed, this is going to be like Meat Out Day in Colorado, but with guns. When we declared Meat Out Day here, that was the largest sale of meat in the state of Colorado. People were like, we're not going to do this. We're going to push back. Coloradoans are suffering. We literally are in here asking them to tighten their belt, and we're spending money on this and on furniture and on cafeteria construction. And there's people literally choosing between meat on the table and heat in the homes. That's hard for me. I understand that there's going to be differing issues on certain social issues in here, but at the end of the day, I believe we have to put the constituent first. And as we ask them to tighten their belt, and then we come in this building and we keep adding appropriations on appropriations on appropriations, well, they're trying to figure out how they're going to make ends meet every week. And no matter the agenda, I think sometimes we just got to step back and take a look and say, we may have an agenda, and either side in here isn't going to agree on it, but what we should be able to agree on is we should be trying to make Coloradoans' lives easier. And by spending money that could be going to things that make their life easier, we're spending money on political fights. And with that, I urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Perron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to piggyback a little bit off what my good representative for Fort Morgan said, my colleague, on affordability for the municipalities. So this really is going to be an unfunded mandate for municipalities, local governments, counties, to be able to help their citizens, which a lot of them already do, but now they're going to have to decide whether they're going to have to pay for this or pay for helping their citizens in their county and their municipalities. Now, I want to bring it back to another social issue that apparently is big in helping minorities. Of course, this is going to, there's a lot of minorities that also own guns, that also buy guns for protection. This is also going to put them at a bind to be able to afford to even own a gun, to even buy a gun, to have something to protect themselves with. So bringing it back to that point is affordability in this amendment is a big issue to the minority community as well. Can you imagine Speedy Gonzalez not coming into Colorado because he can't afford to have his gun here anymore? I just say that because he was my favorite character. Truly, he was. And I'm not going to do the voice because, yeah, I'm not very good at it. But, yes, this amendment is unfunded mandates to local municipalities. and it's going to affect a lot of people, especially minorities as well. So if you truly do care about helping minority people afford to live here in the state, this is not the right way to do it. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do find the continuously appropriated language to be concerning. I don't know if folks have looked at their credit cards lately or bank statements, but you start seeing things like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, Pandora, other things that my daughter signed up for that I have no idea. And over time, that really builds up. And those in the household are continuous appropriations unless you get control of them. Now, thankfully, there's an app for that, actually several apps. Some of them are even free. Others you actually have to pay for every month, which I find is kind of amusing. But unfortunately, the people of Colorado don't have an app. What they've got is 65 of us that are supposed to be looking out for their pocketbooks. So I would stop the continuous appropriations. If there's anything that is constant, it's going to be change. We're addressing a problem apparently with this bill that really didn't exist 30 years ago. Maybe it won't exist 30 years from now, but this zombie appropriation will continue on and continue on and continue on endlessly unless it's stopped. So I would urge we don't start it and vote no on this amendment. So please vote no.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if nobody else has complimented you on that snappy jacket today, let me be the first, because it is pretty
Why, thank
snappy.
you.
Snappy.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. So earlier this week, I joked in a committee that I'm probably going to be known as the Castle, the cheap state legislator. And my mom says, no, you're not cheap, you're thrifty. So I could be the tassel, the thrifty state legislator. I'll let you figure out what the A is. So I am also concerned about the continuous appropriation. You know, we all have checkbooks. We all should be balancing them either you know, online or in your little checkbook ledger at the end of the month, making sure that you have the income and the expenditures balanced, and hopefully you have extra money at the end of the month and you don't go into the red. Without knowing the economy, looking at the real numbers that, you know, both of our sides have allocated and approximated, I just am very concerned about the continued appropriations without knowing what our revenues are going to be. Our state has overspent. We've overpromised. We've overexpended. And yet we continue to come up with ideas on how else we're going to spend the taxpayer monies. I am going to be the tassel and keep asking about balancing the checkbook, the state checkbook. We don't know what the economy brings, and that's been something that my colleagues on the left side have worried about since the federal administration has changed. We don't know what's going to happen as far as people running from our state because of overregulation and because of the continued attacks on our pocketbooks. We keep getting nickeled and dimed. I spoke with the insurance carriers this morning saying insurance carriers are fleeing the state because of overregulation. We don't know what our continued revenues are going to be, and so continued appropriations are very concerning to me. So from this tassel, I'm going to ask people to consider today's solution, tomorrow's problem. The continued appropriations are going to be a problem in the future, I believe. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would have let me get up earlier, I would have also complimented your jacket. So I sit in approps. Sat in approps is my third year to sit in approps. And there's one thing that is always a contentious subject in appropriations, and that is some kind of continuous allocation. There's a reason why we have the system that we have in this building. Once it comes to our side, or if it starts on our side, it has to go to committee first. This is where the people get to discuss this. There can be amendments made and things like that in that setting. For this bill, it went from Judiciary to Finance. And so both of those committees, people can speak on that. Then it went to Appropriations. And that is not the same kind of committee. Unless it's a committee of reference, it's not a committee that people can testify on in those kind of settings. So in Appropriations, we looked at this bill. We looked at the enormity of the financial impact on the state, and then also on Parks and Wildlife. Now, some of that has been changed, been amended through the process, but this is interesting that it would come out of appropriations and then get drastically changed. This is almost like a strike below when you're talking about appropriations. So now this comes out of appropriations, and it is a completely different bill. Appropriations is not very excited about continuous funding. This is something that may not have been able to pass through appropriations. This is a major change. And so because of this, I move that this bill gets sent back to appropriations to actually deal with the appropriation that we originally addressed, voted on, and passed out of appropriations before we brought it to the floor and completely changed the appropriations. This is not like other committees. For some of you newer in here, appropriations doesn't act the same, and they are a lot less forgiving in these kind of circumstances. So I move that this be sent back to appropriations.
All right, we have a motion for a re-referral. We'll hear from Ms. No, let me have Representative Bottoms is going to need to remake his motion. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Bottoms. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you for clarification. I move that this is sent back to appropriations as a substitute amendment to this motion, to this amendment.
All right. That is a proper motion. Representative, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. This simply changes one word in the Appropriations Committee report, the continuously piece. After working with Department of Revenue, Department of Natural Resources, and the first floor, this is how this needs to be funded. It utilizes funds through 1353, the firearm dealer licensing bill, and simply rolls forward that existing stream of funding into future years so that a list of firearms can continue to be populated and reevaluated. And by the way, these are a list of firearms that are actually exempted from the bill. That is what this makes possible. So we would ask for a no vote on this motion.
Representative Bottoms.
To amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree with the bill sponsor. This is only one word. This word takes it from yearly to infinity. So this is not just a casual word. This is the biggest word you could use in this setting. So why would we change it from yearly to continuous? That makes no sense. We need to send it back to the committee that agreed to yearly, not to continuous. This is not the type of word change, albeit one, that you do on the floor after appropriations had already dealt with this.
Representative Luck to the motion to refer to appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just do want to note that this particular amendment that we're discussing does strike lines 1 through 16 of the Appropriations Committee report, which is largely what we've been dialoguing about throughout this morning. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment to return this bill from whence it came. Changing the entire bill, changing the entire fund. Of course the agencies that are tasked with this are going to want to have the funding year after year after year after year after year, because nothing is as permanent as a temporary government program. Of course they're going to want to have their funding. Of course the sponsors are going to change the mechanism for the funding until after the appropriations. So it can be seen as, well, you know, we'll do it 1 year, see how it goes, see what the real numbers are, see how it goes when $8 million are required to do it instead of $1 million. I think a great thing that came out of this was the term zombie appropriation. I'm a big fan of zombie appropriation. Continuous appropriation just doesn't cut it, because a zombie is just a mindless appetite sapping the livelihood of the living, sapping the vigor of the living. And that's what a continuous appropriation is. It's just something that goes in the budget. We have lots of them. And we have teachers that are out protesting the lack of funding and all that. But you should know, here's millions of dollars of continuous appropriation that are going to come from those budgets. We've got things like $24 million to keep buses running for a free month, to keep everybody productive off them. $24 million year after year after year after year after year. What do we put in continuous appropriations? They put their priorities in continuous appropriations. And then they leave the rest to fend for the scraps and tell you so when they tell you year after year, teachers, that you're their priority to fight for their scraps, because the continuous appropriations are the priority. The continuous appropriations are those things that are meant to be funded without end. Now, when I looked up because it was talked about on Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, what's limited in Tabor, our Taxpayer Bill of Rights, is that our budget can only grow as much as the population and inflation. And that's why the majority wants to get rid of it, because they want it to grow at a rate that they can keep up with their good intentions. And I can tell you what, their good intentions will never end. And we'll just keep paving that road to hell. Because as you can see, today is just another example with more zombie appropriations that there is no limit to the money that they want to extract out of Coloradans. Now, what happens when the people of Colorado decide to leave and move to Wyoming? Well, that's why you don't want to be limited to population. Then the other tax-paying widgets can pick up the load. We tried to put some fiscal integrity into the bill by saying what it's actually going to be. The majority party rejected it. And for the citizens of Colorado, what happened is there was a division requested to bring they'll bring enough people back in to vote it down. So there was standing for fiscal integrity and standing against fiscal integrity. What we want them to do is we want them to come back and listen to the voice of the majority. We want them to listen to the voice of the millions of letters that we've gotten from the citizens of Colorado who don't like being just considered the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. And in order to have that division, you notice that we had to have a pause in order to make sure that there were enough of the majority party in here to counteract the 22 votes that we have over on our side that want to treat you as citizens. Don't worry, there's enough of the majority party that wants you to be tax-paying widgets that they'll bring them in. So the zombie for the zombie appropriation that was, which was surreptitiously, continuously put into the bill in order to treat it as a priority because the circumvention of the rights of the Colorado is the priority of the majority party. I don't know why. I'm not speaking to motive. It's just evident in the way that it's treating the tax-paying widgets of Colorado in the former free state of Colorado. So I think we should vote down this amendment because of course it's trying to make a temporary government program permanent, and it should go back to appropriations, and then it should go farther down still.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to just clarify with one of the bill sponsors, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, who had brought up specifically 1353. They mentioned that. I just have a question about that. If you could, help me understand the interplay between HB 241353 and the continual appropriation. I'm curious if you could help me understand. Does that mean that we do or do not need the appropriation from 1353, or we do or do not need this amendment? Does 1353 cover the amendment here? I'm just confused about why 1353 was brought up. If I could get some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Before I call on the next member, I'm just going to clarify that the motion back to committee is a proper motion without being to the substitute. So I just did want to clarify that. And we will call up, did you have something additional, Representative Brooks?
Just clarification, because in the rebuttal of the motion to move it back to appropriations, the bill sponsor had mentioned specifically 1353, which I found might be germane to the conversation about the movement back to appropriations.
I understood. Thank you very much. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do like your springtime suit. It is very nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just would like to talk about the financial analysis that was put on this. So I hope it's not the same financial analysis that did the WOOF appropriations of $800,000, because now it's over $5 million and still counting. So if it is the same financial analysis, we better find somebody else to do the math for us so we can get it correct.
Is there any further discussion about the motion to refer the bill back to approps? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Speaker, Chair. Thank you very much. Absolutely, this has to go back to appropriations, unless you want to hide things, unless you want, you've got, it's got to go back to appropriations. If we do not, this is going to put us in a huge pickle. And talking about boondoggle, this is it. If we don't send this back to appropriations, then the actual truth of what's happening with the bill and with the money and everything else that we're trying to hide from the public, I'm not trying to hide it. Others are trying to hide it. So please, send this back to appropriations.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to refer the bill, Senate Bill 25-003, back to appropriations. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the motion fails. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L66? Representative Froelich.
We ask for a yes vote on L66 and a yes on the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L66. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L66 is adopted. All right, to the appropriations report, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We had a robust discussion in Finance Committee, and we ask for a yes vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further Representative Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Beisnecker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, I do want to just state that we clarified, initially there was 2 cash funds from CPW that were included in the bill. In the Finance Committee, we limited it to just one of those cash funds. It's important to note for our conversation here that the cash fund that was eliminated include Pittman-Robertson dollars. The cash fund that is still in the bill and the only cash fund that is in the bill does not include federal funding. So I just wanted to make that clear. While we can disagree on the bill and certainly welcome those discussions, the cash fund that is in the bill does not implicate federal funding, and that's why we made that amendment in the Finance Committee.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was in the Finance Committee on this one. I sit currently on the Finance Committee, and I think it would be disturbing if I didn't come here and say my piece. In addition to serious constitutional and policy flaws already present in this bill, I want to draw your attention to an equally troubling issue: the financial structure and funding mechanisms embedded in this legislation. What we are looking at is not just a policy problem, it is a financial boondoggle. This bill imposes new bureaucratic systems, creates costly mandates, and places a series of unfunded burdens on both individuals and local governments, all while failing to deliver measurable improvements to public safety. Let us start with the firearms training and safety course record system. This bill requires the Division of Parks and Wildlife, in coordination with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, to develop and operate a brand new statewide database to track the following. Number 1, every citizen who completes a basic or extended firearm safety course, every citizen who holds a firearm safety course eligibility card, every instructor who teaches those courses, and every sheriff who issues or revokes eligibility cards. We're not talking about a simple low-cost registry. We're talking about building and maintaining a sophisticated interagency data system that must verify credentials in real time, store sensitive personal information, all while having to interface with law enforcement and private firearm dealers. And all of this will be funded by what? Fees imposed on every citizen in this state. Yes, the funding for this massive new system is being offloaded onto the people who are just trying to exercise their constitutional rights. This bill creates a new firearms training and safety course cash fund and instructs the Parks and Wildlife Commission to charge a firearm training and safety course record fees. This fee must be collected by course instructors from every single student and remitted to the division. The instructors essentially become unpaid tax collectors for the state of Colorado. In addition, every person who wishes to even enroll in a state-approved training course must first go through a fingerprinting process, pay fingerprint processing fees to the sheriff's office, pay additional fees to obtain a firearm safety course eligibility card, and pay for both the basic and extended training courses themselves, which are now mandated to be held in person only. This means a Coloradoan who wants to comply with this bill legally, who wants to purchase a semi-automatic firearm for protection, sport, or tradition, will be required to pay hundreds of dollars in government-imposed fees just for the privilege of exercising a constitutional right. Let us be honest about what that is. It is a poll tax on the Second Amendment. It is a paywall around a fundamental liberty. And it does not stop there. The bill also creates new mandates and responsibilities for sheriffs across the state. Sheriffs will now be required to take fingerprints, submit those fingerprints to CBI, conduct evaluations of eligibility, maintain local records, issue new eligibility cards, and report regularly into a statewide system. All of this adds time, administrative burden, and a cost at the county level. Yet there is no guarantee in this bill that local governments will be reimbursed for these expenses. There is no fiscal note showing how this will impact rural counties with limited staff. We are dumping new responsibilities on sheriffs while leaving them to figure out how to fund the work. And remember, this is happening at the same time we are stripping away their discretion over enforcement, removing their ability to independently assess whether a citizen has followed the law or not. So we are increasing their workload while diminishing their authority. Let us also look at how this bill impacts private industry. Firearms dealers, gunsmiths, course instructors, and even property owners who lease space to firearm safety educators are now required to comply with new, complex regulations, and any misstep could result in a revocation of licenses or criminal charges. Yet, there is no clear guidance, no grace period, no transition assistance, and again, no funding to help them adapt to this new regime. In short, this bill places the cost of enforcement on the people it regulates. It creates a new government bureaucracy, funds it through citizen fees, expands the role of sheriffs without financial support, burdens private businesses, and imposes new costs on local government, all in the name of enforcing a prohibition that will have little, if any, impact on criminal behavior. We are not just violating rights with this bill, we are creating a system where only the wealthy will be able to afford to exercise their constitutional right. That is unjust, that is discriminatory, and that is absolutely unacceptable. I urge my colleagues to ask themselves the following questions. If this bill truly protects public safety, why is it not funded from the general fund like every other essential function of government? If this bill creates such an important public benefit, why is the cost being passed on to the very people who are being restricted? And finally, if we are going to create a massive new regulatory structure, why are we not at least being honest with the public about the cost? This is not just a policy issue, it is a matter of fiscal integrity and government accountability. We owe it to the people of Colorado to be honest stewards of their rights and their tax dollars. And this bill fails on both of those accounts.
All right, is there any further discussion on the finance report? Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you. And thank you to the sponsors. We having fun yet? I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn last night, but we're ready to go. So, in finance, we had a lot of debate on this bill. And the prior year, we had a lot of debate on 1353. So as the sponsors pointed out, they did amend it to pull out, because there are two funds. So you got the Parks and Wildlife Recreation, and then the Wildlife Cash Fund. Now, arguably, both of them are supposed to go for conservation, habitat, everything, all of this. And it's also tied into federal funding that comes in. So I'm not convinced that eliminating the one fund solves the problem of accessing the federal funds through the Pittman and violating that law for the Pittman-Robertson Act. However, that being said, let's talk about the sheer numbers that we're talking about here. So, it states that Department of Revenue will have additional workload and cost to create and publish available guidance on firearms, et cetera, et cetera. It says they have to expect about $80,000. So here's a question. Actually, here's a series of questions. If you got Parks and Wildlife, whose function is habitat conservation, hunting, and parks. That's why it's in the first part of the name, Parks and Wildlife. They maintain state parks and everything else that we have across this state. And that's for the benefit of everybody, so they could go into the state parks. Yes, there's a fee to go into the state parks, but we're going to take part of that fee for this new piece of legislation. So let's start running down a list of questions. How's this bill, how is this funding mechanism that we're doing here going to impact CPW's ability to maintain the parks that are out there? We're already in a budget shortfall. We're, give or take, $1.2 billion. So how is Parks and Wildlife going to take care of our existing parks? How is this going to do its primary function out there? Because we are now saying we're going to pull money out of you for this Senate Bill 3. So how are they going to maintain everything else that they've been maintaining on their budget in a year when we've got a budget cut? We got to cut $1.2 billion. So how are they going to keep doing their job out there? How are they going to keep providing the outdoor services for the citizens of this state? How are they going to help with the habitat and the conservation that's out there when hunters and people fishing and anglers that are going out there that are paying their fees? If a great chunk of that money is being diverted to fund Senate Bill 3. Then you get into, so what happens at some point, CPW's account's going to be depleted. I mean, the simple reality is if you've heard the numbers all morning long, if we end up taking more money out than is going in, how is CPW going to fund it? Are they going to come back and go, hey, General Assembly, I need more money, when we are already telling all the agencies you have to take a cut because we're $1.2 billion over budget. We have a deficit. So if we're drawing money out and we're telling them to take a cut, how are they going to do their job? How are they going to function in the state of Colorado with their primary mission for parks and wildlife? You have dozens of parks through the metro area. We've countless parks outside this metro area. Beautiful places. Many of us have been camping, backpacking, hiking through them, and or hunting. I've done all of the above, including fishing with my kids. So what services are we going to say, public, you don't get to get now in Parks and Rec? What services, citizens, that we keep encouraging to use the outdoors, are we going to be closing down more bathrooms? Are we going to be restricting more areas? Or are we going to be shutting down habitats that we're trying to revive? What is it? Where are we going to make that choice under that department because we're taking the funding for Senate Bill 3? In addition to, we have to have a $1.2 billion budget deficit. There's a lot of numbers that are taken on the outside, and we don't have that much going on the inside. So how are they going to do their mission? How are they going to do their primary job? How are they going to do their primary function, which is Parks and Wildlife? There's nothing in their mandate that says Parks and Wildlife is supposed to fund guns. They're supposed to deal with habitat restoration, conservation. Hunters are the original conservationists. When we hunt, when we go out and we're harvesting the herd, that's why they have the different lotteries for what you're drawing. That's what Parks and Wildlife does. They go out there and they control that by the amount of hunters, the amount of tags that you can draw. And so now we're going to impact, A, where that's going to, what's coming out of it, and we are putting at risk, because we don't know what the federal government's going to do, that funding from the government, which varies from about $27 to $32 million a year. And that's driven by how many people draw their hunting licenses or tags that year, and several other factors that go into it. So then, If we keep pulling this money out and CPW gets depleted, at some point, guaranteed, mark my words, at some point, CPW is going to come back and go, oh, hey, General Assembly, I'm broke. We saw this happen last year with Denver Health. When agencies reach the point that they don't have funding, they come back to us in the General Assembly and say, I need more money because I can't finish my fiscal year and my mission out there. I can't pay my people and do the job that is in their tasking. So they're going to come back to the General Assembly asking for more money. Then what are we going to do? Well, based on history, we fund them. And where do we fund it from? Taxpayer money. And what else do we take from? I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. We are constantly robbing Peter to pay Paul. That is a crazy way to do government. You don't do business that way. You don't do your home finances that way. So why on earth would we do it in the government? It is absolutely insane to think that we can keep shoving money around from one pot to another and not expect at some point the bill to come due. Whether that's through inflation, whether that's through taxes and having go to the government, or to the people, and asking for a tax increase, which odds are they're going to say no because they've consistently said no. So then we have to start cutting services. Why do we keep increasing legislation, regulations, and requirements that keep driving up the size of our budget and the cost out there? And now this is the state of Colorado. This is a Western outdoor state. Tourism is one of our biggest venues. People come here year-round, skiing, rafting, backpacking, hiking, hunting, fishing. Year-round, we have those activities. And the very entity, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, that is responsible for maintaining our beautiful outdoors is under state control, which is state parks, state lands for hunting and fishing, state waterways, state access. We're going to severely deplete that budget to fund Senate Bill 3, which has absolutely nothing to do with their mission statement. Nowhere in Parks and Wildlife's mission statement does it talk about the things that are listed here in Senate Bill 3. So those are just a couple questions. How are we going to fund it when we deplete it? How are they going to manage their mission, their job right now if we keep pulling money out? How much of a risk are we going after the Pittman Roberts? When we were looking at, we deleted one fund, but we still have one fund, and it's still questionable about whose jurisdiction does that fall under. These are multiple questions that there are no definitive answers except let's just take the money and see what happens. To me, that's not a smart way to do business. I don't believe that we as legislators should be pulling from the very agency that manages and maintains our beautiful parks and our wildlife and using it for this gun bill. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker. All right, Representative Brooks. And we're to the finance report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, to the finance report. Good work back there today, by the way. So I am in the Finance Committee. I had some, and still do, significant concerns with the fiscal note. I don't feel that the fiscal note is anywhere near reality. There were a couple of pieces of the fiscal note that kind of stood out to me in the beginning. On the first couple of pages, And then on page 8, if anybody would like to follow along at your desks, feel free to do so. I can't use props, so I don't want to hold anything up. But page 8 in the bottom third, I'll get to that here in just a second. But the first part of it, and there are 4 areas that I want to point to. I'll focus on the first 3 and then touch on the fourth. The fourth really isn't a driving point in my argument, but the first 3 that I don't believe were adequately expressed or even necessarily considered in the fiscal note. Number 1, the higher participation rates. The fiscal note, the pink sheet, assumes 50,000. We had talked about this a little bit earlier. It assumes a participation rate of 50,000 applicants. Now, we did give some CBI statistics. I want to look at it a little bit differently for this particular discussion, that if we consider that there are roughly 1.9 million gun owners in the state of Colorado. Gun owners typically have I have a habit of wanting to buy another firearm at some point. If we even take a small percentage of those that are likely to do so, the 50,000 really is woefully underreported. 50,000 is not a real number, I don't believe. Our staff ran an alternate fiscal analysis that comes up with some spectacularly jarring numbers compared to the pink sheet. The pink sheet, as it stands right now, is talking about a 3 FTE and less than, roughly 2 million on the fiscal note. We're looking at upwards of 8 million and possibly 35 FTE. Again, I'll let you know how we get there. Again, back to the 50,000 applicants for eligibility. Out of a population, Colorado's population of 5.8 million, 35 to 40% firearm ownership. We're assuming 75,000 applicants annually, not 50. Even if we were to take the 50, let's work with the number. And this is the argument that I made in Finance Committee. Even if we were to take the 50,000 people, 50,000 applications on 3 FTE, if you'd like to grab your calculators, I'll give you a moment to do so. But if you were to take 50,000, you divide it by the number of business days, because obviously they're not going to work 7 days a week. I'll spare you the long math. Short math is 64. 64 applications per employee per day to process. Mathematically, that's untenable. Mathematically, it's just impossible. We're not going to have 3 FTE processing every single day, Monday through Friday, 64 applications. So if we were to even move that to just 75,000, again, it significantly impacts the fiscal note. This is the Finance Committee report, speaking specifically to finance, trying as best as possible to look irrespectively at what the policy is, and instead look only and very specifically at the numbers, at the fiscal impact that this will have to Colorado. The second area is the increased FTE needs in order to evaluate what we would figure to be the 75,000 applications per year. Our revision of 35 FTE total, and again, unlike what I feel the original fiscal analysis was kind of a little bit more of a dartboard. Sometimes you miss. I know there are a lot of holes on the outside of my dartboard in my garage. We're talking 15 full-time employees for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, 15 for CBI, and 5 to DOR. There is a much greater fiscal impact to this program than what is expressed on the fiscal note. In the Finance Committee, that is our job to focus on. The bill sponsors, I'm sure, remember that I believe we did a very good job in the Finance Committee of focusing specifically on the financial impact to Colorado. Third, there are some omitted direct and indirect costs. Previous fiscal note, it omits the cost, sheriff training, public outreach, dealer compliance monitoring. We brought those into the equation with system development cost, $1.5 million initial another $1 million ongoing. The fourth area that I told you that I would touch on very briefly is the litigation costs. You know, I had a couple of my pieces of legislature this year. A couple of things that I wanted to run. One of them actually passed. It's still alive. But the objection from one of my representatives from Denver was that, gee, you know, can we really afford this? Can we really afford to risk the state being sued? What is the litigation cost? Where is the litigation cost? How is the litigation cost, which for my particular bill was not necessarily just expressed as a potential, but more of a probability, and I understand that. It was a decent argument to make. I asked in the Finance Committee, I was curious, is that conversation a two-way street? Do we get to have the conversation about how a piece of legislation that I was running is not a good idea because of the potential litigation risk and the potential cost of that litigation to the state of Colorado, but yet we turn right around actually less than 24 hours later with some of the same committee members and we're not expressing the litigation risk. There's a very real litigation risk here. I think we all know that. Everybody knows. Everything that comes out of here that starts with a G and ends with an N, spot you the middle letter, you. Any of that is going to be litigated. We know that. You pointed to your first name, not your last name, by the way. It was the wrong letter. We know that it's going to be litigated. And we have to assume those costs. We assume those costs in our fiscal note that we revised. Again, our fiscal note, and we're not trying to throw the kitchen sink at this thing and try to cook up everything that we can just to try to make the number as big as possible. We're trying to be realistic. We came up with about $8 million of the real fiscal note. So with that, is that something that the state can afford? I would say no. I would say that no, we cannot afford that. We have not even yet seen the long bill. We're not really supposed to have seen the long bill yet. The Senate hasn't even seen it yet. The Senate isn't any closer to having that introduced on time as we are to seeing it over here introduced on time. It's not going to get us on time because there are very difficult answers. Very, very difficult problems that we have with the budget right now. We all know that. We walked into this session being told, do not run anything that has a pink sheet. Do not run anything that has a fiscal note. It's going to die. It's going to be put in the dirt because we can't afford it. We can't afford this. $8 million. $8 million by our estimates. And these are smarter people, way smarter than me. I just stand up here and I talk about the numbers. They get reported. I ask somebody else to actually do the math. There's one other piece, remember I told you about page 8 of the fiscal note, bottom third of page 8. And this was mentioned earlier by one of the bill sponsors, that the supervision of Colorado Parks and Wildlife would be covered by the existing appropriation to the Department of Revenue through House Bill 24-1353. A problem with House Bill 2453 is that it hasn't been implemented. It doesn't get implemented fully until July of this year. It's $3.1 million, by the way. House Bill 24-1353 assumes an appropriation of $3.1 million this year, $2.7 million years thereafter. I don't think it should be any surprise nor any secret to anybody that House Bill 24-1353 may not end up being funded. That's a very easy place for our Joint Budget Committee to cut. Why would our Joint Budget Committee not look at eviscerating the funding behind House Bill 24-1353? It hasn't even gotten out of the crib yet to even learn to crawl, yet alone learn how to walk. It has no legs. It doesn't exist. Phantom funding. It's phantom funding. So if our Joint Budget Committee, in their efforts to cut $1.2 billion out of our budget deficit, out of our problem, out of our habit of writing felonious checks, if they decide, and they should, to cut the $3.1 million, $2.7 next year, ongoing, of appropriations to the Department of Revenue to prop up 1353, then we have a significant problem with even the fiscal note as it is in your folder, page 8 at the bottom third. It says that the Department of Revenue, their current appropriation through 1353, will supervise the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Maybe I shouldn't even bring it up. Maybe I shouldn't have been talking about it, so then that way, if this thing gets off the House floor and when 1353 gets eviscerated from a budget standpoint, all of the funding goes away for 003, because that's what's going to happen. All of a sudden now we're going to have to carry forward the presumed appropriation from the Department of Revenue to cover the Colorado Parks and Wildlife of $3.1 million. We're going to have to bring it forward into 003. That is not even expressed in the revised financial note that I have, that you all should have, that we all ought to be paying attention to. This is something we cannot afford. We cannot afford 003. We cannot afford the litigation. We cannot afford the presumption that it's going to be funded through the DOR, because it shall not. We cannot afford the omitted direct and indirect costs. We cannot afford the increased full-time equivalent needs. And we cannot afford the bad math on the participation rates, assuming that it's only going to be 50,000 people. With that, Mr. Chair, because of the deep... Did we switch? Look at that. I got carried away. I didn't even know what had happened behind me. Madam Chair, thank you. My apologies. Madam Chair, understanding the deep troubles we have with the inconsistencies between the printed fiscal note and, reality, I would ask, please, and move that Senate Bill 003 be referred back to the Committee of Finance.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague for the motion. We had a robust hearing in Finance, 4 hours. Prior to that, we did 12 hours in Judiciary. We had about an hour, I think, or so in Appropriations. I understand that we disagree with the fiscal note. I tend to think that our fiscal analyst has done an admirable job in working with our state agencies to understand the cost of the policy. The amendment we ran in Finance Committee, I believe, is actually favorable to this overall Chamber's goals, even if we disagree on the outcomes of the policy, and that is to remove any source of funding from any pot of money that might have federal dollars commingled, understanding and having heard that risk that my colleagues articulated. So I would ask for a no vote on the motion to refer us back to Finance.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the move back to Finance so they can better discuss the phantom funding for the zombie appropriations. At the beginning of the year, we were told, there's no money. We're $1.2 billion in the hole. Of course, that doesn't count the $3.5 billion worth of long-term obligations called certificates of participation that are considered non-debt in the way that fees are considered non-taxes. But they're coming from the government. So we have this issue where we have conservation and restoration of our wildlife, our wildlands, that is funded through this Pittman-Robertson Act, and not $1 of it can be spent in any other way besides its intent. Now, we're looking at that funding being in jeopardy by a shell game by the sponsors saying it needs to be continuously appropriated to come out of this fund, where if $1 is commingled and were to be caught in an audit, then the law, as written, would shut that program down, and then it would be at the discretion of the federal government to reinstate it. So we don't have money, we don't have honest funding estimates, and that's, and that's understandable. I was sorting through my folder here, and I've got the first bill here, I've got the re-engross bill, and there are 18 pages. I've got the first one, introduced bill, which has considerably less throw weight to it. It has 10 pages. So the bill has grown by 8 pages. It's not the same bill. Now that's to be expected. I mean, this is a shell game. And then if I look at this, so for the 2 bills, and the one isn't even there yet, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 different fiscal notes here. Oh, wait, I left one out. 7. I have 7 fiscal notes. Yet we're supposed to trust that this shell game of phantom funding for zombie appropriations is not going to risk funding when it's tapped out of a cash fund that's pretty much identical. It's from the same agency. We're just going to risk tripping that law, losing that funding for conservation and wildlife habitat restoration, which is, I mean, I get it. I mean, the environmentalism in this room is all a sham, but, I mean, at least pretend a little bit. So $8 million when the real estimate was closer to $8 million. And I looked at, if we're looking at 50,000 people, if we had 2 million gun owners, that would be 50 into 2,000. That would take 40 years if everybody had to go through this process. And I'm not convinced that everybody doesn't have to go through this process. And of course, we know from the way this bill has been written that the extreme members of the party had to be talked down. So this is just a step. This bill, going from 8 pages to 18 pages, is just a step so that words can be added next year to expand it back to its intent, and then increased costs. So if anybody thinks that this bill is the end-all to what Colorado has in mind for gun owners in the formerly free state of Colorado, there'll be more gun laws before the end of the year that will expand this. 40 years. 40 years in order, now, if you multiply that by 8, then you come down to 5 years. But from the sponsors, they're estimating, from my understanding of it, that they'll clear this queue in 40 years. So this is a bureaucratic paralysis where you are denied your right to defend your life, liberty, and property at risk of becoming a criminal by the government. Because what if you're in the queue and you don't get, and you just can't get it? Are you a criminal? Or do you get credit for putting yourself in the queue when all this stuff becomes illegal? Is it grandfathered? That's an interesting word, by the way. Another tactic that was used by the Democrat Party to restrict voters. But that's just history. So what we're doing is, so what the sponsors want to do is they want to insert a level of bureaucratic paralysis into this. And what will the effect be on crime? How much crime do law-abiding citizens contribute in the state? Well, law-abiding citizens contribute to crime by running afoul of legislation that is created to make law-abiding citizens criminals. So this bill will make law-abiding citizens into criminals. That will increase crime. And this is by the party who who welcomed violent South American gangs to take over apartment complexes, to terrorize our population, and to run up our, and to take all kinds of money out of our coffers for hospitalizations and law
Representative
enforcement.
DeGraff, the motion before us is to refer the bill back to Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm talking about the financial impacts of the decisions of this body in wanting to create another law to turn law-abiding citizens of Colorado, of the formerly free state of Colorado, into criminals in order to have a 0% decrease in crime while welcoming hardened criminals into the state to take over large chunks. So we have this thing where we're trying to balance our budget while throwing away money, and then we want to lie about money over here. So I think, and then one thing, 4 hours, a robust conversation on the Finance Committee for this bill after 12 hours in Judiciary. 4 hours was limited to just a handful of participants. There were over 200 people that wanted to express their First Amendment rights to petition the government. 200 citizens of Colorado, 200 of the majority's tax-paying widgets wanted to express their discontent with the bill and taking the money out of the pockets of the citizens of Colorado, forcing the kids of Colorado to take on more debt for the good intentions. Yes, this should go back to finance. Finance should be discussing the other 10 pages of the bill. Finance should be discussing finance should be looking at the difference between a continuous appropriation and a yearly appropriation. The sponsors of the bill knew that it was going to have to be a continuous appropriation, yet they put in the bill yearly appropriation and then changed it to a continuous appropriation by amendment on the floor. That's duplicitous. So yes, it should go back to finance. I recommend that we send this bill back to finance and then further.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I'll be up here long enough for you to switch out. But, I always appreciate the words of my colleague who was up here ahead of me. He's never at loss for words, has never met a dead horse he wouldn't beat, but provides a lot of really good information. And sometimes I think people may turn their attention elsewhere. So I just wanted to kind of bring this back to the comment that was made by the sponsor most recently, that we don't need to send this back to finance because they had quite a bit of time to work on it, and all they did was switch it from a pot of money that could endanger federal funds. This may still endanger federal funds, but to a different pot. Well, that pot, I believe, is supposed to be full of excise taxes, but it's an empty pot. We haven't collected any yet. We're working very hard, it seems, as a body to steer people away from spending money on anything that would actually fill that pot. So I'm not sure how we plan to use that pot of money to pay for anything. I really do believe this needs to go back to finance for a deeper look and make sure that we're not trying to fund things out of empty coffers. So I urge a yes vote on this motion.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down and say that we had a vigorous debate in the House Finance Committee. We did have a 4-hour limit on testimony, but we almost ran out of witnesses. Despite triple signups and a lot of fake names on the sign-up sheet, we did almost run out of witnesses. So we had a vigorous and adequate debate in the House Finance Committee. As always, I would urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, fellow colleagues, I was in finance, and I rise today with a simple but very important request. I ask that we refer Senate Bill 25-003 back to the Finance Committee for further examination. This is not a delay tactic. This is not a political gamesmanship. This is responsible governance. Because the truth is, this bill carries significant fiscal implications that have not been fully or transparently addressed, And before we vote on a measure on this magnitude, we owe it to the people of Colorado to understand the financial burden it imposes on them and our counties, on our small businesses, and our state government. Let us begin with the most obvious point. This bill creates entirely new state systems, bureaucracies, and regulatory mechanisms. It authorizes and mandates the creation of a firearms training and safety course record system, operated by the Division of Parks and Wildlife and coordinated with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. This system will require real-time data input, cross-agency verifications of eligibility cards, and record keeping on every student, instructor, course, and sheriff's office across the whole state. This is not a small task. It is a significant technological undertaking. It will require software development, databases, infrastructure, data security, protocols, personnel, and ongoing maintenance. None of these things are free. None of them are temporary, and yet we are moving this bill forward without a complete financial breakdown of how this system will be funded, who will administer it, and what the long-term costs will be to the taxpayer. In addition, this bill established an entirely new firearms training and safety course cash fund. That fund is to be filled not by the state, but by the fees imposed directly on citizens who are trying to comply with the law. These fees include costs for fingerprinting, processing, record keeping, training verification, and course attendance. The law requires instructors to collect and remit these fees to the state, placing a regulatory burden on small businesses that once again is not financially offset or considered in the fiscal analysis. Now let us think about our county sheriffs. Under this bill, sheriffs are required to take fingerprints, process applications, verify identity, manage local databases, issue new eligibility cards, report information to a central system, and evaluate individual for firearm eligibility. This is a massive administrative burden on local law enforcement agencies, and yet the bill does not allocate additional state funding to support them. It does not reimburse counties. It does not guarantee staffing support. We're giving our sheriffs more responsibility without giving them the resource to carry it out. That is not fiscal responsibility. That is legislative overreach without financial stewardship. Furthermore, the bill mandates that all firearms safety courses be conducted in person. That means instructors will need to find physical classroom space, accommodate large numbers of students in rural and urban counties alike, and deliver curriculum that is mandated by the state. These instructors are effectively being turned into state contractors, yet the bill offers no funding, training, or operational support for them. They're expected to comply with detailed statutory requirements and absorb the administrative costs on their own. It is also important to highlight that the bill will have a significant financial impact on law-abiding citizens. A person who wishes to purchase a specified semi-automatic firearm under this bill must pay for the fingerprinting at the sheriff's office, pay a processing fee for a firearm safety course, pay a record-keeping fee to the Division of Parks and Wildlife, pay for basic safety costs, at least 4 hours, pay for extended safety costs, at least 12 hours over 2 days, pay for travel time and work in-person attendance. These are real costs, not just in money, but in time, lost wages and opportunity. For many Coloradoans, especially those in rural counties, those on fixed incomes or those with families to support, this is a financial barrier to exercising a constitutional right. That is something that the Finance Committee absolutely must evaluate. We should not be rushing a bill through the legislative process when it has such deep financial implications for so many Coloradoans. Finally, let us talk about the transparency. The people of Colorado expect their lawmakers to be good stewards of their money. They expect us to scrutinize the costs of government programs. They expect us to ask hard questions about how funds will be used, how fees will be set, and whether the return on investment is justified. We cannot do that if we skip the committee whose very job is to evaluate the financial impact of legislation. Colleagues, regardless of where you stand on the Second Amendment, regardless of whether you support the policy behind this bill or oppose it, I hope we can agree on this. We should not advance legislation that creates new programs, new bureaucracies, and new costs without first referring it and doing a full dive-in with the Finance Committee. We owe it to the taxpayers, we owe it to local governments, we owe it to small businesses, and most of all, we owe it to the integrity of this legislative process. Let us do the responsible thing. Let us refer 003 back to Finance Committee. Let us give this bill the financial, fiscal scrutiny it deserves before asking Coloradoans to pay the ultimate price on their rights. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us. A division has been called. The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is to refer Senate Bill 3 back to the Finance Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of referring Senate Bill 3 back to the Finance Committee, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion to refer Senate Bill 3 back to the Finance Committee is lost. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, hello, happy Friday again. I am speaking to the Finance Committee report because I sat on the Finance Committee and I feel like the revenue structure is still of concern to me. We've seen it change since its introduction in the Senate. And as one of my colleagues pointed out, we have about 7 fiscal notes to date of the current bill. I know the sponsors have worked very hard to make sure that federal funds are not jeopardized, and for that, I commend them. One of the concerns that was brought up to me from people in my district was also the fact that it still pulls from parks and trails. So I think that's one of the concerns, how we see, given the state of our budget, how we are facing cuts over $1 billion, and we are continuing to add more price tags. This is just by any means serves nothing more than as a way to generate revenue from the pockets of the people of Colorado. One of the things that my constituents have also brought forward is the concerns of the pay-to-play aspect of this policy. So specifically, one of the conversations that we had in the Finance Committee was the unnecessary fees and licensing and coursework that people have to take. You know, there's people that have been gun owners for years and know the training, the methods, the laws, anything associated with it when it comes to safety and protection. And I don't think we should be burdening people who have been well law-abiding citizens in our state with more classes, renewals, licensing fees, and the such. So it is concerning. I will say the fiscal note I do express some sort of skeptical aspect to it, just because we don't necessarily know the burdens and the costs associated with it. And so my county sheriff as well has shown his strong opposition to this bill. My concern also is not only just for my district and constituents, but also for the people all over Colorado, rural counties, sheriffs who have been placed more burdens and more administrative costs, which will in turn, you know, they'll have to get more staff, they'll have to get more resources, which require time and money. And it's something that certain counties do not have. They don't have the luxury of being other wealthy counties like we do here across the state, right? And so obviously there's a county issue, there's a local issue aspect to it. And there's also the concern of law-abiding citizens when it comes to this type of policy that seems to be pay to play. And for those reasons, I urge a no vote on the finance report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Judiciary report. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L61 to Senate Bill, to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply states that any dollars returned to the fund that is floating the initial startup costs for the program be returned with interest. So it's how we do these sorts of transfers in other areas. Simply means that CPW loaning dollars out of those funds, when those funds are returned based on the fees of the program, those dollars will be returned with interest commensurate to what they would earn in the fund anyway. So we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L61. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L61 passes. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L62 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
This is at request of Judiciary Committee members.
It is properly displayed. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This comes at the request of several members on the Judiciary Committee and also aligns with how processes work with the concealed carry process. It simply states that similar to the concealed carry process, if a sheriff denies a person's application for a safety course card, they need to notify that individual in writing regarding the grounds for that denial. And then it also gives a process for judicial review. So a person would have recourse if their application is denied for any reason. They could have some measure of remedy in the judicial system to be able to hopefully resolve that issue. Should there be a denial, we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L0082 to Senate Bill 3 as a substitute amended and ask for that it properly be displayed.
I believe the proper motion is you.
Oh, to
move
the
it
committee report, I'm
amendment.
sorry. To the committee, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Substitute amendment to the Judiciary Committee report, sorry, and ask that it properly be displayed.
One moment.
To L62, sorry.
L82 is properly displayed. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, so this amendment just tends to simplify the process, so eliminating unnecessary licensing and fees. So obviously this is eliminating redundant bureaucracy, just another layer of government that adds red tape. Background checks already exist, making this additional requirement redundant and unnecessary. Obviously more paperwork, fees, hassle, administrative costs associated with it. Preventing unconstitutional delays is also another thing why we push forward this amendment. Avoiding a de facto gun registry, just basically because it's unnecessary monitoring when it comes to tracking and monitoring purchases. I just think, frankly, it's none of our business what our consumers choose to buy when it comes to weapons and any other item of the like. This is also aims to reduce costs and burdens on citizens by eliminating the force that individuals pay extra fees and navigate bureaucracy just to exercise their rights. Is nothing more than nickel dime responsibility. So it's basically the pay-to-play policy that I just mentioned. My district does not want this. In fact, they see it as a burden. And we should just be keeping law enforcement focused on crime. So when it comes to tracking eligibility cards, it just diverts resources away, law enforcement, when they could be better used and equipped for other means when it comes to crime and actually keeping our community safe. And I will also reiterate, criminals do not obey or follow the law, and this will create more criminals. And I believe that this is just meant to generate another source of revenue. And as we mentioned before, there's also an anticipated higher likelihood of applicants. You've heard 50,000. From someone on the JBC who said that they see it as at least $75,000. And for those reasons, I urge and I vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this, the amendment. I mean, the original, the amendment to the amendment, which shows just a level of complexity that this bill has, and that we are not actually looking, well, I'd say we're not looking at the consequences, the unintended consequences, but I don't believe there are any unintended consequences. So if we're looking at the numbers again, and then we say for the sheriffs, and that basically everyone's going to have to go through this process in one way, shape, or form, if we're only going to allow 50,000 people to make it through per year out of 2 million, we're looking at a 40-year time frame. If we up that, and we up the cost by 8 times and go to $8 million, then of course we're risking more of the funds and the very creative financing that the sponsors have done in reworking the 7 different fiscal notes. So we have, right now we have, I think the idea that people would have some level of judicial review, because if you look at Section 6, then you see that you cannot just revoke a right without due process, that you have to have due process, and that and there needs to be some level of judicial review. But just by saying that, hey, well, the sheriffs will do it, that's just burying the sheriffs under a whole different layer of bureaucracy that they don't even have. They don't have the manpower to not only do the permitting as shown, but then they don't have the manpower to do the letters if they reject them. And then that would have to go to a judiciary process, because you can't deprive somebody of an inherent right without due process. This revokes somebody's right without due process, creates unfunded mandates. We're creating a very massive state bureaucracy, and again, for the sake of what? For the sake of not reducing crime at all. Because the crime, if you want to look at the crime that was increased, it's by the governor's guests that he invited here from South America. So this isn't going to solve anything. It's going to add lots of burden to our law enforcement, and it's going to add restrictions on the citizens in their exercise of an inalienable right. So this bill is overall a huge infringement in trying to alienate an inalienable right. So we need to. I think the amendment to the amendment is good. The amendment is right-minded, but it should inform us just how complicated this process is and how doable this process is, how undoable this process is, and that it's going to just create a paralysis by bureaucracy where people are left in this limbo status, and I think that's intentional.
Representative Bottoms.
I urge an aye vote on this amendment. This truly is redundant. These things are included. First, they're already included in our state. We've been doing this stuff for a while. And now for you to say, okay, we're going to take whatever it is. For this, it's hunter safety. But we're going to take this section, and we're going to say, okay, this section needs to be done. If you're already doing it, why do you put it in a bill? Why do you write it in a law to say, we're going to do this? Well, we're already doing it. That doesn't matter. We're going to do it. But we're already doing it. No, that doesn't matter. Put it in a bill. Why do we do that stuff? I mean, we do that around here all the time. I've been watching this for ever. And we do this all the time. We just say, well, we need to make sure that people are doing it. They're already doing this as law. Why would we recreate this? And so all this amendment does is say, no, your bill already says this. It's already being done. So let's make sure we just be consistent with the law according to what you are desiring in your bill. So for me to come up and say, let's vote against this amendment makes no sense. You're voting against your own self if you vote against this amendment. You're voting against your own bill, your own law. So somewhere you just say, oh yeah, I'm sorry, we're already doing that, my bad, scratch it, and then let's go to the rest of the bill. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment as a substitute to the other amendment.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This feels ridiculously tall.
I think that microphone's better.
I've never had to use this. There we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just be clear on a couple things because a substitute amendment is certainly a phrase we can use. Understand why that's being offered that way. But it doesn't actually touch on the judicial review piece that we're looking to amend into the bill, and I just want to make that clear. So I respect what my colleague is trying to do. I think it is a different sort of piece here. Obviously acceptable to do that. When we use it as a substitute amendment, I just want to make sure that we're all clear that what we're offering is some sort of process whereby if you're denied a firearm, through that sheriff process that you have some sort of recourse in law. As I understand this amendment, L82, what it actually does is strikes the card, and as a result of that, any sort of verification process that you would be an eligible person to go through that training in the first place. For obvious reasons related to safety and good process, we would ask for a no vote on this substitute amendment, L82.
Representative DeGraff. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L82 as a substitute amendment to L62. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L82 is lost. To L62, is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't believe I brought an iPad to a gunfight. So, here's kind of the problem that I have right now with this idea. We're talking about normalizing a judicial process to return a right to you. I mean, think about that. You have a right to self-defense. It's in our Constitution. This bill, in creating the criminalization of the citizens, the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, then you are removing that right without due process. And I was just looking in Section 2, or Article 2, Section 6, quality of justice, Courts of justice shall be open to every person, and a speedy remedy afforded to every injury to a person, property, or character, and the right of justice should be administered without sale. But now we're looking at adding a whole bunch of fees, aka taxes, like poll taxes, like money, charging money to exercise an inalienable right, a right that you're born with, a right that cannot be restricted, except for this would give it for legitimate policing. Legitimate policing would be for legitimate law enforcing, but this is, we've already shown that this bill is only to restrict the right of self-defense to law-abiding citizens. The only people that tend to abide by laws are, by definition, law-abiding citizens. So that's all that this bill does. So it has no legitimate policing. This is a matter of control. This is a matter of what our founders talked about when they said shall not be infringed. So this section, Section 6, applies only to injuries which result from the breach of a legal duty or an invasion of or infringement upon a legal right. What is one of our legal rights? Thank you, sir. So, and that's Goldberg versus Muslim, 162, Colorado 461, 427. So there's legal precedent. Application of this section applies only to injuries, breach of legal duty. So that we have an invasion. This bill is an invasion or an infringement upon a legal right. We have the right to self-defense. That right is not given to us, is not granted to us by Colorado. That right is granted to us, that is endowed to us by nature of being our created status, by the laws of nature and nature's God. So this bill is a violation of our fundamental rights at the fundamental levels of our Declaration of Independence, the laws of nature and nature's God. There can be no legal claim for damages to the person or property if anyone except the following breach of a legal duty. So what's our legal duty? Our legal duty is to secure these rights. Your legal duty in this body is to secure the rights of citizens, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Your legal duty does not include being the nanny state and trying to control the minutia of everybody. For any act, so what would a breach of that be? Injurious evasion of any right. Well, I'd say this is an injurious invasion of any right of the individual which is recognized or founded upon any applicable principle of law, statutory or common. The court shall be open to him, and he shall receive remedy by due course of law. So we're looking at restricting the rights, taking away the rights of people, which could take years of being in some limbo criminal status, because I don't think this addresses what happens to this law if it's held in abeyance until you are deemed worthy to approach the state to ask for permission to exercise an inalienable right. And that's the same nature as the poll tax. A poll tax was justified. It's not paying to vote, it's paying for the ballot. This is not paying to carry, it's paying for the privilege of being able to purchase. Has the same effect. The word injury implies to doing some act which constitutes an invasion of a legal right. So you have a legal right. This is an injury to that legal right. So this is an invasion of that legal right. And so therefore we have an injury. When that duty is breached, producing a legal claim for damages. So we have an invasion of a legal right, which creates a status for damages. This section Also, Section 3 and 25 of this article relating to the inalienable rights and the guarantee of judicial process and the protection thereof concern only the rights existing under substantive law. But what the sponsors have is not a legal process, a due process whereby no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. What they are saying is you can be deprived of your liberty, of your pursuit of happiness, of your right to self-defense by bureaucratic paralysis, and then you have to appeal to have your right reinstated by the law. That's what the sponsors have proposed in this onerous law. You can find out after bureaucratic paralysis that your rights have been alienated, and then you have to go to the courts to try to have them reinstated. And that is the antithesis of your oath of office. I mean, it's not a surprise, it's violated here every day. Access is guaranteed when a person has substantive right under Colorado law. What is that Colorado law? Well, the Colorado law is not to infringe, not to be in contradiction to any part of our federal Constitution, and the federal Constitution says that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And also that this body's purpose, the only purpose in this room, is to secure the rights of the citizens of Colorado. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Now, I've got thousands of emails, and so have you. You should have gotten thousands of more. The majority should have gotten thousands more for the efforts to infringe and alienate unalienable rights in violation of their oath. Do you have any? So I do agree with the sponsor that we need to have a judicial process in order to restore those rights. But think about the violation in general. The sponsors want to violate those rights and then force you to fight for them to get them back. This is a matter of declaring you guilty until proven innocent. We have a law, a system of laws that is based on that you are innocent until proven guilty. This amendment by the sponsors demonstrates that the new legal standard is guilty until proven innocent. And you have to wait in line. You have to wait in a long queue. Get in line. You'll be guilty until that point. And I know they'll say, no, you're not, but it says it right here in the amendment. You have a judicial process in order to return your right, and who knows how long that'll take. We have an unfunded mandate placed on the sheriffs that says not only do they have to go through all of this new onerous exercise with no policing benefit whatsoever, because you're talking about law-abiding citizens. You're talking about law-abiding citizens that you're going to revoke the rights, and then you're going to tell them to get in line. So that should emphasize just what a problem this bill creates. You need to, why is this body here? Other than to represent the rights of the citizens of Colorado. So I think this amendment is a good illustration of the part of the problem of the bill, because it creates an administrative burden on our sheriffs, on our counties, on our law enforcement, where they could actually focus on real crime instead of turning law-abiding citizens into criminals.
Does it work if we give you the stickum, or?
No. In case anybody's wondering, the reason that, because I had to cover up this and then they couldn't stand my sticker, and I actually had it said, shall not be infringed, and signed 2A, and that was considered offensive, which I understand would be offensive to this bill. But,
Mr.
so
DeGraff, there is
I've-
just a rule that we don't have that type of things in the well.
So, okay, no displays of the Constitution in the well. Got it. Okay, so.
No displays of anything in the well, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to return to the bill.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Actually, the amendment.
To the amendment.
I would like to return to the amendment. All right, bottom line, this amendment, in case anybody forgot, illustrates what this bill does. It creates criminals out of law-abiding citizens, and then it forces them to go back. I know the sponsor's about to come back and say, no, it doesn't, but you're having to create a judicial process in order to return somebody's unalienable right.
Representative Froelich.
We asked for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the bill sponsor's willingness to provide some layer of protection and due process from abuses that could very well become likely under the provisions of this bill. That said, I do have an amendment to their amendment, and so I move Amendment L122 to amend L062, and I ask that it be displayed. Thank you.
I believe the proper motion would be for is that a proper motion? That is a proper motion. This is not a substituted amendment. This is an amendment to the amendment. How fun today. Amendment L122, boy, that number is high, is properly displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we're only getting started, so you just keep waiting for those numbers. So what does this amendment do to the amendment? Basically, we're only focusing in on that last sentence of the prior amendment, the underlying amendment. In that prior amendment, it says, following completion of the review, the court may award attorney fees to the prevailing party. Now, I understand this is the standard that is set by concealed carry. This is, current law as relates to the adjudication around concealed carry permits. That being said, concealed carry is, in my view, lesser than, in a hierarchy, the ability to carry at all, which is really what this bill is talking about, is actually more worthy of protection than just concealed carry. And in fact, the state constitution says as much, because the state constitution says that people have the right to open carry. It's concealed carry that might be able to be restricted upon. And so I believe that we should have greater protections as relates to just the ability to own and be able to possess these things, which I understand this bill, the bill sponsors would say this doesn't do anything with respect to possession, except for it would do something with respect to possession as relates to my son, who right now is only a year old, and until his parents die, if we were to have any firearms, that would be the only time that under this bill, if he stays in Colorado, he would be really able to own without going through all of these other hoops, which probably by then there just won't be any if the trajectory we're on continues. I digress. Let's go back to the amendment. So in this amendment, understanding the importance of the ability of people to be able to purchase and own a firearm, my amendment would basically say that in addition to attorney's fees, the person who brings the challenge to the sheriff's determination would also be entitled to court costs, so anything as relates to the proceedings, they would be able to return back to themselves. And it only applies to that person if they prevail. The difference there is that the sheriffs, if they were to prevail under the original amendment, would be able to seek costs from the person pushing for the suit. I believe that would chill many people from actually wanting to pursue any sort of adjudication. They would be fearful, especially in day of distrust of a number of our institutions, to want to actually pursue this right. And so I believe that we minimize their hindrance in making sure that they're able to exercise this right by having these folks not subject to any sort of court costs, and those costs then reverting back to the sheriffs. Now, I do also know the conversation prior about unfunded mandates, and that's important to me, and that's something that I have in an additional amendment at a later time we can discuss. But hopefully you will adopt this, and then we can discuss some of those other related factors as this debate continues. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L122 to Amendment L62? Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that my colleague brings up a good point. I'm a county attorney, and we sometimes have to bring litigation, but generally in our contracts, we always say that if we were to prevail, that we would get not only attorney's fees, but also court costs, because there are court costs that are involved in these litigation suits. And so it's important that if we're going to make the prevailing party whole, that it not just be attorney's fees, it makes sense that it would also be court costs so that the prevailing party would be made whole. And so I know there's a few lawyers in this room, and I'm sure that when you write contracts, you put that same language in there. And so I think it would make sense that if you're okay doing attorney's fees, that you also are okay doing court costs. And so I think it's really important that we have a conversation about that language and consider including it. And I really do appreciate, I know the bill sponsors, are taking a look at the implications of doing so. But whether, the sheriffs are or not the prevailing party, somebody shouldn't be able to be on the hook for not just attorney's fees, which can be incredibly expensive, but also costs, again, in the whole sense of fairness and equity and making people whole. And so I think it's really important that we do consider it. And I will say I'm very grateful for the sponsors. I know that they are looking into that. And so I will talk about some of these costs that are associated. Talking for long periods of time are not generally my strongest suit. But attorney's fees can be really expensive. At a county level, the county attorneys are the ones who generally handle these matters. In my county, I don't do litigation, so we have outside counsel that helps me with litigation. And that can be very expensive because I personally, for budgetary reasons, receive an hourly salary. I don't bill hourly. I have a flat rate. So regardless of how much work I do, I know each month how much I am receiving from the county. That also helps the county to budget. So they know that this is the amount that they are going to be expending each month, and they don't have to worry about a month that there's a lot of attorney's fees that they weren't budgeting for. But then we also have a contingency fund for litigation costs, again, when, apparently I'm good. So I'm so glad you all hear how I get paid for my counties. I hope that was really interesting to all of you. And I'm incredibly grateful, if any of my commissioners are listening, I'm incredibly grateful for your support of my children. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minority leader for giving us a second to sort that out. We are going to ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I want to be clear about why. The current bill would allow for the court to award attorney fees to the prevailing party. The current amendment would allow for the court to award attorney fees to the prevailing party, meaning if the sheriff is successful, they could benefit from those attorney fees. Likewise, if I as an individual have been denied that application, the sheriff would be responsible for my fees. What this amendment would do, the substitute amendment L122, would simply wipe the sheriff out of that and make the responsibility solely on the individual. So that individual could never recoup anything from a sheriff's office who had improperly denied their application. We believe fair is fair and parity is important here, and so we would ask for a no vote on this substitute amendment.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. You are accurate, except for you reverse the situation. So the sheriffs would have to bear the burden financially, whether they win or lose, in these matters. The reason why I think that's fair in this instance, as I was trying to explain earlier, maybe not very clearly, is because I believe it will be a chilling effect on the moving party, on the person who's seeking the ability to actually purchase these weapons, that they will say, you know what, if I have this additional risk, not knowing what the judiciary will do, I may not actually pursue my right. I may not actually seek to have my rights vindicated and have this adjudicated, and I don't think that that is fair or just. And so I believe the state should bear that burden, and that while I don't think the sheriff should, I do think the state should, because we're imposing this policy. That being said, at the beginning it would be the sheriffs until it is clear that they need additional funds, and then that will work its way up through the system, and hopefully we'll have a review of this. But in any case, if you have your right revoked, if you have your permission slip denied, then you should be able to seek that review. And so I do, as I mentioned, appreciate the underlying amendment and the desire there to uphold some layer of due process in this. That being said, if it is denied, I don't believe that it should be on the burden of the financial costs of these kinds of proceedings, win or lose, should be on the person seeking to be able to fulfill their unalienable right to have and possess and work out, exercise, that's the word I'm looking for, exercise their unalienable right. Thank you all.
Representative DeGraff, to the amendment, to the amendment.
Make sure I'm properly stickered. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I think this is, I think an important part of this is just to get back to the bureaucratic state. 50,000 out of 2 million, if we have to run through the queue of 2 million. Now, granted, there are a lot of the productive members of society that do tend to favor being able to to defend themselves, especially if they go into Denver. Then if you're looking at this bill only allowing and only allocating for 50,000 out of 2 million per year, 50,000 per year out of 2 million, and you're looking at a 40-year backlog. Well, the easy way to handle that backlog, and let's just pretend that was not unintended, the way to handle that backlog easily would just be to say no. Say no, your permit is denied. Get back in line. Yes, sir.
The question that we're on is striking to the prevailing party and substituting and court costs to the person who sought judicial review, and if the person prevails. To the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that. Lots of years of pulling cheese makes turning and looking at that a little bit more difficult, so I appreciate you reading that for me. But yeah, talking about that. because the aggrieved party in this case that is now forced to approach the government to petition the government for grievances is going to incur costs, because what this bill does overall is it creates a legal system for law-abiding gun owners. Doesn't do anything for the non-law-abiding gun owners that were invited here by the governor and the mayor and the former president that were terrorizing our country. It only affects the law-abiding citizens, and it puts them in a 40-year backlog in order for them to be able to exercise their right to self-defense. Now, fortunately, despite the governor, despite the mayor, despite this body, some of those criminals are being repatriated, and we'll have a little bit less to worry about. But what this does is it creates a backlog, a 40-year backlog, where the easy answer from the sheriff's department is going to just be to say no. Because you can process a lot of no's easily. Especially if there's no liability in it. You can just tell everybody no. And then they have to go to court. Then they have to get in line to go to court in order to have their day in court. So you've removed their rights, you've turned the law-abiding citizens into criminals, and then you tell them to get in line. You've treated them as they're now guilty until proven innocent, and they have to get in line to be able to have their petition heard in court. So what this would actually do is require a better level of diligence on the part of those who are processing these, whether it's the sheriffs, whether it's the revenue system, whether it's Parks and Rec.
DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
Again, the question before us is related to the amendment, and I am trying really hard to hear anything that you're saying that has anything to do with that. I am working to try to hear some words at any point in time about who prevails with court costs. Could you please refer to this amendment or let us move it?
Court costs. Speaking directly to court costs, now that we've covered some of the backstory to why you would have these court costs, is that in order to regain your right, that you have to fight for your right to concealed carry. I don't know what's going on in this room. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on in this room. But I do appreciate that everyone is down with fighting for your right. So now you have to go to court, and there's court costs. So the state has forced you into a position, turning you into a criminal, and then you have to go to court to prove that you're not a criminal. And then, of course, there's the old adage of the left side of give me the man, I'll show you the crime. So now that is going to incur court costs on all these 2 million citizens. So not only do they have to go through a 40-year backlog for however long that process should take, but now they have to get into another 40-year queue. And those costs should not be forced on the citizens of Colorado. What we're talking about, and the word injury implies doing some act which constitutes an invasion of a legal right. This bill is an invasion of a legal right. This bill is an injury to everybody who is a United States citizen and has a legal right to self-defense. You have a legal right to self-defense. This bill removes your legal right to self-defense, makes you ask for it, makes you pay for it, makes you register in a very vulnerable system, which is very easily compromised and regularly compromised by these things in the state. So there's a lot of injuries that are part and parcel of this bill to the citizens of Colorado. And if you're going to impose these injuries on the citizens of Colorado, you should give them the ability to redress. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're making it, again, where only the rich can have redress to the violation of their rights. This is another kick in the face to the poor. Yes, or boot on the face. I guess the Orwellian response would be a boot on the face. Socialism, a boot on the face forever. That's what this is. So this amendment, if the state is going to impose these costs, it's going to declare citizens guilty without a trial, force them to fight out of the hole against the state, then the state should bear the cost of those. This creates an incredible unfunded mandate on the citizens of Colorado. Call it a tax, unfunded mandate, another tax on the citizens of Colorado. You don't get a break. You're compelled labor until mid-April by the party of slavery, and this is even more.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L1222 as an amendment to L62. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L122 is lost. To Amendment L62, is there any further Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do just, again, want to put this on the record now that that other amendment is off, that I appreciate the bill sponsor's willingness to provide a degree of due process in this whole thing. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L62. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L62 passes. To the Judiciary Report, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a brief summary of the amendments we did adopt in the Judiciary Committee. We had an amendment that clarified exemptions for gunsmithing. We will have another clarifying amendment on that piece due to some conversation that'll run on the bill. We also addressed the fees paid for this firearm safety eligibility card and clarified that the sheriff collects that fee and remits the fee to CPW. We also set forth some information regarding that eligibility card, what must be included in that, and then also the name-based background check. We also set forth criteria for issuing, denying, and revoking that card. That's why the judicial review is also important there. We had a cleanup amendment. We also authorized the transferring of money between certain CPW cash funds. And then we also stated that a sheriff is not liable for damages that result from good faith compliance with the eligibility card law. And so these were the amendments that the committee adopted, and we asked for your yes vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report as amended. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, there were so many amendments, I lost track of what we were talking about here. On the committee report in Judiciary, we had the multi-page amendment that we all saw on our desks a day prior to the committee. But in the committee, we had so many amendments come in at the last second where I objected to every single one of those amendments just because we didn't have time to look at them. Some of them were offensive, not only to the bill as making it worse, but also the sheriffs in the room that were in part of stakeholding throughout. The sheriffs were not happy with anything that was happening when they were supposed to be coming to a position of neutral. They weren't because they still opposed the bill altogether. And then an amendment came to basically put the money and the responsibility, the burden, the liability on the sheriffs. We are fixing some of the liability, I understand that, but there's still a huge financial and manpower burden on the sheriffs to be able to manage this part of this program that's coming forward in this bill language. So the idea of all of these amendments and the way this happened in there was no discussion on it after that. The ability to discuss that was in the hours we had prior to. Typically in committees, it's not required, but typically we'll see amendments that are coming so we can kind of see what the bill is going to turn into should it pass through that committee. We had no discussion in doing that. We had no ability to debate that. Nobody has seen those except for what came in re-engrossed in the bill. The fact of the matter is none of that discussion happened in Judiciary where it should have happened. And I think that discussion needed to happen and still needs to happen. We're here now on the House floor seeing I don't know if anyone's seen the count of amendments, but there's well over 100 that have been applied to this bill throughout its time of morphing through every time it's been read. So I think in doing what we're doing, it's suspicious to see amendments being applied and then passing through when they haven't been discussed, debated, or anything. We're here on a bill now that we see language. We don't understand where that language was changed because of the many times this has morphed. So I think to give this bill the opportunity to be debated with all the amendments that were applied in judiciary at the end of the hearing, I move that this bill goes back to judiciary where it can be debated with the amendments that have come since then. At the end of that committee hearing and since then, I think we need to start back there where we can have that healthy debate on the amendments that we had there. So I would move, I move that we move this bill back to judiciary and have it debated properly there.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we spent 12 hours in judiciary on this bill. And then during the amendment phase, which, by the way, I would say it has always been my understanding as a member of this body that committee is for amending bills, and it is the responsibility of the bill sponsor to continue that stakeholder work and amend your bill in committee. That is what we did. That is what I will continue to do as a member of this body who is interested in improving policy. We moved several amendments in committee. The chair paused, allowed time for folks to read those amendments, gave time for questions to be asked, and the amendments were adopted. Furthermore, L44, which was the multi-page amendment which was distributed to this body ahead of committee, contained every bit that was included in the amendments that were adopted with one exception. We left the bill as it was from the Senate, where the sheriffs were the ones responsible for that first check on the application for the card. That is not new information. That is how the bill came to judiciary from the Senate, meaning the bill that the Senate passed our way, as it appeared in judiciary, had the sheriffs in the bill as they are today. I understand that maybe our sheriffs did or didn't like that. We had a path to take them out of the bill, and they respectfully said, no, thank you. That did not change the
22,
bill.
boy, that number's high.
That left the bill as it came to us from the Senate. The other amendments that then we had to peel out of it, once that was their prerogative, were L44 in separate form. So I do understand that folks feel like this bill has been amended a lot, and I would say you are welcome because you have sponsors who are being responsive to constituent and stakeholder concerns. And sometimes those are not favorable to our goals. Sometimes we understand that we are not pushing as far on this policy as we would like to. However, my responsibility, our responsibility as a body, is to take that stakeholder feedback and incorporate it wherever possible. You see that work continuing today with the amendments that we have run. We will have more amendments to the bill that we intend to run. Listen, I understand that there can be frustrating moments in committee, but I want to commend both the committee and also the judiciary chair and vice chair for running us through that process in a way everybody who signed up to testify was heard that night. We spent over 12 hours on that. I want to say we spent another hour or so on the amendments, making sure that folks were comfortable before they moved ahead with voting. And certainly I respect the reason someone would vote no, but the notion that a bill sponsor should not amend their bill in committee, or that if we do that, we're going to bring it back to this body only to send it back there, is I think one that really flies in the face of what I've always understood the stakeholder process to be about. I would ask for a no vote on this motion.
And to clarify, if this bill is referred back to the Judiciary Committee, then the committee reports and amendments that we've put on the bill would be lost. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of referring this back to judiciary. The bill sponsor is correct. We did spend 12 hours on it. And we had limited testimony. Our constituents were limited to 2 minutes each. And they testified on it the way the bill was when we first started judiciary. And then at the end of judiciary, we had 7 one-page amendments dropped on us, which was different than the 5-page amendment that we got 24 hours prior to actually going into judiciary. And so this bill has changed so much. I mean, if you look up on the screen here, there's an amendment 122, 122 amendments. This bill has radically changed since it started, and so I think going back to judiciary, giving our constituents time to talk on this new bill, because it is basically a new bill, is respectful to the constituents, the people of Colorado, and give a voice to the sheriffs and other people who came there to testify in opposition to this bill. And then since it's changed again, and then it went through finance and went through appropriations, we need to hear from them again. We need to hear what they feel about these changes that have happened so far. And so I think the only way to do that is to refer it back to judiciary. And so I urge and I vote on referring it back to judiciary.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This won't take long, but I heard that it took 12 hours in Judiciary Committee. I believe this should go back to Judiciary Committee. And the reason is that they spent hundreds of thousands of hours on the space shuttle, and it still blew up.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to note, so the way that this process works, as I understand it, in finance, the people who came to testify were limited to talking about the financial portions of this bill and did not necessarily have any access to the amendments that were considered in finance. In appropriations, there is no opportunity for public testimony on the bill because it was not a committee of reference. And in judiciary, as I understand it, these amendments that were put forward were not made available to the public such that they could testify on it. And so I do think it's important to re-refer this back to judiciary with the public having an understanding of the fullness now of what this bill is so that they have an opportunity to testify on it, because what they testified on in the Senate and what they testified on in the House, not at all what we're looking at. And so I do believe that they should have an opportunity to give their specific concerns as relates to the terms of this bill as we are looking at it today. Thank you.
Rep. Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also would love to have this go back to the Judiciary Committee. The committee, we heard, has heard testimony, 12 hours of testimony that went late into the night, early into the morning. And they said they stakeholded and that they heard the testimony, but did they listen? Did they listen with the intent to understand? The people in my caucus, and I imagine the people in this chamber, all of the representatives received hundreds, if not thousands, of phone calls, thousands upon thousands of emails. There were many people that testified in person, many people who signed up to testify but probably dropped off. I don't believe they were fake. I believe they dropped off because testimony went late into the night. I understand there's frustration from the other side about why we are arguing this for hours and we're submitting amendments upon amendments. And we're arguing for our constituents. We're arguing for those thousands of people that did sign up to testify, sent petitions in, called us, emailed us. We're here arguing for our districts. We're arguing for their voices. We were sent to be heard. And I know you said you heard testimony, but did you listen with the intent to understand where Coloradans are coming from, where people from your districts are coming from? Because I didn't receive a single email, I didn't receive a single phone call from anybody in my district or the state saying, please vote yes on this. But I received thousands of emails and phone calls, and then hundreds of petitions, if not thousands. I didn't count them, it was a big box, telling me to vote no, because that is their voice. And we were sent here to represent our constituents. I don't believe any of our districts are one side or the other, but I'm hoping that you are listening with the intent to understand where people in your districts are coming from also. I urge this to go back to judiciary so you can hear again and listen with the intent to understand.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, this needs to go back. I mean, I pointed out earlier that this was 10 pages turned into 18 pages. The devil's in the details. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of devil in this bill. And we'll get to that. So the sheriffs were taken out because they objected to the bill. And that put it on CPW, Parks and Wildlife. So we were going to have Parks and Wildlife, a federal bureaucracy. I think that would fall into the executive branch, executing and handling this deprivation of rights, this injury to our inalienable rights, which by our Constitution can only be done if there's a valid policing requirement. And a valid policing requirement would be if it's going to have some reduction in crime. And I'm still at a loss as to how more impositions on law-abiding citizens is going to help citizens more abide by the law. So other than creating crime, by turning citizens, by turning your tax-paying widgets into criminals, they wanted that to be handled by CPW, a law enforcement operation by CPW. Well, the sheriffs came in and said, no, we're not just going to turn our people, the people of our counties, the people who elected us to protect their rights, because sheriffs are elected, and some of them, most of them, I know a lot of them do anyways, they recognize that their purpose is to secure the rights of their citizens. They have a duty to protect the citizens of Colorado from the Colorado General Assembly. Yes, the sheriffs have a sworn duty to protect the rights of the citizens of Colorado from the Colorado General Assembly and from the governor. So yeah, this one of the drafts pulled the sheriffs out of it and wanted our non-law enforcement agency to handle fingerprinting of law-abiding citizens, which, by the way, constitutionally, those fingerprints also have to be returned to the citizens of Colorado. They have to be returned. So what does that mean when you put them in a federal database? Can they be returned? Or is that another violation? I think it's another violation, another injury, another lawsuit. So now the sheriff said they want to be out, and so they put them, and they said, no, we're not going to. The problem isn't that the sheriffs are protecting. The problem is this bill is recognized as onerous, is injurious to the rights of the citizens of Colorado. That's the problem. And the sheriffs rightfully stood their ground and said no, and recognized that it was their duty to protect the citizens of Colorado from the Colorado General Assembly. Now what you're doing is you're creating an unfunded mandate, creating criminals out of law-abiding citizens, ignoring the crime of actual citizens. You're tying up the law enforcement agencies, the peace officers. You're tying them up into endless bureaucracy, not dealing with crime, and thereby not dealing with crime. So I think the obvious answer to that, what's going to happen with this bill, is it increases crime. And in this room, the solution to bad legislation is always worse legislation, because you're going to take a bad idea and you're going to compound it. And you're going to say, oh, crime didn't go down, so what do we need to do? Well, we need to further restrict the law-abiding citizens of Colorado. We need to put the boot on the face a little bit harder of the citizens of Colorado. That's always the answer in this room. More boot, more face. More nanny. More imposition, more micromanagement of the law-abiding citizens of Colorado, while ironically fighting to keep the primary source of crime in the state. I don't get that. Protests on the street to keep the criminals here in Colorado. And then the solution to the increase in crime, more restrictions on the citizens of Colorado. So yeah, this bill went from 10 pages to 18 pages. And we already talked about how one word changing yearly appropriation to annual or to continual appropriation, one word changed the entire nature of the bill. One word. You've added 8 pages and heavily amended the rest. It's a completely new bill. You get to the end of 12 hours of testimony, and then we go whipping through the amendment phase. Here's an amendment. Does anybody who hasn't read the amendment have anything to say? No, we don't have anything to say because we can't understand. Are there any objections to this amendment? No. Without any vote, then this amendment passes. Boom. Rewrote the entire bill. One word. We have a gallery up here for the citizens of Colorado to supposedly be able to come in and watch how the sausage is made. But nobody comes here because it's all done in back rooms. The laws are made in back rooms. And why are they made in back rooms? Because there are 700 bills per year. 500 are allocated. Of those 500, 600 will pass and 700 will be presented. 700 out of 500, 600 out of 500. All in roughly 100 days. We're passing laws into the books with less than 2 hours of scrutiny by the body that is chosen, that has been elected to represent the people of Colorado. Less than 2 hours per bill. We're talking minutes per page. And then we rewrite the entire page. Why don't the citizens of Colorado trust this room? Because they shouldn't trust the people in this room. They should not trust the people in this room. Stakeholding. Who was it done with? Besides the commies for disarming every town.
Representative DeGraff, the motion before us is to refer this bill back to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it should be referred back to the Judiciary Committee. It should be referred back to the imagination of the sponsors who have already said this is not as far as we'd like to go. Which means next year we'll have another word added. We'll have another couple amendments to the bill to change it. Change in possession. Get rid of the grandfather aspect. Tighten up all the clauses. I've got thousands of emails opposing this bill. Did you stakehold with all of those? Did you stakehold with all of those? No, because we cut them off at 4 hours or 12 hours. Not that they were being paid attention to anyways, because the vote was already decided. I still appreciate their coming out. So what special interests are being stakeholdered with this bill? Because it's not the thousands of emails, it's not the thousands of citizens who want to protect their life, liberty, and property from criminals both common and elected. The stakeholding wasn't done with them. The stakeholding was done with a handful of special interests in back rooms to the people, not for the people. "12 hours and then an amendment phase, rewriting the entire bill. Yes, this should go back. Now, I don't think you're going to get anybody who likes the bill any better, but you might pick up a few people that didn't testify on it because this bill is not what you presented. It's a lie. This bill is a lie. Right now, on the floor, as it is a lie. It's not what was presented. It's not what the people had the opportunity to at least have the committee pretend to hear. It's a lie. The people of Colorado should not trust this body. Should know that with this bill, their Second Amendment rights are severely at risk, and along with those, every other right is severely at risk. The majority party has no interest in you having rights, whether they're taxpayer or bill of. Doesn't matter. They're all in jeopardy. This bill is proof.
Rep. Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support to move this bill back to judiciary. As my fellow colleague before me said, this bill has changed. To move amendments after the testimony of the people that spent hours sitting and waiting to testify against this bill, and then to change it after their testimony is something that we need to take in mind. We need to take it back the way it was changed, back to judiciary, so those people have the same opportunity to testify again on the new bill, on the new language. Because when it moves to finance, they can only testify to the financial aspect of the bill. But the problem, that's just one of the problems of this bill. The other problem is what was changed in the amendment phase in judiciary. So this needs to go back to judiciary so that people can come back and have the same opportunity to testify on the bill again as amended. I wouldn't want a bill to go to me testify against a bill or even testify for a bill and then have it changed to something negative in the amendment phase. My testimony just needs to change too. So it needs to go back to judiciary. So whoever, maybe whoever was for this bill, maybe changed their mind with the amendments. They need to be heard again. So that's one of the main reasons why we should bring it back to judiciary. We need to have the people talk to it again as changed. I urge and I vote.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge that this bill be returned to judiciary. For those that were paying attention a long time ago, like 72 days ago or a little bit earlier than that, this was some sort of bill that was supposed to help reinforce a magazine capacity ban. We'll get to the bill, I know, later today, tonight, tomorrow morning, whenever that we get through this. But this is just a strange process for me. Having been a county commissioner for 8 years, you recuse yourself from decisions when you know that you've already predetermined what that decision should be without listening to testimony, without having the opportunity to hear what the people want. The government closest to the people certainly serves them better. I saw that on a school board. I saw that as a county commissioner. I've seen a little lack of serving the people well as we get a little higher in elevation under this gold dome. And it is disturbing. I applaud my colleague from Weld County who asked if you actually listened during the lengthy hearing to what you heard. I'd put a finer point on that. And again, since I've been here in this position and assigned to committees, I've sat in a whole lot of committees where a bill is presented and sometimes the sponsors don't even stick around to hear what witnesses are saying. Often members of the committee step out for long periods of time and just get hustled back in for a vote at the end without having heard what the people have to say. And these are committees that are sometimes pretty large. I mean, some of them might be a little bigger than the number of people that are actually in this room paying attention right now. But at the end of the day, the amount of time, the quantity of time spent in a committee has absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the product that comes out of it. We offered an amendment earlier today that would have put some teeth into our oath. That was not adopted, and I accept that. But then our decision-making then falls back on our own character and doing the right thing when people aren't watching. And I think there's a lot that's not being done while people aren't really watching, and a lot of decisions that are predetermined. as things get hustled through committee after committee after committee, and then wind up here for debate without having actually listened to the people affected. Yeah, it would be nice to send it back to Judiciary, or back to Finance, or back to Appropriations, or back to the Senate, or back to the out-of-state think tank where the language probably originated. But I don't think that's going to happen. But I just ask that today that you be honest with yourselves, you listen to what people up here are saying, because a lot of the folks up here saying things are saying things on behalf of their districts and the people that have reached out to them in multitudes to say this is a bad bill. Again, the issue that's trying to be addressed is a real issue. This isn't the right way to address it, but I think the one thing we can do is back up a step, listen again to the people, and see if we can make this a better bill, or maybe decide that there's a different direction to go in. Postponing indefinitely is always an option. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion, a division has been called. The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. A division has been called. The question before us is the motion before us is to refer Senate Bill 3 back to the Judiciary Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of the motion to refer Senate Bill 3 back to the Judiciary Committee, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the vote is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion to refer Senate Bill 3 back to the Judiciary Committee is lost. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, good afternoon, members. Here we are. So before I get into my piece, if Madam Chair would allow me a moment of deviation here, on a serious note, I mean, we've been debating a lot of things up here, but there is a very serious note I would like to expose here or express. Is on behalf of our caucus, we're grateful and thank you for the lunch from Maggiano's that was provided, and we broke bread together and everybody had a great meal. Now the only risk is that we all will be comatose this afternoon, but I wanted to say thank you very much for everything. Thank you. Now, back to the committee report. So, here's some interesting things. We're debating, you know, we started out with appropriations, then we went to finance, and now we're on the Judiciary Committee report. We've had lots of amendments, and I have another one. And what I'm real curious about as we go through things, we talk a lot about rights up here. We talk about how decisions are made. We talk about laws and who's supposed to enforce them. We have law enforcement officers that go through specific training to recognize who's a criminal, what's going on out there, how to investigate a crime, and do that kind of work. We have the courts that will hold the hearings and the trials to determine whether somebody's guilty or innocent. But we have a piece of the judiciary report that is asking the individual to make that judgment. And they have to affirm to that. They are signing that they're affirming that the other person's not going to commit wrong. I have a serious problem with that. They are neither a law enforcement officer, or in most cases they will not be a law enforcement officer. They're not certainly in the judiciary. They're just your average citizen. And I don't think that's right. Therefore, I move Amendment L88 to the Judiciary Report and request it be properly displayed.
One moment.
Oh, do you need a copy? I'm sorry.
L88 is properly displayed. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Judiciary Report on page 2, line 24, so you back up to subparagraph A, line 18. It says the applicant does not have, so it's going down this list of things that the applicant's got to affirm to. The applicant does not have a state or federal conviction that would prohibit them from purchasing a firearm or possessing. Number B, the applicant will not violate relevant state law related to the purchase, possession, storage, and lawful use of a firearm. We got plenty of laws that if you break a law, then you should be punished. C, and this is where we get into a question. The applicant will only transfer a firearm pursuant to, list out the section, and not allow another person who the applicant believes would be a danger to themselves or others access to a firearm in the applicant's possession. How is a person supposed to know if another person could commit a crime, could be a danger? We are asking somebody to postulate on what the future holds. We don't try people in court that way. We try them for the crime that they commit. Yet we are asking someone, no, we're not asking, we're stating. In the judicial report, it says we're stating that you cannot transfer that weapon if you believe they're going to do something. Well, believe is a very subjective word. Laws are supposed to be objective. They're supposed to be based in fact. This is subjective. This amendment is striking that and removing that piece. We should not have subjective laws that of the 65 of us in this room, which probably not at 65, but of those of us that are in this room are going to look at things differently. And we will think, well, that person may or may not want to commit a crime with this. And that might be colored by our viewpoint on the possession of firearms, on our view of the Second Amendment. And we're going to hold an individual responsible for a very subjective criteria that will vary, I would argue, with each and every individual in the entire state. How on earth can you do that in court? How on earth can you expect someone to adhere to that? Courts are based upon objective rulings. They're based upon trials and actual facts that are presented, not on what someone believes may or may not happen. This isn't a science fiction movie where we're postulating the future. That person might commit a crime. That person might be a threat. I, therefore, would be guilty if they do. The law reads, you are charged when you commit a crime. Not if you think someone's going to. We don't charge crimes that way. So how could we hold someone accountable for what someone else may or may not do? How can we say, I believe they might do something, but they haven't done it? Well, what's the next step in that process? Does that happen then? Oh, I think they might be a threat. I believe that there's a problem here. So what happens next? Is that then go to court? Is that another law that comes along? This body should be passing statutes based on facts that can be tried in a court of law that are based upon an objective position, not on a subjective belief that somebody might commit something wrong. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The portion of that this amendment is referring to is specifically the application that the person is filling out. So they're filling out an application saying why they need to purchase a semi-automatic weapon to go through this process this process that's established in the bill. And on this application, they are asked, I won't give this, they are supposed to testify that they won't give their gun to someone who is going to do themselves or someone else harm. And so this amendment strikes that provision. So that would allow for straw purchases as well as the loaning of your gun to someone who you know is going to either be a danger to themselves or others. And so we ask for a no vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Making sure I'm properly covered. So, as we build this permissive state of Colorado, in the formerly free state of Colorado, or in place of the formerly free state of Colorado, I'm curious if these are, and I hate to even give you the idea, but are we going to have to start doing this sort of thing for, say, like loaning our car out? We have to make sure that we'd loan the car out and sign over the documents to make sure that somebody is not going to do harm to themselves or others, or like we're going to have to go through this whole thing. And by permissive state, what I'm talking about is a state where you have to ask permission to do everything. And that's what's being created. Again, this bill is not about protecting your rights. This bill is about violating your rights, usurping your rights. It's about creating the injury of denying you an unalienable right. Now, there is a level of responsibility. There are crimes already that are handled by those. Doing harm to yourself, that is a crime. Doing harm to others, that is a crime. Now we're taking somebody and we're saying, okay, in order for you to exercise your right to keep and bear arms, which, you know, logically it's a tool of self-defense. You should be able to do what you want with it. You should be able to buy, trade, and sell. When you get into something like a constitutional carry, you are a sovereign citizen. That's what our Constitution says, that all of this comes down to the citizens of Colorado, not the nanny former free state of Colorado. The permissive state is the nanny state. It's the mother may I state. It's the continually asking for permission to do absolutely anything. And for everybody who thinks that just, oh, well, this is guns, this is a reasonable measure. It's just one more measure. We have something like 200,000 laws, 40% to 60% are redundant because the nanny state cannot stop nannying. The nanny state is the mother may I state. You must ask permission to do absolutely anything. And that is what is being created. Look at the lobby. It's full of lobbies. It's full of people coming to ask permission. So if you can do this to firearms, an unalienable right, what else can you do to it? Do it to. There's no limit. This creates these precedents because the nanny state feels, and it feels, and it feels. There's no logic to it. There's no demonstration that this is needed to decrease crime. We already have a crime. We have a crime against self-harm. We have a crime against harming others. We don't need to turn a crime into somebody else enforcing the crime. Obviously, whoever is involved in this is not going to be, but now you have to sign a form and you have to turn it into the nanny state to ask to do this. So this is just this continual infringement of somebody in the bureaucratic state saying that they will or will not approve of that transfer. Based on what? I don't know. Is there a legal process? Is there due process to denying this right, to exercising that person's right to purchase a firearm from somebody else who legally purchased that firearm? There's no end to it. Just because it feels good and you think that you're going to somehow solve something, you're just creating another level, criminalizing the law-abiding citizens of Colorado. Create laws. You have laws. We have the laws on the books. Stop inviting criminals. Stop fighting to keep criminals here in this country. That would help solve crime. This bill won't help solve crime. We're going to spend all day on this bill. Won't solve a thing. You'll turn law-abiding citizens into criminals. That's all this bill is going to solve. You're going to charge a fee for people to exercise a right, an unalienable right. Alienating an unalienable right in 100% violation of your oath of office. And then complaining that it doesn't go far enough, and it doesn't go far enough for the constituencies to which this bill panders. It doesn't pander to the rights of the citizens to for whom you are elected to represent their rights. You're not here to represent a Marxist constituency. You're here to represent and secure the rights of the citizens of Colorado, all 6 million of them. Not 20 of them running around the lobby in red shirts. Go MAGA. So it's not impugning motives. I don't know why you're doing it.
Representative DeGraff, to the amendment, L88.
This nanny state has got to stop. The citizens of Colorado can take care of themselves. They don't need this General Assembly to insert themselves into every decision in their life, because there are a few people. Yeah, there are bad things that happen in this world. There are a lot worse things that happen in this world. There are millions of times every year. There are people that are killed with handguns every year. I get it. That's the pretense of this bill. There are millions of crimes stopped by just having the thought of having a handgun. So you're willing to trade the few for the many by this nanny state where you're trying to control and micromanage. That's all I'm saying. You need to just stop. The citizens of Colorado can take care of themselves. They don't need your help on absolutely everything. They don't need your hand crossing the street. They don't need you to feed them. Just allow the former free state of Colorado to have some level of self-determination in their lives.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up here in support of this amendment as well. I understand that this amendment, probably not putting this amendment on, is going to open up another problem in this bill. It's going to open up for people not being sold guns simply by the way they look. This is so broad. This is I'm sorry. This is so broad to where not being sold a gun simply because you look like you're going to hurt yourself or others. I mean, look at me. Not knowing, well, let's just pretend you don't know me. Would you sell me a gun? Just simply by looking at me. This is what I'm talking about. This opens this up to discrimination simply by the way you look. I own plenty of guns. I do. I haven't hurt anybody. Maybe a few hogs in Texas. You know, a few prairie dogs out in the ranch. But I've never hurt anybody, and I hope I never have to. I do have them for that reason, just in case. I do need to protect myself and my family, but I pray to God that I'd never have to use it for that reason. I don't wish for that to happen. Maybe to protect myself from the zombie apocalypse, but that's it. But that's what I'm talking about. It opens up a wide open opportunity for people not to be sold guns simply by the way they look. There's some great people out there that I know that look intimidating, but they're the nicest people you'll ever meet. So soft, so nice. They always talk to you, but they look intimidating. That's just simply something that we cannot afford to do. And not adding this amendment will broaden that opportunity. I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment because it takes away the undue burden on somebody for the basis of assumption. We should not ever assume what someone is going through or not going through. We should allow folks to make the best decision for themselves, have that self-autonomy, so they can act in what is the best interest for them. We cannot presume with a tool what someone is going to do with it. It's the same thing saying, well, I think they have an issue, so I'm not allowing them to have a mint because they might go swallow it and choke themselves. I think they may have an issue, so I'm not going to allow them to have rope that they claim they're going to use to tie up a trailer and a horse, but they might do something else with it. I'm not going to allow them to have a pen or pencil because they may purposely go fail their test because they may not want to go to that college of their parents' choice. We are putting assumptions in place. This bill takes off that burden so folks don't have that undue burden of trying to say what may or may not happen. We get told down here in the well all the time, we cannot assume. We just can't. So by putting this amendment through, we're taking that off of somebody for having a presumption or non-presumption of what may or may not happen. So we cannot, and you know what? This also helps take away the fact that if we need to put this amendment in place, it means that we are making sure that we need to address what's happening. This amendment is pointing out that we do have a mental health crisis, but we cannot assume what is going to happen with a tool. Why don't we, instead of doing any of this, actually focus on the root of the issues? Mental health, getting people the resources they need. But back to this amendment to the judiciary report, this takes the undue burden off, because how many of us in this room, how many of us in Colorado are mental health experts? How many of us have a detective degree that we can preemptively assume what someone's going to be doing based on their routine? How many of us have a medical degree that we know what someone's repetitive behavior means? We don't as citizens, and so this amendment protects what we're trying to do to allow citizens to protect their Second Amendment without making others criminals, or actually making sure that they are not judging or putting stereotypes or stigmas on someone else. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to speak in support of this amendment, which strikes a portion of the judiciary report that adds redundant and unnecessary restrictive language to an already complex section of Senate Bill 3. This language in question, stating that a person must complete the requirements of this section and not allow another to do so, may sound simple, but in practice, it creates ambiguity and invites legal overreach. What this amendment does is remove that clause and clarify the law's intent without criminalization, harmless administrative actions, or shared responsibilities that often happen in family or community settings. Under current law and this bill, individuals are already required to complete safety training and obtain their own eligibility card before purchasing a specified semi-automatic firearm. That is clear. That is enforceable. But when we go further and say that a person cannot allow another to complete the requirement for them, we open the door to confusion and unintended legal consequences. What does it mean to allow another? Could that include a parent helping their adult child register for a course? A spouse scheduling an appointment on behalf of their partner? A trusted friend printing out paperwork or arranging travel logistics? In our attempt to close perceived loopholes, we may actually create new liabilities for law-abiding Coloradoans who are simply trying to help one another through a burdensome, multi-step process. We risk criminalizing actions that are collaborative, supportive, and completely unrelated to intent or safety. The amendment does not weaken the core requirements. Individuals will still need to complete the courses themselves, demonstrate mastery of safety protocols, and obtain their own eligibility cards. All it does is remove language that is duplicative and prone to misinterpretation. And let us be honest, Senate Bill 3 is already complex. It contains new training mandates, a statewide tracking system, fingerprinting background checks, and sheriff-level oversight. The last thing we need to do is add vague prohibitions that could trip up people trying to comply in good faith. This amendment helps preserve clarity in the law. It respects the autonomy and responsibility of the individual while preventing over-criminalization. And it acknowledges a basic truth: sometimes people need help navigating government processes. We should not write laws that make them fearful of doing so. Let us pass this amendment. Let us keep the law enforceable, understandable, and fair.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one point of clarification, actually maybe two. I've heard it mentioned a couple times. Just wanted to clarify. The bill does not require fingerprint background checks. That has been amended out in the judiciary. Just wanted to clarify that piece, which is why also you see CBI is no longer involved in the bill. So not germane to this amendment, but good information for us to have in front of us. Related to this amendment, I would say that what we've done in this section is very similar to what exists already in concealed carry. The affidavit you need to fill out to be able to receive a concealed carry. It is a sworn affidavit that you sign in order to go in front of your sheriff and get that concealed carry permit. We have simply transposed similar requirements to this permit and purchase program here, which is why we feel it's appropriate. We would ask for a no vote.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I think one of the concerns for me when it comes to trying to enact this amendment is the fear of racial profiling when it comes to purchasing of weapons. As my colleague from Weld County earlier expressed some of the concerns associated with the type of profiling and discriminatory practices that you see when it comes to other things, not necessarily just the guns. But I think this would help clarify some of that, because it is true that people of color are impacted disproportionately more when it comes to these type of policies and transactions. And so I think I speak to my district, who is nearly half Hispanic, that a lot of them who are gun owners feel that this is just more paperwork and hurdles to go through, and they're afraid of potential repercussions when it comes to, when people identify as specific mental health threats to themselves or to others. I think currently the bill, it's too vague and broad, where it can be subject to interpretation. Anybody can come up with an excuse to say that you're a threat to yourself or to somebody else. So I would just ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L088. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L088 fails. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L117 to SB003 per the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Hang on just a second. All right, it is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in light of the fact, when we did mention in Judiciary a lot of amendments, about 1 page were offered without time to review, I shall walk you all through it so you have time to digest what this amendment is going to do. So if you look on line 9 of this amendment, this will insert, each year, the Director of Legislative Counsel shall determine whether any revenue collected by the state pursuant to this section or Section 1812-116 directly results in a reduction to tax refunds to taxpayers made pursuant to Section 20 of Article X of the state constitution. I'll stop here and make sure that everyone is aware that Section 20 of Article X of the state constitution refers to the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, also referred to as TABOR. So this is in our state constitution. Now moving forward to line 14, this section, Section 1812-116 and Section 2435-122 will be repealed if any revenue collected by the state pursuant to this section or the Section 1812-116 directly results in a reduction to the tax refunds to taxpayers made pursuant to the Section 20 of Article X of the state constitution. The Director of Research of the Legislative Council of the General Assembly shall notify the reviser of statutes in writing if the Director determines that any revenue collected by the state pursuant to this section or Section 1812-116 directly results in a reduction to the tax refunds to taxpayers by emailing the notice to revisorofstatutes.ga@college.gov. This section, Section 1812-116, and Section 2435-112 are repealed effective upon the date of the notice of the reviser of the statutes. To ensure this happens, go back down to line 29. If the reviser of the statute receives notice pursuant to Section 339-115-6, this section is repealed effective upon the date of the notice to the reviser of statutes. So I just want to preface that this is talking about state constitution, Section 20 of Article X, which is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. What is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, formerly known as TABOR? Well, it does 3 main things. It limits government spending and revenue. It requires voter approval for certain fiscal action. And the key one here per this amendment is it mandates refunds of excess revenue. This is guaranteeing if any excess revenue, because of the zombie fiscal mess happening in this bill, that this is guaranteeing it is going back to the taxpayers of Colorado. Should we decide to bypass the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, TABOR, then this bill, per those sections, are going to end, because we need to make sure we're not only stepping upon or trying to infringe our part of national Second Amendment, constitutional, God-given right, but we're also making sure we're protecting our state constitution right to the taxpayers here in Colorado. I strongly urge a yes vote because we need to make sure we are upholding the will of the people who put us here to serve and work for them, not on our own agendas, but to serve and work for them. And in a time that we are facing affordability issues in crisis and a call upon from our Coloradans for affordability, let's ensure they're getting the money that is due to them.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
So currently, we are in a fiscal crisis, and the JBC is cutting $1 billion plus. This amendment definitely ensures that if there is going to be a taxpayer Bill of Rights refund on the table, then the criminal sanctions which cost our state money would be repealed automatically within this bill. These sanctions criminalize the free exercise of one of the most important rights that we have within our Constitution, the right to bear arms. Without the Second Amendment and the equivalent within our state constitution, the First or any other civil liberties that we enjoy would have absolutely no value. Quite frankly, it shouldn't be criminalized at all. So if it does impact our taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds, that money should be coming back to the taxpayers, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, we're going to ask for a no vote. First of all, we don't feel this is the purview of Ledge Council. It's the purview of the Department of Revenue. And second of all, the funds dedicated to this in our bill are an enterprise, which is exempt from Tabor, and we followed Tabor down to the penny in this fiscal note and in this bill, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L117. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L117 fails. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in Judiciary and heard this bill and did just want to come down and say a few words about it. One thing that I asked of the sponsors within the committee was, please describe the pathway to purchase. And so we have a bill that's changed quite a bit since Judiciary. I think some things have sort of come back. I'll describe it as I understand it, and if the sponsors want to correct me if I've missed anything, I'd appreciate that. But we have the name background check first, and then going to the sheriff with the attestation and paying the fee. Then the sheriff reviews, grants the safety course eligibility. The individual then can take the CPW Hunter Safety course plus another course or a 12-hour course, and then be able to go to a gun store or an FFL and purchase a firearm with a detachable magazine that's contemplated by this bill. They also would have to wait 3 days because that's current law. We heard from certainly the proponents of the bill who testified within the committee that this is in line with other states that have a pathway to purchase. So I went ahead and did a little bit of research to find out just how we compare to other states. So the states that do have a pathway to purchase are California, Hawaii, Illinois, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, Oregon, and Washington. How does the law that's being contemplated here compare with those states? Well, first of all, we would be the only state in the union where the sheriff has a pre-permission check. And quite frankly, I'm not real sure why we would have kind of this pre-check, because it seems like a person should be able to get their CPW Hunter's Safety card, maybe this additional course as well. You take the records of that, and then you could go to the gun store, and you still have to pass the next background check and wait your 3 days. So I'm just not real sure why there's this pre-check. That would make us a complete outlier. Also, no other state that has a pathway to purchase has a X number of training hours that must be performed before you can purchase a certain type of firearm. That would make us unique in the United States, which is interesting. We would also be the only state in the union with a multiple-day training requirement. I don't know about you, but when I took my hunter's safety course, it was many days after school till you got through it. It was a great course, by the way. I want to give a major shout out to our Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the many, many volunteers, one of whom is a constituent who I've been informed is going to win the Volunteer of the Year award for Hunter's Ed. He's put in thousands of hours over the years and has trained many young kids in Colorado to be incredibly safe with firearms. I won't reveal his name here because I don't think they've had their banquet yet. Then we would be the only state in which training has to be in person. No other state that has a pathway to purchase has an in-person training requirement. Lastly, of the states that do require a minimum score, Massachusetts and Oregon are the only other states that are within this time frame. I do just want to point out that Illinois, which is currently being challenged, actually has the least restrictions of the pathway to purchase. And if you're going to test a state and see whether or not this passes constitutional scrutiny, certainly if you knock out the one with the least regulations, which would be Illinois, then the rest of the states would fall under the Second Amendment scrutiny test. As I look at the other states and see what all they require, I think about how long it would take to be able to purchase a firearm under the bill. In the Judiciary Committee, since we are to the Judiciary Committee report, we heard from CPW that there's right now a 120-day waiting period for hunter's safety education. You add that with a diligent person who's doing their attestation, their name check, submitting it to the sheriff. That's assuming the sheriff doesn't do anything else like keep our community safe, and that they're able to move through paperwork at a relatively fast pace, plus competing your hunter's safety course, plus the additional course. If you're following that time frame, it would be impossible to purchase a firearm in Colorado in less than 6 months. I should correct myself. It'd be impossible to purchase a firearm with a detachable magazine as envisioned by this bill in less than 6 months. Your single-shot black powder rifles, like I enjoy shooting, would still be possible. We asked in Judiciary, will this eliminate the need for school resource officers? Because if this really makes our community so much safer, that we should be able to eliminate some expenses that we have. And the answer was no. There's nothing in this bill that will actually make Colorado safer. It won't make our schools safer. It won't make our communities safer. There's nothing envisioned in this bill that will take guns away from bad guys. I'll give you a little bit of a inside scoop. Most bad guys already purchased their guns illegally, and they're still going to be purchasing their guns illegally. So now we're left frustrating law-abiding citizens of our state from being able to freely exercise their Second Amendment rights and the state law equivalent that we have in our state constitution. The issue of current owners, I think, is one that we also need to talk about. I may or may not have firearms that are covered by this bill, but certainly it does beg the question for those Coloradans who do have firearms with detachable magazines that are covered by this bill. What does this bill say about them? That they're grandfathered? And just like our magazine ban of beyond 15 rounds, we certainly heard lots of testimony within the Judiciary Committee that that didn't work out very well. There's still the ability to purchase these types of firearms in other states. We asked those questions within Judiciary, and the answers were absolutely yes. Those can move and be purchased. The fact that all we're really doing here is discriminating against our residents more than other states are. And I've spent some time thinking about our Constitution and constitutional rights. If we went to Utah or California and we were to yell fire in a theater, in both those states, including Colorado, that would still be treated as not falling under the protection of the First Amendment. And if we were to talk about what is covered by the First Amendment, not having government link up and have a state-sanctioned church, or having the free exercise in, we would all agree amongst our sister states that that's what the First Amendment reads. However, with the Second Amendment, all of a sudden, the states are fully laboratories of democracy in which every single state has a completely different take on the Second Amendment, and it shouldn't be that way. We should be able to move amongst the states within the Union, and the law would be the same. If this is truly that level of constitutional right, we should expect that if we're in Utah, or California, or Florida, or New York, or Massachusetts, that the Second Amendment, one of our most sacred amendments, would be treated the same. But instead, we aren't even in line with the other states that have a pathway to purchase. We're now completely the outlier. I do really question the full pre-check. I mean, if you've taken the classes, you should be able to submit that paperwork, assuming the rest of this were to pass constitutional scrutiny, which I don't think it will. But the onerous amount of regulation that's envisioned here, bureaucratic work, the only intent here is to cause an extreme delay. And I will tell you that there will be a lot of Coloradans who will look to other states to purchase the firearms that are envisioned here with detachable magazines. So we haven't improved public safety. Criminals are still going to steal guns. We should maybe make that a crime. And we're still going to have school resource officers within our schools. That's what we heard in committee. We also heard in committee that this won't impact the suicide rate, that there will still be suicides within Colorado. We also heard in committee that mass shootings are probably not going to be changed or swayed by this bill, that we will still have multiple casualty events in the future. So then why do we have this bill? If it's not public safety, if it's not saving lives, why do we have this bill? I mean, this is not a constitutional analysis anymore. This is just an analysis of being pragmatic. I do really question that. And I would put the challenge to you that we should really have in-depth statistical reporting that is built in from every angle of this bill. Because if this is a theory of how our future is going to be, and I understand that this may be my opinion, that it won't save lives, although we also heard from several hundred Coloradans who said the same. But we should have built into this bill the analysis to see whether or not that's true moving forward. Otherwise, we'll rely on non-government actors to do research that the state should be doing. We'd rely on third parties that probably, based on who their donors are, will skew the data one way or the other, and we won't have a clear picture. So we should be able to say, did this do anything? Did it change anything? I would venture to say it won't. But here's the problem. When we get to the point of being able to do that type of analysis, is that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now? And let's say I'm right, and this actually didn't change anything. Well, that entire time, Coloradans were under the veneer of safety, that they thought this made their state so much safer, and yet it didn't. They also would be under the chilling effect of a law that frustrates the Second Amendment, one of the most sacred amendments we have. Because without the Second Amendment, there would be no First Amendment. And certainly, America would not be the powerful nation that we are today without it. As we heard from one of my colleagues say earlier today, one reason why during World War II the Japanese didn't invade the American homeland was they believed that there was a gun in every home. And it does keep our homeland safe. So I cannot imagine voting for this bill, not with a good conscience, not under a constitutional analysis, not under a pragmatic public safety analysis. I do not see the justification for how this bill can make our state better. I only see an analysis on how this bill actually makes our state worse off. It takes Coloradans who actually are trying to obey the law. It puts in so many steps, so many requirements, that it's easy to make a mistake. And someone who is jumping through every single hoop, like what if the secondary course only ended up being 3 hours and 50 minutes? Is that now reason to deny this person their ability to purchase a gun with a detachable magazine? Or would that be considered an error that is negligible and you could still move forward? I doubt that. I bet it's pretty black and white. And so every step of the way, a law-abiding citizen who's trying to do the right thing, who's trying to comply with what's being envisioned here, every step is designed to trip them up. And yet these are the Coloradans that I want owning firearms. These are the ones who will be the reasonable, prudent person. These are the ones who, without any law, will have a gun safe, to keep their guns safe. These are the ones without any laws on the books, will make sure that they're muzzle aware and always pointing away from people and downrange. These are the ones who always clean their guns, make sure they're in proper working order. And with all this requirement, I mean, these are going to make Coloradans really, really good shooters, you would hope. But even without 12 hours of a gun safety course that includes actual range time, these Coloradans, trust me, will be out target shooting all year round. And that actually they will enjoy it as well. I happen to be one of them. And if only the price of ammo was a little bit cheaper. But don't worry, we're going to make more here in America, and it's going to be cheaper. I would ask for this chamber to have a resounding no vote on this bill, and certainly with the changes that were made in House Judiciary Committee. Of course, further changes were made than in Finance and now here today on the floor. But I cannot see a path that this bill should have to move forward, and would ask everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go back to what my fellow colleague here said just moments ago. We actually do have some great shooters in the state. So I'm one of them. and I'll invite anybody on either side of the aisle, come shooting with me. It is totally fun. I have these old gas monitors that we use in the oil field that expire after 2 years. I shoot those, and it's amazing when you shoot them right in the middle, they explode. Awesome. But yeah, I believe we're what now 5 hours in, and we've presented plenty of amendments that make this bill better, plenty of amendments that tell the truth of this bill. As far as I can't even remember which ones that were already voted down, but for one, there's plenty of amendments that could have made this a lot more better and tell the truth of what this bill is intended to do. And I don't mind adding another one to that. So with that being said, I want to move L090 to SB003 and ask that it be properly displayed, please. I'm sorry, I'm going to move L090 to the committee, Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
Thank you, Representative Barone. That is a proper motion. Give us a second. Thank you. All right, it is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to start by saying the sheriffs want nothing to do with this bill, period. What this bill does is takes away everything the sheriffs are required to do in this bill. Putting the sheriffs in a tough spot to figure out what previous undocumented behavior means and could deny a person wrongfully to be able to have their training card. I rise today to speak in support of this amendment, which seeks to remove provisions granting sheriffs broad discretionary authority to deny or revoke a firearms safety course eligibility card based on their personal belief about a person's future behavior. I believe that when I spoke to this earlier, and I truly do believe this is what it's going to open up to, just seeing somebody and basically guessing what their future behavior and what they'd look like if they're going to be able to be sold a gun because they cannot get their eligibility card. Let me be clear. This amendment is not about undermining safety. It is about defending due process. It is about ensuring that Coloradans are not subject to vague, subjective standards when exercising their constitutional right. Under current law, as re-engrossed in Senate Bill 25-003, a sheriff is directed to deny or revoke a firearm safety course eligibility card if a person does not meet specific objective legal criteria. That is appropriate and ensures lawful enforcement. However, as amended by the Judiciary Committee, this bill goes further. It allows a sheriff to deny or revoke a card even if a person meets every requirement under law, simply because the sheriff has a reasonable belief that this individual might present a danger in the future. I honestly do not believe that the Sheriff's Department has a future ball or a future time machine. I don't know, they can figure that out. Members, this is not how liberty works. We do not govern by speculation. We do not abridge people's rights based on subjective feelings. or unverified hunches. And we certainly do not give law enforcement the power to preemptively punish citizens who have not committed a crime and who are in full compliance with the law and also have their Second Amendment rights already. Let's consider the ramifications. A law-abiding citizen who passes a background check, who has completed all safety training, who has no criminal record, could still be denied a basic permit because a sheriff thinks they might be a problem. What kind of precedent does that set? This invites bias. It invites inconsistency from county to county, and invites the exact kind of arbitrary decisions making that has no place in a system governed by the rule of law. This amendment restores clarity and fairness. It does not prevent the state from enforcing the law. It simply prevents local officials from adding their own subjective criteria on top of it. If someone poses a legitimate threat that can and shall be addressed through existing legal mechanisms, but let's not hand out unchecked authority to deny people their rights without concrete justification. We must remember that our role here is not to just make laws, it is to safeguard liberty, to demand accountability, and to protect every Coloradan from the kind of overreach that this provision enables. I've said this before in another one of my arguments for another bill, that every time I see a gun bill, you know what phrase comes to my mind from El General Emiliano Zapata. This morning, I actually said it on the way to work. And I said it again when I got here into the parking lot. And just right now, it just came to mind while I was reading my speech that I wrote out. Prefiero morir de pie que vivir mi vida arrodillado. Again, I want to translate that. I prefer to die on my feet than to live my life on my knees. Which means I don't want to be on my knees asking for my liberty that I already have. This amendment will take away the responsibility of a sheriff to deny these cards. I urge your support for this amendment. Let's get back to objective standards, due process, and equal treatment under the law. This basically is giving the sheriffs the red flag law 2.0 on steroids. Let's not go to that. They need to have a more exact definition of what they need to look for. This is way too broad. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Baxenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague. We are asking for a no vote on this amendment, and I'd like to just briefly explain why. The pieces of statute that we pulled into Senate Bill 3 as it relates to the application process and the sheriff's authority actually have close parity with what is already in concealed carry. It is my understanding that historically our sheriffs actually asked for that authority based on incidents of violence that occurred with CCWs that had been issued, but they knew that individual was a risk, and if my recollection is correctly, actually resulted in harm to law enforcement as a result. And so it was initially the sheriffs, I believe, who had asked for that authority in the concealed carry. We've carried it forward here, and I very much agree with the due process piece, which is why we amended in the judicial review. That is the due process that allows for someone who has been wrongfully denied an application to be able to have recourse through the courts to be able, or through that judicial review process, to be able to gain access to a firearm. So we ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the bill sponsor's explanation there, but I am still in agreement with the sponsor of this amendment. I mean, what it does here is with this bill, with this new requirement, I mean, we're talking about 85% of firearms, most likely, that you have to go through this course. And then what we're saying is the sheriff may just deny an application if the sheriff has a reasonable belief. Now, if you notice, our amendment actually leaves out the lines in here that says if a sheriff knows that they're not lawfully allowed to own the firearm, then they can deny it, which I think we all understand and we all think is reasonable. If you can't lawfully own the firearm because, say, you have a felony, then it makes sense that the sheriff would deny it. But to just give the sheriff just this arbitrary or subjective judgment to say, well, you're legally allowed to own a firearm, and we're requiring you to get this card in order to purchase this firearm, and we're just going to, based on my subjective judgment, say, no, we're going to deny it. You're, in essence, denying them the ability to purchase one of the firearms that are on this list, that falls under this bill. And then it goes on, the sheriff may revoke an issued firearm safety course eligibility card if the sheriff has reasonable belief that documented previous behavior by the cardholder makes it likely the cardholder will present a danger to themselves or others if the cardholder continues holding a firearm safety course eligibility card. Again, this is, as the sponsor of the amendment alluded to, this is like red flag on steroids, because it's basically just saying subjectively a sheriff can say, well, you have a firearm safety card and you've purchased a firearm, now I'm just going to revoke it. And where's the due process in that? Again, we want to be reasonable here, so if our amendment is skipping over the part that says a sheriff may revoke it if they realize that they're not lawfully allowed to own a firearm. So this is a very reasonable amendment, and I ask for an aye vote on it.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am for this amendment, and I'm going to tell you why. So coming from being a previous county commissioner, that is a very special position where you're granted all three powers, branches of government powers temporarily. Though the authority that is granted to you is temporarily. And in the 8 years that I was a county commissioner, what constantly happened, I would say on a weekly, if not monthly basis, is you would have an elected or an unelected official come to you and they would say to you, hey, I know you have that authority, but why don't you give it to me? So I'm going to give you an example of something that happened. The Board of Commissioners is also over the fire bans. They're over the fire bans. And what happened is we had the sheriff come, and the sheriff said, well, he says, he says, since I'm already the chief anyway, over all of the fire chiefs, you guys ought to just grant me that authority, and then we can take a step out. But I can tell you why I refused to do that. First of all, that authority that was granted to the commissioners, it was temporarily, it's not our authority to give away. It's the people's authority. They granted us that temporary authority. And so here's a scenario. You got a neighbor out there, and the sheriff doesn't like him. They're back and forth, his next-door neighbor. The neighbor lights his ditch on fire to burn his fields, and then the sheriff instantly calls a fire ban, and now all of a sudden, he can fine him the $1,000 for breaking the fire ban. So that's why we have these checks and balances. You cannot give the authority to one person, because then it's subject to abuse. It is subject to abuse. So this is a very good amendment. I would support the amendment. And I would also say I have 8 counties, I have 8 sheriffs, and they do not like this bill. Thank you.
Representative Brooks, excuse me, sorry. Representative Brooks.
That is fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to be very, very quick. I've been looking for the opportunity to do this because I would like to be on record stating that I absolutely concur with my good representative from Delta, Dolores, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montezuma, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel counties. I said his name last time I was up here, and I got chastised for that, so I wanted to make sure that it was on the record, correcting that I agree with everything he had just said, which just happens, by the way, to be 1/8 of the landmass of Colorado from a county standpoint. So, thank you.
I appreciate your commitment to decorum. Thank you, Representative Brooks. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment from my good colleague from Fort Lupton. This would strike deeply troubling provisions in the Judiciary Committee report language that would allow a sheriff to deny or revoke a law-abiding citizen's eligibility to take a firearm safety course based not on a criminal conviction, not on due process, but on a vague and subjective belief that the individual might present a danger to themselves or others. Let me repeat that. Under the language we are striking with this amendment, a sheriff may deny someone the ability to even take a safety course, not because they have broken any laws, but because of what the sheriff believes about the individual's documented previous behavior. Colleagues, that is not law. That is not justice. That is not due process. That is government based on suspicion, not fact, and that is not how we protect liberty in this country or this state. Let's call this what it is. This is a preemptive punishment based on speculation. This is a blank check for local law enforcement to gatekeep the constitutional rights of individuals without a hearing, without a court order, and without any clear standard. And it is deeply offensive to the principles of fairness and due process that are enshrined in our Constitution. Now, I have great respect for law enforcement. I support our sheriffs. I work with them closely. They're at the front lines every day. But I also believe in the rule of law, as do they, not the rule of opinion. The moment we give any government official unchecked authority to deny a person their rights based on a hunch or on prior behavior they find concerning, we start down a very dangerous path. What qualifies as concerning behavior? Who decides it? What standards are in place? What recourse does a citizen have? None of that is clearly defined. The bill opens the door for personal bias, for unequal enforcement, and even for political retribution. This is not how liberty is preserved. This is how liberty is eroded. Let me put this in plain terms. We are talking about a training eligibility card. This is not a concealed carry permit. This is not a firearms license. This is not the purchase of a weapon. This is simply permission to enroll in a safety class, a class we, the legislature, are requiring in order for someone to legally purchase a semi-automatic firearm under this bill. Think about that. We are requiring Coloradoans to jump through hoops to exercise their own rights. And then we are giving sheriffs the power to pull that ladder up behind them, based on discretionary belief that someone might be a danger. That is wrong. That is a violation of basic fairness, and it is completely incompatible with any serious understanding of our constitutional system of government. This amendment restores accountability, it restores clarity. It says that unless someone is prohibited by law from owning or purchasing a firearm, they should not be blocked from accessing a safety course that this very bill will mandate. That is the least we can do to ensure that this process remains rooted in objective legal standards, not subjective impressions. We should not allow a patchwork of personal judgments to decide who can and cannot learn about firearm safety in the state of Colorado. We should not invite unequal enforcement across counties, and we should never, under any circumstances, strip a citizen of their pathway to lawful conduct based solely on the untested opinions of any individual in this state. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Stand for fairness, stand for due process, stand for the principle that no constitutional right should be subject to the whims of bureaucracy or unchecked authority. I urge an aye vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
having some trouble with names up here today, so I'm sorry about that. So
It's a
it's nothing
Friday.
personal.
No, not at all.
Just my brain. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Minority
Chair. It's a Friday, and it feels like a Friday. A commissioner friend of mine has been watching us since 9 o'clock this morning and reminded me to put something on the record that I think is really important in this conversation and with this amendment. And he thought it was really curious that the sheriffs who are certified instructors or the sheriff's certified instructors are not exempt from having to take the same training that they must now teach. So let that sink in. These sheriff certified trainers are not exempt from having to take the same training that they must teach. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My issue here is the kind of doublespeak on something that we're giving the sheriffs an opportunity to do something that they are falsely accused of in many other cases, even in this building, which is profiling. if we're asking them to profile somebody by simply saying, you don't look like somebody I feel safe certifying or giving this opportunity, I think that's where we get into a dangerous slippery slope, especially when this becomes something that is already pretty volatile in language that we use with words of racial profiling and otherwise. So I think this is something that we need to strike from here to keep it from looking like we as a legislature are asking law enforcement to profile when that's exactly what we do everything to keep in criminal justice is from any kind of profiling. So I too would encourage and I vote on this amendment.
Seeing Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we talked about this earlier, that we have a 40-year backlog. We have a 40-year backlog that's created. And then we say, okay, well, the easy way out of this is to just say no, just for sheriffs just to say no. And then that puts the onus on the citizens to get into another line of having to have their rights returned to them. So puts them in this is, again, putting the citizens of Colorado, tax-paying widgets as you know them, but the citizens of Colorado into a guilty until proven innocent. And if we look at our Constitution with Section 3, inalienable rights, all persons have certain natural, essential, and inalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives and liberties. So defending their rights and liberties, their lives and liberties, is an inalienable right. That's the Second Amendment. I would have it on my sticker here, but that was quoting the Constitution from the well was not allowed. So acquiring and possessing and protecting property, seeking to obtaining their safety and happiness. So that is an inalienable right in the Constitution. Now, how do you protect that right? Well, are we going to have a carve-out for 18-year-olds with protective orders against domestic violence again? Or are all Coloradans allowed to protect let's get this right here, among all persons it's all persons, it's not just 18-year-olds with protective custody or protective rights, have certain natural, essential, and inalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives, liberties, and acquiring, possessing, and protecting property. That's an inalienable right according to our Colorado Constitution. And then again, our Colorado Constitution is not allowed to be in contradiction with our federal Constitution. And seeking and obtaining their safety and happiness. So I don't think that means, and since we can't go against the regular Constitution, our national Constitution, that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I don't think this is talking about that requiring everybody to enter into some sort of hand-to-hand combat with anybody who would like to come at them, right? I mean, if we look at statistically,
Representative Graff, I would just want to, I always appreciate your commitment to quoting the Constitution in the well. I want to just move us back to the sheriffs, which is what the nature of this particular amendment is about.
I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Chair, and that is exactly what we're talking about, because we're talking about the sheriffs being able to deny this inalienable right that all persons have to, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives, liberties, acquiring and possessing, protecting property, and seeking and obtaining their safety and happiness. So right now, we've put sheriffs in charge of possibly denying that right, that certain natural, essential, inalienable rights of defending their life, liberty, or property. And now the sheriff is the sole arbiter of that based on an application. Now, it does say limitations may be placed on this inalienable or inherent right under the limitation based on proper exercise of police power. Now, that would be a law enforcement. So this is just creating a new law. But what is the purpose of law the law enforcement is based on a proper exercise of law enforcement. So what would the proper exercise of law enforcement be? Would the proper purpose of law enforcement be to create new laws to create new criminals? Or to safeguard and secure those rights, those creator-endowed, self-evident rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to which you are sworn to secure? I think it would be the latter, not to create a whole new class of criminality, which is the purpose of this bill. But such limitations must be necessary. Oh, here you go. Such limitations must be necessary for the public welfare. And what does this bill do for public welfare? Well, nothing. It creates another set of hoops to jump for law-abiding citizens. Another bunch of laws for law-abiding citizens to jump through. That's what this bill creates. Is that necessary for public welfare? Instead of just tax-paying widgets, are we just turning your tax-paying widgets into hoop-jumping monkeys? Is there a purpose to all the hoop jumping? No. It doesn't increase safety. It has not, there's no demonstration. In fact, when you look at the places that have the most crime, they also have the most blue. So crime and blue kind of go together. I don't know why. Same with mental illness. One of the essential elements of property is the right to its unrestricted use and enjoyment that cannot be interfered with beyond what is necessary for public welfare. So now, defense of that property is an unalienable right, and you're putting the sheriff in charge of that. Now, there could be a limitation on that, and that is judicial. The sheriff is not judicial. The Constitution, there's some really good stuff in here. Some really good stuff in the Constitution. We should stop and read it every now and then. It is the solemn responsibility of the judiciary to fashion a remedy for the violation of a right which is truly inalienable. And in the event that no remedy has been provided by legislative enactment, absent legislative action, the judicial control may be imposed to protect a citizen. So what are we doing here? We're just creating a new batch of laws for the tax-paying widgets to jump through. Now, here's you can look at this, the right of return of fingerprints and photographs upon acquittal. Of course, you're not actually charging anybody with a crime, you're just declaring them guilty of a crime, taking away their right to self-defense, the right to defend life, liberty, or property, taking that away, making them guilty, putting them in a queue to somehow get their right back through the judiciary process. So I think we need to dial back this law. If we want to take, if you want to remove the right to self-defense from somebody, there's a process to that. And that is the process, that is due process. You can remove somebody's right to be walking around in society. You can remove their liberty through due process, the due process of law. You can remove their life through due process of the law. You can certainly remove the Second Amendment protections, the ability to carry a firearm through due process. Do that. Focus on the criminals instead of making more criminals by declaring all law-abiding citizens to be criminals. Now, so the purpose of this bill is to declare all law-abiding citizens as criminals.
Representative McGrath, again, you can talk about what your beliefs are, but it's important that we not talk about what you believe the purpose of the bill is necessarily, or what the purpose of the sponsors is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what the purpose of declaring all law-abiding citizens to be criminals is, but when the intent is obvious, when the outcome is obvious, the intent, I think, can be properly inferred.
Again, we can talk about our beliefs.
I believe.
Yes. That would be the appropriate way to phrase things is, I believe that this bill will.
I believe that the behind bills like this demonstrate that its purpose is to create criminals, is to classify law-abiding citizens as criminals. Also, there are motions of saying, we've all seen the efforts to basically declare all military members as mentally ill based on PTSD, saying that all military members have PTSD. Who's to say? There's no checks and balances in it. It's just if the sheriff has the thought process that somebody that they don't like or for some reason has a mental problem or might commit a crime or for any other reason, it just puts all of that, the deprivation of an inalienable right, into the hands of a single person without due process. So that is 100% in violation of I believe, and I don't know why we would do this, other than to create criminals out of law-abiding citizens. I believe that this is a violation of our rights.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And wow, let's talk about this amendment. Let's talk about the amendment and look at all these fiscal notes that were attached to the bill, and now this amendment is trying to fix. Talk about a boondoggle. Talk about a pickle we're going to put the sheriffs into. At one point, the fiscal note was up to almost $5 million, which is what this amendment is actually trying to show and fix for us. It's a great amendment. Keeps the state from passing the buck to the sheriffs, which is what they're trying to do to get away with trying to show a low or zero fiscal note of $5 million. Who's going to pay that $5 million? Without this amendment, you know who's going to pay for that? The sheriffs are going to have to pay for that. Again, passing the buck to the sheriffs for another unintended, actually intended, if you look at these, fiscal mandate. And who's going to pay for that in the end? It's still going to be the people who are going to be paying for that. Whether they're paying for it through the state, whether they're paying for it through the county, it doesn't matter. The people are going to end up paying for this at the tune of, at one point, almost $5 million. Money that they just don't have. Money that we're trying to make this state more affordable. Things that I was actually voted for. I was elected, hired to help try to make things more affordable for my constituents. And yet again, here we are making things less affordable for Colorado and my constituents. You're costing the people of Colorado ungodly costs by shifting the blame, or really again, the buck, down to the sheriffs and the counties. The people need to know how once again, it's trying once again to be snookering the people. Always a sleight of hand with these bills, and for me, in my opinion, it's absolutely shameful. The people need to know how shady that this bill actions are, something that this amendment is trying to point out and take away from. Training costs money. And again, it was funny that my colleague mentioned or brought up the fact that, actually our minority leader, that you're trying to have sheriffs give training on training that they're required to do. So who's going to train the trainer to be trained and to do the training? Did you ever think of that? Obviously not. Committee after committee meeting, I hear how we must make laws line up, how having laws out of alignment causes issues. Okay, well, this bill will whack us out of alignment so far we're going to need a chiropractor. We must get back to a constitutional alignment. We must get back to an American alignment. Shifting things, shifting blame, shifting costs to the sheriffs, to the counties, for the people to pay on that end instead of actually taking and making the people understand you're causing these costs, you're causing these fees, is ridiculous. I hope and pray to God that the people of Colorado are paying attention and they're understanding, and they're seeing the sleight of hand that's happening every single day, that happens in this house, that happens in the committees here, where your money is going, and this is going to cost dearly. Let's take the sheriffs out of it. Take back, I guess you could say, the buck that you're trying to pass, and show the people that this is because of you, not because of the sheriffs, not because of us 22, because of other people, in my belief, that are actually going to be causing Colorado and the Coloradans to be spending their hard-earned money on something that they really shouldn't have to. It's a shame, and for that, I apologize, Colorado. It's not our fault. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kelty. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L090. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L090 is lost. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this doesn't go down any lower. Okay. I move L083 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us 1 second. The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment strikes the specifics regarding the safety course to just have it read, must be taught by an instructor verified by the sheriff. This amendment removes the overly restrictive, unnecessary regulations on firearms safety courses and ensures that these courses are taught by instructors verified by the sheriff, the very law enforcement officials responsible for issuing permits and ensuring public safety. Let's talk about what this amendment does and why it's necessary. The original bill micromanages firearms safety training to an absurd degree. It dictates exactly what must be taught, how long it must take, and what methods must be used. As a teacher, I like to have control over what my curriculum says I must teach and how it must be taught. I like to have that local control. Excuse me. I'm all choked up about this. I'll be okay. I'm good.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. This, the prescription of how the course must be taught, how long it must take, and what methods must be used, sounds like some bureaucrat in Denver knows better than a certified instructor with years of real-world experience. My amendment fixes this overreach by removing unnecessary government mandates and keeping the requirements simple. Courses must be taught by instructors verified by the sheriff. Why is this important? Because firearm training is not one size fits all, just like all teaching and learning. The government should not be in the business of dictating how private certified instructors teach safety courses. A military veteran who has handled firearms for decades does not need the same instruction as someone who has never held a firearm before. A single mother looking for personal defense training does not need the same course as a hunter applying for a permit. But under this bill's original language, everyone would be forced into the same rigid cookie-cutter training model, whether it makes sense for them or not. This is about flexibility, practicality, and trusting the experts. Sheriffs are the ones who enforce firearm laws, issue permits, and oversee training programs. They know the instructors in their community. They know who is qualified and who is not. And yet, instead of allowing sheriffs to approve competent instructors and let them do their job, the bill's original language bogs the process down with unnecessary red tape. Let me ask my colleagues, why should the government be telling experts how to do their jobs? Most of us have jobs outside of here. We're experts in something. We do not love somebody else telling us how to do our jobs. We don't dictate exactly how a driving instructor must teach a driver's ed course. We set a standard and let the professionals handle the rest. The same should apply here. And let's be honest, this bill is not about safety. If the goal were truly to promote firearm safety, then we would be encouraging accessible, flexible training, not bureaucratic red tape that makes it harder for people to get trained at all. Let's also talk about who this bill actually hurts when it overregulates training. It hurts law-abiding gun owners by limiting their access to instruction that fits their needs. It hurts sheriffs by taking away their discretion to approve training programs that are already working. It hurts instructors by tying their hands and forcing them to comply with arbitrary government requirements instead of using their expertise. And ultimately, it hurts public safety by discouraging responsible gun owners from seeking the training they need. Now let's talk about local control, because this amendment is not just about fixing bad policy, it's about returning decision-making power to the communities that know their people best. In Colorado, we have 64 counties, and each of them is unique. What works in Denver may not work in Weld County. What works in Boulder may not make sense in Yuma. Local sheriffs understand the needs of their residents far better than state bureaucrats ever will. They know their communities, they know their crime trends, and they know the instructors who are qualified to teach firearm safety. Why should the state government strip away their ability to verify competent instructors in favor of one-size-fits-all mandates from Denver? This amendment respects local authority. It ensures that firearm training is handled at the county level, where law enforcement can work directly with their communities to ensure proper instruction. It recognizes that sheriffs are not just enforcers of the law, but trusted public servants who are best positioned to oversee responsible firearms training. This is what real public safety looks like, not top-down control from Denver, but local leaders making decisions that best serve their residents. This amendment fixes this mess. It ensures that firearm training is handled by professionals, not politicians. It ensures that sheriffs retain the authority to verify qualified instructors, and most importantly, it ensures that law-abiding Coloradans are not buried in government red tape when they're simply trying to exercise their Second Amendment rights. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and stand for common sense, self-defense, and local control. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing up a few points. I think it's really important we do it all the time in any type of education. We look at a situation, we look at a student, we reevaluate them, we let them test up and out. I think that's important because, like in my community, there's a lot of veterans. It's a veterans community. They're well-versed with handguns. They're well-versed with rifles. They are people that can probably come in to a training session and be advanced faster than maybe even the average person. Somebody that's went through shooting sports, somebody that's went through 4-H their whole life, somebody's went through the hunter safety training. They probably will be able to advance faster. When it comes to the local control with the sheriff, I think that's important because I think the sheriff in small counties like mine has confidence in certain instructors. They know those instructors personally. They know that the ability they have to teach and how good of a teacher they are. And I think for them to be able to help pick those instructors is important because they can actually probably wade through things better than we can because they know those people personally. I think that's really important when we look at this amendment. I guess the last thing that I would say is this system is going to be bogged down. And when it comes back to the education part of you already having training, you already have the ability to do these things, that's going to speed things up in the system because an instructor is going to be able to evaluate each student separately, look at their skill set. They might be able to push them through the course faster, or it may not be as long of a time in class, which will slow down the bog. And for that reason, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Basenecker, or Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for this amendment. I want to just run through just a comparison profession that we've assigned certain training hours to in the state of Colorado. And this profession in particular, you have to have 70 credit hours, 600 contact hours. It involves an 18-week course. And of course, I'm talking about the requirements to be a nail technician in the state of Colorado. I want to just suggest, with all respect to that profession, that the outcomes there are far less lethal than improper firearm handling. And what we've suggested in this course is simply to say that if you're going to hold a semi-automatic firearm that can be paired with a detachable magazine, we recognize the unique lethality of that possible situation as opposed to other professions and other obligations for training in our state, which can have far less lethal outcomes when it comes to something going wrong. I would also suggest that it's a curious double standard that here we want our sheriffs to have complete discretion and the ability to mitigate this situation or that situation and judge if one instructor is able to conduct the course in a way that another instructor is not, versus the ability to access that same training for the general public. This double standard makes no sense to me when we compare these two amendments side by side. I would also say this. The reason why this training is important is because it is designed and proven to save lives. That is what this bill is about. A 4-hour training course after you've completed a hunter safety course within the last 5 years is a really low bar to cross in order to access a firearm that, when paired with a detachable magazine, has had lethal and proven deadly consequences in our state. To be able to access a 12-hour course that can be split up any number of ways over 2 days, the only baselines that we've put into statute here is to say that it must include, but not limited to, instruction on safe handling of semi-automatic firearms and ammunition magazines, safe storage of firearms and child safety, firearm deaths. These are reasonable standards to teach someone about a firearm before you simply put it in their hands. The sheriffs will still verify who is eligible to complete this training. However, the division will also flesh out a little further what that training should include. It can happen in 4 hours. It can happen over 2 days for the 12-hour version. There is flexibility here. Ultimately, we know that safe handling of firearms, safe storage of firearms, storing your ammunition separate from your firearms, this saves lives. That is what this bill is about. That is why this amendment strikes at a heart of something that is critical to our bill. We would ask for a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've never had my nails done. I've watched my wife and daughter have theirs done. I've seen them disappear for hours and seen the credit card charges when they come back after getting their nails done. It's a great choice for them to have, I suppose. It's not a protected right to have their nails done. Defending yourself, the right to bear arms is a protected right. So trying to equate hours of requirements for training, which is probably another debate for another day as to why that's even required, and a burden that the state puts on folks that just want to do other people's nails. The possession of a firearm, the right to bear firearms, the right to defend yourself is one that is supposed to be protected. Specifying that a few things must be taught in a class is great. Maybe we could agree on things that should be taught. But the time it takes to teach that really, as it was discussed earlier, may change drastically. To say that something should take 12 hours over 2 days would be like saying that perhaps this debate requires at least 12 hours stretched over 2 days. There's probably a lot of people in this room that would debate that as being a requirement that had to be met. But I just find it wrong, just absolutely wrong to try to equate the polishing of nails to the protecting of yourself and your family. So.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say that none of us are against gun safety, but I want to finish the list. We finished it firearm, and then we finished with and child safety. But let's not forget firearm deaths associated with mental illness, extreme risk protection orders described in Article 14.5 of Title 13, and victim awareness and empathy. Those are also requirements of this training. And I've been through a lot of firearm training, and I really don't know where that's going to make a difference when it comes to the safety of the use of a firearm.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come here in response to the bill sponsor's comments about safety. This bill is just about safety. That's all this bill is about. So I'm going to read the bill title for you. Concerning prohibited activity involving semi-automatic firearms and, in connection therewith, prohibiting the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase of specified semi-automatic firearms, and classifying a device that increases the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon. The word safety is not even in the bill title, but we're being told this bill is just about safety. But it's not. It's not even in the title of the bill.
Representative DeGraff. And just a reminder, everybody, we're on L083. I gave it a little bit of leeway here, but let's get back to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the sponsor calling out some of the kind of the egregious nature of licensure in general in the state inserting itself into areas of which it has no expertise. But being a nail technician also is not a right, and it's not covered under our constitutional rights. And it doesn't come, and that constitutional right to be denied unless it comes with a cost, unless it comes with a series of actions, unless it comes with a series of obligations to the state. So again, and I understand that representatives from blue areas obviously need more supervision. Their areas need more supervision. The red areas of the state don't need this supervision. So the difference that we're talking about, and the sponsor makes an excellent point in the permissive state of always asking for permission. Always asking for permission. Now, licensure, of course, a lot of times is pursued in order to drive up the cost, to drive down the availability, to drive up the cost of the service. Maybe that's legitimate, maybe that's not, but that is not a right. And that is not a right that is specifically, we don't have nail technicians in order to protect us from an oppressive government that will pass laws ad infinitum, like this one, slowly whittling away, not even slowly, 600 bills per year, whittling away at the rights of Coloradans. So as my colleague just mentioned, the idea that this is about safety, I mean, then safety probably should have been in the title. Safety should have been in the title, and there should be some statistics as to how this bill makes us more safe, because if we're going to talk about safety, we should talk about all of these blue areas that have all of your slate of laws that just make this body drool about having that level of control, and their crime is out of control.
So Representative DeGraff, we're still talking about L083.
Yes, sir.
So let's get back to that.
This bill started off manufacture, transfer, et cetera, not about safety.
We're talking about the amendment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
make sure you're talking about the amendment, not the underlying bill.
Not the underlying bill. No, sir. I recommend an aye vote on this amendment so that we can, again, we can have some underlying sanity and, well, I mean, an aye vote to most of the amendments here today is what we need, and a no vote on this bill, and then get back to our oath to support and defend the rights of Coloradans, not erode them away as fast as possible.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm working off of the pre-amended version, which is quite complicated because the amendments are to the Judiciary Committee report and the engrossed bill and the bill and all these different versions. So hopefully I'm in the right space. But I'm looking here, page 10 of pre-amended version, and line 6 through 9, for anyone who has that up on their computer, it says a basic or extended firearm safety course must be held in person with the instructor of the class at the same location as the students. First requirement. And, so presumably this is something that conjunction means there's some different requirement and both have to be satisfied. And no part of the class may be conducted via the internet. Which leads me to the question about what is intended by this. Because presumably the first part, you have to be with the instructor at the same location. One might be able to argue, okay, you have this huge training center and everybody just comes and sits in classrooms, and it's kind of like those churches with different satellites and the pastor speaks in one place and it gets broadcast to the rest of the churches across the community or around the world or what have you. If that's what's meant in terms of no part of the class may be conducted via the internet, I can understand that what the bill sponsors are trying to say is you have to be in the same room as the instructor. But it leads me in the construction of this sentence to wonder if what the bill sponsors are trying to capture is that the internet cannot be utilized in the teaching of the materials. In which case, that's a problem that needs to be addressed, such that this amendment would address it just by simply striking this whole section, because many of these courses that are handled now do utilize the internet. They play videos of different situations. In fact, they do simulations with kind of like, I'm going to age myself here, but duck hunt, like a little duck hunt gun, right? They do simulations of different scenarios such that you can, hey, you know what I'm talking about, right? That was a fun game. What? Oh, before your time. I thought you were saying to the bill. In any case, the question from me to the bill sponsors is, what is intended by this? Is it that you want the instructor in the same room, not just simply at the same location, or are you precluding the use of the internet in the training materials, in the training of folks generally? If you guys have an answer, I'd appreciate it.
Representative Basenecker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for the question. It's simply meant to describe the former, that the instructor needs to be in the room with the students, that it cannot be a class that I log into from my living room, which would also be especially troubling given the live fire component, depending upon where you live. That might also be problematic. So yeah, it's designed to describe the former, not that you couldn't utilize videos or things like that in the training materials. Yeah.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L083. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. L083 fails. To the Judiciary Committee report, Rep. Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you are doing very well with getting everybody's names correct today.
Thanks.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's a little better than Health and Human Services, isn't it?
I move L091 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Let us give us a minute.
Okay, good to know.
I've always thought that there should be music while we do this. Maybe we'll work on that for next year.
Did you say
I
you
could
need
whistle?
some music?
Okay, great. All right, please proceed, Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment removes the minimum required hours of instructions per class, again going to the local control and what people need. I rise today and stand in defense of the Second Amendment, and this amendment strikes the minimum required hours of instruction from this bill. Let's be clear about what SB003 does. It creates a barrier to gun ownership. It places an artificial hurdle between law-abiding citizens and their constitutional right to keep and bear arms. It forces people to spend time and money on a government-imposed requirement before they can exercise their God-given right that our founders explicitly protected. The Second Amendment is not a privilege, it is a right. And no right should come with a government-mandated waiting period, financial burden, or bureaucratic obstacle course. We don't require a 4-hour training course before someone can speak freely under the First Amendment. We don't force people to complete 12 hours of instruction before they can attend church. But when it comes to the right to self-defense, suddenly, some people believe that government has the authority to dictate how much training is enough before a law-abiding citizen can exercise their rights. Let me ask, who decides how much training is enough? The anti-gun politicians who don't want you to own a firearm in the first place? The bureaucrats who have no understanding of self-defense? Or the responsible gun owner, the single mother, the law-abiding citizen who just wants to protect themselves and their family? This bill disproportionately harms the very people who need protection the most. Think about the single mom working 2 jobs, who simply doesn't have the time or money to spend hours in a classroom just to exercise her constitutional right to defend her children. Think about the elderly man living in the high crime area who wants to protect himself but can't spend a half day in training because of his health or financial constraints. Think about domestic violence survivors who suddenly find themselves in danger, needing a firearm for protection now, not after they've jumped through government-mandated hoops. Colleagues, criminals do not take firearms training courses. They do not abide by the law. But this bill does nothing to stop them. Instead, it puts all the burdens on law-abiding citizens, the people who actually follow the rules. Shout out to teachers. We do that. If this legislature truly cared about safety, we wouldn't be making it harder for people to protect themselves. We'd be making it easier. And let's talk about how this bill isn't just unconstitutional, it's also completely unnecessary. We already have firearms instructors offering training tailored to the needs of their students. Private citizens already seek out training voluntarily because responsible gun owners understand the importance of safety. But what this bill does is take away choice. It says that government, not the individual, not the instructor, knows best. My amendment fixes this overreach by removing the arbitrary government-imposed time requirements and allowing gun owners to get the training they need without unnecessary restrictions. This is not about safety, it's about control. The government has no business regulating a right that was never theirs to regulate in the first place. And to those who say, oh, this is just a small requirement, it's just a few hours, I say that's how it always starts. First, they force you into a 4-hour course, then they say it's not enough and bump it up to 12, and then suddenly you're being told that you need to take a full day or a weekend-long government-approved course just to have the right to own a firearm. This is a slippery slope toward a government that decides who can exercise their rights and who can't, and that is unacceptable. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, stand up for our constitutional rights, and reject government overreach that tells law-abiding citizens how, when, and if they're allowed to defend themselves. The Second Amendment, among others, is non-negotiable. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and shout out to Kate and Fred, who are among many of our friends and constituents in House District 65. Thank you. I'm speaking up for you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, throughout this discussion, it's sort of been a frustration because, of course, we're not even through the Judiciary Committee report, so we're not really to the general discussion of the bill. But if I had my druthers, I would insert the words semi-automatic with detached magazine to facilitate unlimited magazine capacity after every single statement that has been said. Because this is not dealing with the single mom who wishes to protect herself, unless she wishes to protect herself and does not already own a semi-automatic gun with a detached magazine to facilitate unlimited magazine capacity. Your elderly neighbor in a high crime area who wishes to protect themselves only has to go through this process if they wish to purchase a semi-automatic with detached magazine to facilitate unlimited magazine capacity. And so, no, we're not in favor of eliminating the minimum required hours of instruction to learn to deal with a semi-automatic with detached magazine to facilitate unlimited magazine capacity. when we already have minimum required hours for concealed carry and a whole host of other things. So we ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the perfect amendment for rural Colorado. So I think I'll describe how I can describe the urban and the rural divide with airplanes. So if you go to Cortez and you go to get the airplane, if you're a little late, they call you on the phone and they tell you, hey, you better hurry up and get here. The cutoff's at 2:30 before you can get on that airplane. If you need to change the plane, they tell you, and you want to go to a different day, you just call one person, okay, no problem, and they change the plane. Now, if you fly from Denver and you go back to Durango, which is the only other option that I have, they charge you $80 for the bag. You go to the Denver airport, and they tell you need to go here, and then they tell you need to go there. And they make it so complicated that, and I think that's what this bill is trying to do. Over there, we're living where the neighbor calls you and said, hey, you better hurry up and get here. You're not going to catch that airplane. And over here, they want to tell you rule after rule after rule. The people are fed up where we live in the rural area. Just let us be. As far as the hours of training, I tell you what, they're born, we spit them out, we flip them over, we pat their butts, and then we hand a gun to them. They know how to use a gun.
Representative Bottoms? You want it? All right, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you for the invite, Mr. Chair. So, on this amendment, I really do, I think we are missing something from, and maybe this is the urban-rural divide, I'm not sure. But the sheriffs in the different counties that are outside this tiny little bubble of this Capitol building and the little bit larger bubble of Denver, they understand who all of the players are when it comes to people that are training, the kind of background that they have in this arena, and that they understand that they know these people can do training. They know that these people are qualified for a lot of things to be accomplished here. And when we limit that, again, this is just an infringement. Every single thing that we've talked about in this whole bill is an infringement. It's just another infringement. The Constitution still says no infringement. You're specifically going after people with this. If we don't pass this amendment, you're specifically going after people in the smaller communities and the rural communities that don't have the same kind of access that the larger communities have, and that they know who they can trust to get trained in this arena. They know these kind of things. And we keep, I know it's a bad example and everybody's picking on the bill sponsors bringing up a nail tech or a hair stylist or whatever it was. That's not a good analogy. It doesn't relate. And I know everybody's picking on it, but I still think it's silly. It doesn't relate. This is truly a constitutional right. And when we put barriers in the way, well, you need to do this, you need to jump through this hoop. This is an infringement of a right that people have. And we talk about safety, but without these kind of amendments, without something in here to say, wait, back this thing up, people's lives will be in danger and people will die. People are going to die because of this bill. That's just the simplicity of it. We say it's for safety, but it's never for safety. It's taking away your rights, taking away your Second Amendment rights by the tyranny of this House. And it will cost people lives. And we keep acting like it's the opposite, but the truth is these bills will cost people lives. We need to reclaim Colorado.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor of this amendment not because I'm opposed to training. I've done lots of training on firearms that I may or may not own or may not have fallen into the bottom of the lake. But the problem here, again, as with most of this, is the paper trail, is the requirements, is the state mandate, is the state meddling and putting its nose into and infringing upon a right. Now again, I get it. The blue areas can't be trusted. They elected you. That judgment is suspect. But the rest of Colorado can be trusted. And every single place, if you subscribe to, most people have insurance that comes with a magazine or something, and it tells you continually, train. Get yourself trained. Make sure that you are trained on that firearm. We don't need the nanny state coming down and telling us something that we already know. No, well, I guess there are some parts of Colorado that do need the nanny state, as evidenced by their voting. But this is
Representative Graff. I know you've done it a couple of times. I let it go the last couple times, but let's not disparage certain parts of Colorado over others. I think that's a little beyond this amendment.
It's interesting that you would consider that disparaging. But, okay, not opposed to the training, but this creates the paper trail. This creates a paper trail with the state. This sets up, the problem in this is just the continual registration with the state. The reason that we have the Second Amendment is ultimately not about hunting. It is to protect the people of Colorado from a tyrannical government. And a tyrannical government is the government with which you do not want to have all of your firearms listed, because that is what actually keeps the people free. It is kind of funny when you look at, I think it's George Takei who made Sulu famous, but he said, well, if we took all these guns away from the Americans and gave them to Ukraine, they could win the war, which was, ironically, the defense was a great defense of the Second Amendment, because you take simple people, simple weapons, and you create complex problems for an invading force. That is the purpose of the Second Amendment, foreign and domestic, is to prevent a government from being tyrannical. So when you say, when the government starts stepping in and saying, we want to create a paper trail of all your weapons, all your training, everything, who's armed, who's trained, you just have to understand that anybody who's remotely familiar with history is going to hear that as a distrust of the people, and you'd have to ask yourself, why does the government all of a sudden distrust the people with the defense mechanism to protect themselves from an oppressive state after 250 years, if it's not because that state is leaning towards oppression? So the problem with this, and the reason I support this amendment, is not because I'm opposed to training, but because I'm in favor of the Second Amendment and the reason for which we have the Second Amendment. We have the Second Amendment for the purpose. It's to protect us from the tyrannical state that you're growing, and we need to not, you don't give all that information, you don't, especially into a very hackable database. Every database is going to be hacked. And then you create a whole different problem of people's rights and liability by the state. So this is a space that the state needs to stay out of. The state needs to get itself out of, and the nanny state needs to just get itself under control and start trusting the people of Colorado.
Representative Richardson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in all the words, but I believe the amendment provides some local flexibility to sheriffs in determining what the actual length of the training course needs to be. And without disparaging or picking winners and losers or talking about what part of the state might be better than others, there truly are differences across our state. I wasn't on the Judiciary Committee, I guess thankfully, but I appreciate their hard work for those that sat and listened to the witnesses. But I did dip in and out online, and I did catch Commissioner Stone from Teller County testifying, and He testified to the fact there are only 2 people in Teller County that can teach the concealed carry and renewal for concealed carry, and the burden that this bill would place on that county in particular. So if you know your county, as sheriffs do, and you know what your capacity is to train, and you know the number of people that may require that training, it could drive you just mathematically to determine that you can't spend 12 hours over 2 days and ever get to a point where people are able to exercise their rights. So I do think this is a very important amendment. It provides people who are in trusted positions, people elected to make decisions regarding the safety of their citizens, to determine what is right for those citizens. So I certainly urge a yes vote on this amendment. So thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L091. A division has been called. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of L091. A division has been requested. All those in chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of L091, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. L091 is lost. The question before the committee is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of moving a little quick there, my friend. So,
I won't miss you.
we've been looking at a lot of different subjects that have come through each of the committees, and I want to come back to the financial side of this and how this gets paid for. And I know that at first Parks and Wildlife were brought into this, and which is to me very odd. But then Wildlife was pulled out, and I think now with Parks, the fees are not allowed to be used in any way whatsoever that does not match up with Pittman. And so now we're looking at the bigger picture of how do we get this funded. So if Wildlife is out and now it's Parks and Rec, Parks and Rec can't use fees for anything like this. So then how are we going to pay for this? There's still federal money coming. Now, we were arguing last week, I personally was arguing last week and the week before. One of the things that I do not want to see happen in the state of Colorado is I do not want our federal funding taken away. We keep messing around with stuff that is going to get our federal money taken away. And I keep saying the exact same thing to anybody out there in the public that is asking about federal monies. Many people are scared. Medicaid people are scared. There's a lot of people scared we're going to get our federal funding taken away. And here's the reality. All of the states in the United States right now that are not doing stupid things are not getting their federal funding taken away. The states that are doing stupid things are getting their federal money taken away. This category is the stupid things category. When we run these kind of bills, we're going to get our federal money taken away. And then on top of it, we actually add into the bill a dynamic that is directly tied to federal funding. If you don't want to get federal funding taken away, why would you add that in as part of the bill? This was an amendment that it was added later that said, please, mess with federal money. I mean, it was probably worded different, but please take away our federal funding. And this is what has happened. I keep doing everything I can to convince people, stop doing this because our federal money will be taken away. So this is the question, is where does the money come from? Where does the money come from on this? And so to make sure that, that our federal monies are being tracked and what's happening, in other words, give us a heads up from the federal level if our federal money is going to be taken away. I move Amendment 109 to whatever this bill is and ask for it to be displayed.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report. Now.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Give us a second.
Did you second it?
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you for that second. I'll move forward. Now, here's what this amendment is doing. Since we know that we are playing around with Parks and Rec here, yes, we have moved wildlife out, but I don't think we've totally moved it out. I think that will have to be part of a revisit later. In fact, it will be. But because of that, let me read one of these. It says, the Director of Legislative Counsel shall request a letter from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service that the provisions of this bill will not result in the loss of federal funding. That's how simple it is. If we can get a letter from the federal level that says, no, if you run this bill, we are not going to take your federal fund, we're not going to stop your federal funding and take federal funding away from Parks and Wildlife, then to me we would be safe to run this. If we don't have this letter, to me, this is a very unsafe bill to run. And I am telling the public right now, this will keep us square with the federal government. They will not take our funding away if the letter says they're not going to. If you vote no on this amendment, you are saying we don't care about federal funding. We'll wing it and see what happens. And as I said last week, run silly bills and find out this is what's going to happen. We need guarantee from the federal government that they will not take federal funding away from parks and wildlife. This includes all of this. Environmentalists on the left, you need to be paying attention to this because this federal funding is going to be taken away. If you don't want this federal funding taken away, you better get in line with what's going on. This bill does not jive with the federal government, but if we can get this letter, which is what this amendment says, if we can just get this letter, then we should be just fine. In fact, I will personally make the phone call myself to get the letter if this amendment is passed today. I will make sure that we have a letter on its way that says that it will not result in the loss of federal funding. If one of two options happens, one is we do not get the letter because this is voted down, or because they will not send us the letter, then our federal funding be taken away. But if you'll read the rest of this, it says that this makes sure that this guarantees that we will have this federal funding so then we can run it. Parks and wildlife are totally safe. There's no problem. Let's go forward with this. You might even pick up a few Republicans along the way. This is still the big issue this year. What about our federal funding? Don't act like in public that you want to keep your federal funding if you don't want to keep the federal funding. This amendment will guarantee a letter that will keep your federal funding. So do you want federal funding? Vote no. If you want federal funding, vote yes on this amendment. If you don't, vote no.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much am in support of this amendment. As we often hear, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We have heard it many times, both in this building and around the state, of the concerns of losing federal funding. This amendment is our safety that should this be found unconstitutional, should this offend the powers of the federal level, should this put us up for any kind of federal fund disqualification, we now have this safety in the bill so that way we can keep that funding. When we complain on one thing, saying we need these federal funds across the board, be it healthcare, education, roads, we need to make sure we're also doing what we say and saying what we do over here and how it's going to impact Colorado Parks and Wildlife. How is it going to impact our public safety? How is it going to impact any ties the powers beyond us at the federal level decide that it may be? Simple, easy vote. Vote yes if we want to make sure we have the security. And you know what? If this is not found in any courts, this has no ill repercussions, then guess what? This stays there. It doesn't affect the bill's content if nothing is found illegal. It doesn't go against any federal funding. We are fine. Doesn't do anything. But if we do have something that goes illegally, or we do have any federal funds that are going to be cut, then this is the safety ensure that our state still can function the way we need it to function for the people who hired us to be here, to be their leaders. Every time we write a contract, we know that contract has safe rails, safeguards, because we want to make sure that what we're doing has no ill intent. This is to protect that ill intent that we will lose federal funding. Everything we do, and I think we often forget it, but I just want to remind everybody, everything that we do here at this well, here under this building, has consequences. Consequences may be good, consequences may be bad. Everything we do has consequences, and not only are our 64 counties watching us, But 49 states are watching us. DC is watching us. Let's make them aware of our intent that should this disqualify us from any federal funds, we have this safe rail to make sure we're not harming any Colorado citizen. I strongly urge a yes vote, as my good colleague before me said. Yes vote means we want to make sure we're protecting our federal funds because we have complained about this across the state multiple times. No vote means no, we just like to complain, but we actually don't want to do anything about it. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good amendment. I know it may seem that we're up here just trying to disrupt or dislay or try to kill a bad bill, and well, we are hoping to kill a bad bill, but if it perchance does pass, we want it to at least be functional. We don't want it to hurt the people of Colorado any more than it does. As a county commissioner for the last 8 years, I can tell you without a doubt that stability and predictability of your revenues is so much more important than the actual level of funding. We should not be doing things that could upset the apple cart from one year to the next, cut off funding that we expect to have to provide support to very important programs. So when it comes to providing public services, that's what we do. It's our role to provide services to the public that can't be provided easily or at all by the public sector. So having that money available to us and knowing what that money is going to be is incredibly important. And I can tell you on the flip side, in my prior life, I spent 23 years working with federal budgets, in some jobs up to $800 million in federal dollars every year, and paying attention to what's considered the color of money, what Congress appropriates, what they appropriate for what purpose, and not misusing funds in a way that wasn't intended is a sure recipe to get attention that you don't want. When you have questioned funds, questioned spending, the general approach when that happens is you got to pay it back. You got to pay it back to the federal government. So not only do we potentially lose money going forward, we could potentially have a year where we don't get money and we have to give back the previous year's money. That's, doubly bad, I suppose. So, and we really do not want that to happen. So this is not an amendment that kills the bill. This is not an amendment that gets in the way of doing whatever it is that the intent of the bill is. It's simply an amendment that protects our conservation dollars. It protects federal dollars that could otherwise be taken away. I know there was some talk earlier that it will be doing a short-term loan and paid back with some interest. It's still monkeying around and using dollars that were not appropriated for the purpose that I fear we're intending to use them. So having that letter, having some assurance that we actually do have some stability and funding for those important wildlife programs is incredibly important to the sportsmen of this state, the conservationists of this state, and pretty much to, I would say, every citizen that's paying attention to what's going on in this state. So I would certainly ask for a yes vote on this. Rose wanted to talk. So I'm going to turn this over to my good colleague from El Paso.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. This just makes sense, right? We're telling the federal government, we're getting a letter from them to assure that if this bill goes through, we're not going to lose that funding. Because right now, we understand there's a lot of contention between the federal government and some of the states, including our own. We've just seen the Small Business Administration move their office out of Denver, if I'm not mistaken. There's also some threats for losing funding in other areas. And so I feel like we're antagonizing the federal government with this bill right now. And so let's at least get a letter from the federal government saying we have assurance that we are not going to lose the funding from the Fish and Wildlife. That makes sense. What is hard about that? Let's do that. Let's get the reassurance, and then we'll move forward. I hope we don't move forward with this bill because I want this bill to end here today, but let's at least take this process and take this step to make sure that we're not going to lose that money first before we go any further with this. So this is a great amendment. I appreciate my colleague from El Paso County running this, the second best representative from El Paso County, and I'll be a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Here comes the first. So, thank you, Madam Chair. All right. This bill at least, I mean, this amendment at least takes the possibility of an edge out. It doesn't really do anything to make it less bad, but it does limit the amount of funding that we could possibly lose. And we did look at it this morning. We had the numbers pulled, and money does go from that fund to the Division of Parks and Wildlife in their cash fund. How much? I don't know. We didn't pull all those numbers, but dollars do go into it, whether it's overflow or whatever. So dollars go in. If $1 is misappropriated, the law says it goes away. And as my colleague said, it could end up costing us from before. And then it's based on the federal government's. It's a single agency look to see whether we get the money back, how that's appropriated. So I don't think we want to mess with the Federal Agency of Fiscal Oversight and risk losing our funds. So just take this amendment. It eliminates that risk. We could, if the letter comes back and says it's at risk, we can go ahead and re-amend this bill for the 27th time. Maybe write two or three new fiscal notes, and we'll be pretty much right back at where we are right now.
Representative Froelich. No? Okay. Oh, Representative Bottoms. I love this game of like, whose hand is it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I do like this amendment. I want to thank the good representative from El Paso County for running it. This is a solid amendment, well thought out. And I also want to mention the fact that we're talking $27 million. Okay, so there's no confusion. $27 million. We're playing games like this. We're playing chicken with the federal government. And I don't know about you, but I've been paying attention the last few years. All my money is on the dude in the White House. So let's not play games like this. We need to make sure that our federal funding is not taken away. This doesn't change the bill. You can still go after our guns. You can still go after the Second Amendment right and our freedoms. You can still be tyrannical. But this makes sure that our federal funding stays there. So let's not mess with our federal funding. So I strongly urge an aye vote on Representative Bottoms' amendment.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to agree, this is something that is pretty significant when we're talking about $27 million, plus even the fact that this, if there is any funding that comes from anything, even as a loan, that has to affect our Parks and Wildlife, our hunting, anything like that, there are going to be people that don't want to pay for their passes and things like that for their permits, their licensing through Colorado. They go out of state to hunt. This funding is based on the numbers of hunters that we have getting licenses. So if we have people boycotting that, that's going to reduce the funding we get as well from the Pittman-Robertson grant. So we need to make sure we're getting that money, not affecting that money in a negative way, and not losing that money altogether. That would completely devastate our parks, our wildlife, our hunting, our conservation, habitat, everything else that Colorado Parks and Wildlife supports and otherwise fosters. So keeping that money, keeping in compliance, this is just the smart thing to do. Get ahead of the ball before it drops in our lap. So I encourage and I vote as well.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. $27 million. Let's that sink in just for a second. That's what my colleague from El Paso County said, $27 million. Without federal guarantee that that money is going to be coming from the federal government, guess who doesn't have $27 million? Colorado, because we're broke. You're going to pull money from Parks and Wildlife. In Colorado Springs, I have a lot of parks and wildlife to worry about. My people in Colorado Springs enjoy their parks and wildlife. So I want them to understand. And I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your solitary games or your online shopping right now, but I think this is something important that we need to discuss. Taking the money from Parks and Wildlife is going to impact every single person in Colorado, not just Colorado Springs. But I care about the entire state, including my city. They enjoy these parks. They enjoy with their families. It's a time, it's a thing that they cherish throughout their entire lives. It's memories that they make, and you're going to take money from them. And I just want the people of Colorado to know, those who do enjoy their parks and wildlife, recreation, that when this does pull from Parks and Wildlife, and we can't pay for those things that you enjoy, please do not, in my belief, do not blame the 22 of us, because we're here standing here for hours trying to protect the things that you hold dear, trying to protect the money that's in your pocket, that you're trying to keep in your pocket, that's being ripped out of it every single day. Please understand that we are here for you. This is a good amendment. Without knowing that we have federal guaranteed money, you're just flying by the seats of your pants. Thank you very much.
It's at least one.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to end this discussion on this amendment on a note of recent conversations I've had with the majority about jeopardizing federal funding, and my concerns about us talking about we're worried about jeopardizing federal funding, but at the same time running bills that jeopardize, in our minds, federal funding. And so I was asked recently, do you have a list of bills that you think jeopardize federal funding? And I just want to say for the record that I believe this jeopardizes federal funding. I support this amendment, and I will add this to the long list of bills that we are discussing through this legislature this year. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Big surprise, we're going to ask for a no vote on this. This is unique and interesting approach and I would suggest, given the pictures on our remote board, that perhaps there are better ways to connect to the federal government and get assurances that we're going to lose our funding or not. But anyway, this is impractical. It would be the equivalent of, leaving a note under your pillow for the tooth fairy and asking to make sure that next time they leave more money. So we're going to ask for a no.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 109? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 109. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment 109 is lost. To the committee report. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. $27 million. Holy cow. I wish I could put a note under my pillow for the tooth fairy and come up with $27 million. That would be awesome. And you know what? I mean, the legitimacy of that last amendment, really, it makes a lot of sense, right? That if we think, if there is a potentiality to lose funding, well, then let's go ahead and let's try to make sure that we've got a permission slip to do what we want to do when we're not so sure that it's the right thing to do. But let's just try to clear it. Let's try to get some clearance ahead of time. I understand that oftentimes we're not particularly proactive. We don't like to think things through. We'd rather be reactive. And I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to go. And because I have concerns about being reactive instead of proactive, and just witnessed a proactive measure fail, Madam Chair, I would move L072 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. Don't turn it over to y'all. She's going to gobble.
Amendment L72 has been properly moved and is now displayed. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the amendment, it is a little bit of the same idea, except understanding that we would rather be reactive than proactive. This takes the, unfortunately, reactive course that if we were to lose funding as a result of us tinkering around with $27 million that we might end up losing as a result, that this would then mean that we get to hang on to our money because we are going to pull back. And we're going to say, you know what? No, we do not want to lose the federal funding. I will draw your attention, please, to line 11, loss of federal funding. It's in bold for those that are optically challenged. Loss of federal funding, line 11. This section will be repealed if any provision of Senate Bill 25-003 enacted in 2025 results in the state, including any department thereof, not receiving any amount of federal funding to which it is otherwise entitled because a provision of Senate Bill 25-003 caused the state then to be out of compliance with federal law or regulation, and then the punishment would be the loss of $27 million, the Pittman-Robertson money. Call this one of our favorite things here, a safety clause. This is our safety clause. This is our way of ensuring that if we get spanked for putting our hands in the cookie jar where they do not belong, that we will be able to say, oh, look, you know what? We tried, we gave it our best shot, but we really want to hang on to that $27 million for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We like our parks. We like our outdoors. I'm pretty sure the governor has a whole bunch of things that he wants to get done with that $27 million of Parks and Wildlife money. We owe it to the governor of Colorado to protect that money, do we not? We owe it. You guys certainly owe it. I'm not going to have as much explaining to do as y'all are going to have the explaining to do if you lose that $27 million. I'm trying to help you all out. I'm a friendly guy. I'm trying to help you all out. I'm trying to help you by saying that if we get caught with our hand in the federal cookie jar and we get slapped for it, that we say, it's okay, our bad. We didn't mean it. We're going to repeal 25003 because we really do like our $27 million. We really do have plans, the governor's plans for $27 million. It's the governor's plans. Do not take money from the governor. He's going to be very displeased if that happens. I'm trying to avoid that potentiality. I'm trying to avoid the mess of that. And I can feel the appreciation for that. I know that you know that I'm looking out for you. Yes, we need to protect our state resources. That $27 million obviously constitutes a significant portion of Colorado's budget all the way around. You know what, and look, I talked about this earlier, the two-way street of litigation that I had it argued against something that I was presenting, which of course was a very good bill. Everybody should have voted yes. But it was argued against me that, hey, we can't do this. It doesn't make sense to do this. It's fiscally irresponsible to do this because of the potentiality for litigation. We are in a spot to where Colorado cannot afford to be sued. We cannot afford the litigation. Well, is that a two-way street? Can we afford to lose any of the money? The other piece that I had argued against me is that we cannot we cannot repeal any duplicative measures, state permitting in this here with gun stores, with FFLs, because if any variant of three-letter agencies are abolished, then we're going to need that protection. Well, the two-way street to that is that, well, gosh, we might end up with our hand in the cookie jar, getting caught and saying, you know what, you're going to lose your funding now. As a result, punitively, you, Colorado, have lost your funding. That should be a two-way street. That conversation should go both ways. We should be afraid about potentially losing federal funding. There was an executive order yesterday that was signed that I think probably shocked some people, even though you knew it was coming. You know, why would we want to risk losing federal funding? Significant portion of Colorado's budget, supporting essential services. We don't want to lose that money. We don't want unintended consequences. We want to prevent unintended consequences. Those are bad, okay? Legislation leading to the loss of federal funding could have widespread negative impacts on various state programs and services. This amendment, it's in bold, line 11, loss of federal funding. This amendment acts as a safeguard against such unintended consequences. We want to maintain our public service. Federal funds are integral to numerous public services that benefit Colorado residents. This is all off the top of my head. Preserving these funds ensures the continued operation quality of services that so many in the state of Colorado rely upon, even those in Loveland. We have to ensure continued fiscal responsibility by including a provision to terminate the bill, line 11 in bold, loss of federal funding. By including this provision to terminate the bill, if federal funding is lost, lawmakers demonstrate a commitment to fiscal responsibility and prudent governments. You know what? That actually might be an awesome campaign line. I want to be reelected because...
Don't go down that road.
Back to Amendment 72, I have been able to demonstrate a track record of commitment to fiscal responsibility and prudent governance. That's something to which we should all aspire. Fiscal responsibility and prudent governance. Again, with the litigation, and I mean, you know, we are not being fiscally responsible if we are reckless with the state's resources, thinking that this is not going to be litigated. This will be litigated. It's not a threat, it's not a maybe, it's a promise. 003 is going to be litigated. We have a responsibility to align with federal standards. This amendment encourages state legislation to remain in harmony with federal guidelines, reducing the risk of conflicts. Line 11. We are reducing the risk of conflicts that could lead to funding penalties. State of Colorado cannot afford punitive fiscal measures. We can't even afford what we have already done in this state. We can't afford, we have no leeway. Our leeway has been used. We have nothing, no error of margin within which to operate. If we lose federal funding, we're in even deeper trouble than we are right now, which is significant, to be fair. It's not hyperbole. We're in a tough spot. Why would we want to risk federal funding? This is our safety clause. We love safety clauses. This really ought to be called the safety clause of Senate Bill 003. But then there'd be a title challenge, and I'd be done talking already, and I wouldn't want that. This is a good amendment. This makes sense. This gives us an out. This gives us a way out, not necessarily if, but when the federal government says, you know what, you have tinkered, stuck your fingers where they do not belong into Pittman-Robertson money, and now you are going to lose your $27 million. By the way, we don't even know if that's really going to end up being $27 million, because, if there's a strike, if hunters oppose this, they say, you know what, I'm not going to feed into the system anymore, then that's another loss of revenue that we have to worry about. What happens when the funding for this mechanism, the funding for 003 dries up because hunters say, okay, you know what, forget it. I'm going to go somewhere else to hunt, or I'm not going to renew my hunting license because it's too hard to even get a firearm in Colorado. And then at $27 million isn't even really $27 million anymore. It's not the government taking away our money. It's our own funding mechanism taking the money away from ourselves. There's 27 million on the hook here. It's a lot of money. That is a lot of money that we cannot afford to lose. I would ask, please, for a yes vote. I understand my colleagues' good attempts at trying to make sure that we've got the letter, we've got the permission slip before we act. Now that we voted that down, we said we didn't want to be proactive, we'd rather be reactive. I would ask, please, that we protect against the loss of federal funding that's in bold on 9/11. And we vote yes on this very sensible, protective, fiscally responsible amendment that shows that we all have an inclination for prudent governance. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Douglas County for bringing this. Out of all the amendments, and we're over 100-something amendments at this point, this, to me, probably makes the most sense. As my colleague from Douglas County pointed out, we are under a microscope right now from the federal government, and we rely on money, $27 million coming from the federal government. Now, a month or two ago, there was an executive order signed I believe, directed at the Attorney General to start looking into states that infringe on Second Amendment rights. And it's obviously my position that this bill is an infringement on Second Amendment rights. And so the serious consequence of passing this bill is that the federal government is going to take notice of this. I did know for a fact the federal government will take notice of this. And that is putting that $27 million that we rely on at risk. Again, there's already been an executive order signed that says look into states that are infringing on the Second Amendment rights of its citizens, which is what we're doing with this bill. So I think very, very seriously, we may lose our funding, our $27 million from the Pittman-Robertson Act for our wildlife. And so, I mean, we are playing with fire here, or as my colleague would say, putting our hands in the federal cookie jar. And that's a real consequence. And so what this amendment says is if that happens, if the federal government says we're going to take your money, your federal funds that you need, that $27 million that you rely on, that SB003 is effectively repealed. And that makes sense. It's a safeguard, as my colleague said, in its own way, it's a safety clause. If we lose that money, then SB003 goes away. That's what makes sense to me. And so I will be a strong aye vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo the same comments I made on the last amendment. I support this amendment as well, and since we didn't pass the last one, I just wanted to reiterate that I am concerned about the jeopardizing of federal funding. I do believe this bill does that, and I believe this amendment will help prevent Colorado from being in a larger budget deficit because we are jeopardizing federal funding and not receiving it because of passage of bills like this. I am a yes vote on this amendment and urge a yes vote from this assembly. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do like this amendment. So my amendment was saying we need proof. This amendment is saying, okay, you don't want proof, then when it happens, there are consequences. I know that is not a very popular subject in this House, definitely on the left, but there are consequences to everything. There are consequences when you push against what you know is not going to be healthy for our state and will get the eyes of the federal government on us in a negative way. You say, well, that's none of their business. Maybe, maybe not, but it's going to happen either way. And so at least this saves our parks and rec. At least this does something to save this. Because the way it is right now, if we just let this bill run through like this, we're going to lose our parks and recs money. We're going to lose 27, could be as high as 33 million, depending on how you add it, but we're going to lose $27 million for this. And so I do support this amendment. I support the author of the amendment. I support the heart behind it. And so I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Let's keep our money Let's keep our federal money. Let's keep our $27 million, and let's reclaim Colorado.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do rise in support of this amendment. It's hard to stay silent when you see bold words on an amendment like loss of federal funding. It's very important to the operation of the state, but I absolutely appreciate the sponsors defending their bill throughout our discussion of the committee reports today. But it did occur to me as I was listening that, I sit on a couple of committees myself. We are in the minority. There's a whole lot more of those on the other side of the aisle that are in these committees. This bill went through 3 committees, and yet here we are on the 3rd committee report, having extensively discussed amendments and things that could be done to better the product that came out of it. But we haven't heard from any of the other members of the committees that sat and heard this. And if we're going to debate, it would be nice to hear an opposing view, not just a recommendation to vote no on an amendment. So anyway, hopefully we get there today. I would vote yes on this amendment, so thank you for your time.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that I don't have to readjust this. So I'm in favor of this amendment. I think the Federal Agency for Fiscal Oversight, AKA DOGE, is a real thing. And when the federal government is looking for reasons to trim money out of the budget, and there's laws that are very clear that if these funds are commingled and misused down to the dollar, that the law says this goes away. This is not a matter of the Federal Agency for Fiscal Oversight being punitive. It's just a matter of exercising the law. And so we should just make sure. This is just a due diligence measure. Put this in the bill. Granted, it certainly doesn't make it better, but it at least makes it safer for the people of Colorado. Now, I suppose maybe there's some strategy of saying, oh, well, then that the administration cut our funding arbitrarily and blah, blah, blah. But we're going to make sure that if this is done, I mean, we don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. That's why I would get the letter written, put this in there so that this can go away if this puts it in jeopardy. You can go ahead and do whatever you want with this horrible bill, but at least you'd at least be able to stop this train. Now, granted, it's not a $5 billion dollar train to nowhere, but you could at least stop this train if it is if it appears with a simple letter, with a simple agreement that it's going to put our funding in jeopardy. So again, let's not mess with the Federal Agency for Fiscal Oversight. Let's make sure that this is done right.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you're having a good evening so far. I rise today in support of this common sense amendment to Senate Bill 3. The amendment before us inserts a vital safeguard into this legislation. It states that if the passage of or enforcement of any part of this bill results in Colorado losing federal funding to which it is otherwise entitled, the sections impacted by that noncompliance will be automatically repealed. There's nothing more sensible about any of the amendments we've run thus far than this one specifically. This protects our state in the event of loss of federal funding, which we cannot afford. Line 11, in bold, loss of federal funding. Now, I want to be very clear. Whether you support the underlying bill or oppose it, this amendment does something we should all agree on. It protects Colorado taxpayers and ensures that we do not suffer unintended financial consequences for passing a controversial, legally uncertain, and potentially federally non-compliant law. Senate Bill 3 creates sweeping new restrictions on the manufacture, sale, and transfer of commonly owned semi-automatic firearms. It also creates a state-run eligibility card system, safety training mandates, and a record-keeping database. These are significant changes, not just in state policy, but in how we interact with federal law. But here's the problem. We do not know how these provisions might conflict with existing federal law, particularly in relation to programs that fund law enforcement, wildlife conservation, mental health, and firearm education. Many of these programs receive millions of dollars in federal funding every single year. Dollars that support our sheriffs, local agencies, public safety, and youth outreach. If this bill, even unintentionally, puts us out of compliance with federal firearms policies or grant requirements, Colorado could lose that funding. That is not speculation. That is a very real risk, especially with who sits in the White House today, Donald J. Trump. If this happens, taxpayers are on the hook in the state, and we are already $1.2 billion in the hole. Local programs will get defunded, essential services are cut, our state budget will be destabilized. This amendment simply says that if that happens, if any provision of this bill causes the loss of federal dollars, then the sections responsible will be repealed automatically upon notice from the Director of Research or Reviser of Statutes. It is a built-in off-ramp. It is a fiscal and legal safety valve. And frankly, it is the kind of forward-thinking, good governance measure that should accompany any major policy shift. Let me be clear. This is not a poison pill. This does not prevent the rest of the bill from being implemented. It does not interfere with enforcement. It does not take a position on whether the bill is right or wrong. What it does is say, we will not gamble with taxpayer dollars, and we will not let ideology override fiscal responsibility. Colleagues, we have a duty not just to pass laws, but to ensure that those laws are sustainable, legal, and financially sound. If this bill causes Colorado to lose federal education funding, wildlife conservation grants, or criminal justice program support, we need a mechanism to respond swiftly and correct course. This is that mechanism. Voting yes on this amendment does not mean you oppose gun reform. It means you support fiscal prudence. It means you recognize that even well-intentioned laws can have unintended consequences. And it means you want to protect the people you so represent. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, not because you support or oppose a larger bill, but because you care about good governance, responsible budgeting, and protecting the integrity of our state's financial partnerships with our federal government. And again, I stand before you, I rise in support, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with everything that my last colleague said. He said it very eloquently. From Loveland, my colleague from Loveland. I want everyone to understand. I'm going to break it down even further. Maybe something that's going to have everyone understand, even on a low-level impact, of what this is going to do and why we must have this amendment. Understand, without government federal funding, $27 million has to come from somewhere. Again, it's going to come from our everyday citizens, our constituents' pockets. And I have a problem with that. When our citizens go to register their cars, or they have to pay for the fees for parks, for the parks, national parks, guess what's going to go up? The fees for those parks. So now something that you enjoyed with your family that was a low-cost enjoyment is now going to go up to where, again, it's going to make affordability in Colorado unattainable. Life is going to get harder, and even the fun things we used to do in nature is going to be taken from you, especially from those who can't afford it. That's a shame. We need this amendment. This is our, you had the last one, and it got voted down, showing they don't care. I believe that they'd say they don't care. And this amendment will at least give some sort of safety net. We have to have a safety net. Colorado doesn't have the money. We just don't. Coloradans are getting tired of being nickeled and dimed. So this is our chance to make sure they're not nickel and dimed. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, folks, it's almost like the federal government is being portrayed as retaliatory and capricious in their funding decisions. Of course, and that we should adopt policy that doesn't anger them so that we don't lose federal funding. I'm sure that's not what was meant by this amendment, but so we're going to go no, because that's not how we do things, and I'm asking for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, what were the words? Capricious? Retaliatory and capricious. That sounds like it's questioning of motives. But actually, of the Fed. Now, there's some good points here, and that would be that we don't, what we should learn as Coloradans is we should not be beholden to federal funding. Now, that is a good thing when we're looking at, I don't know, say schools. Let's get that money from the federal system and bring it back down to the states. But capricious and retaliatory, it's not capricious and retaliatory to follow the law. The law is clear. $1 spent for any reason that is not for these things is a violation of the law. It's not capricious and retaliatory. Let me write those down. It's not capricious and retaliatory for this law if it is found to be in this purely voluntary, going against all the thousands of Coloradans that don't want this in order to appease the handful of special interest groups to which you're beholden, that if you go and you violate the law is clear as to the outcome of that. Now, I don't know if this is in violation of the law. This is just saying, find out. This is saying, find out. But if you say it's capricious and retaliatory, I mean, look at this bill. Look at what this bill contains. This bill is capricious and retaliatory. I mean, there are so many different ways to run afoul of the state in this. Bring me the law. Bring me the man. I'll give you the crime.
Representative DeGraff, I'm going to nudge you back to the amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, but I just wanted to respond to the sponsor referring to the federal government, the law that this is dealing with. In the enforcement of the law is in place. It has been in place. It is very clear. For this bill, which is all over the place and is being written, has been rewritten multiple times with, I think, like this being the 7th fiscal note, multiple changes, hundreds of we're in the hundreds for possible amendments, and complete changes to try to do a shell game around this. And if we find that we are in violation of the law, then it's in violation of the law. And if it's in violation of the law, then you have to go back and that you have to appeal. You have to appeal to some judicial process in order to, so it's kind of funny, actually. That would be really funny if we did lose it, because then it would be kind of like this bill being played backwards against this bill. But anyways, we should be careful about what we're doing as far as federal funding goes. We should not be dependent on federal funding. That's a great lesson. It's not capricious and retaliatory. It's just the law. This is just to make sure that we're not violating the law.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to speak to the amendment about this whole issue of losing federal funding, as I had mentioned in my comments earlier, the federal government, the President of the United States, signed an executive order asking, I believe it was the Attorney General, to look into states that were violating Second Amendment rights of its citizens. And so I do not consider it capricious and retaliatory if the federal government is saying, if you pass this bill, then we're going to remove funding for this program, because what the federal government's trying to do, what their intent is, to protect Second Amendment rights of its citizens. So I do take issue with saying that it's capricious and retaliatory. And also, it needs to be pointed out that the responsibility for this was put on CPW. The sheriffs came and testified in opposition, and then at the end of the Judiciary Committee hearing, the responsibility was put back on them. That feels kind of capricious and retaliatory, if you ask me. I don't know, that's my opinion on that.
Representative Caldwell, please stick to the amendment.
Yes, ma'am. And so we will lose federal funding, I predict, if we pass this bill, because the federal government is watching closely what we do here, and if the state violates the citizens' Second Amendment rights, they are going to remove funding. I have no doubt about that. And we have different words for it, but they've warned us, and we've been warned.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in agreement with this amendment. Just want to make sure this is a good safeguard to make sure that we do not lose that $27 million from the federal funds. We have to be able to make that money up somehow. This is just going to make it worse for the state of Colorado, since we're already in a deficit. We're already stretching our citizens way too much. Obviously, they're not going to vote on a new tax, but we also don't want to implement more fees. Implementing more fees is also bad. It's basically a tax, and that is wrong. I don't have to tell you that is wrong. But this amendment is good, just to make sure that we do not lose that federal funding. $27 million is $27 million is a lot of money, people. A lot of money. I don't think I've ever even seen $27 million until I came here, and I was a councilman in Fort Lupton. I know we don't have $27 million, but anyway, I stand in agreement with this amendment. To raid a department's funds, which is illegal, and knowing that this new administration is cracking down on this type of action, you know this is going to happen. This will happen if this passes. Not just the lawsuits that are going against the state, but we're also going to lose this funding. We don't want to lose any services, any parks and wildlife services to our citizens. I would be very, very sad if the incline closed down, because my wife and I enjoy going to the incline. And that's part of that department. They're in charge of maintaining and operating that incline. We don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose funding that's restoring and maintaining our national parks. We don't want to lose any rangers going out there making sure that the hunting is done properly. This is what we're risking at losing if we lose this funding and we're raiding this budget. I urge an aye vote on this amendment, please.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill we know is not constitutional. This amendment is trying to address some of this. We know that the law that this bill is not only breaking the Constitution, but it's breaking the law. Now, for the sponsor to say that this is somehow we are saying that the federal government is the big bad guys here is really pretty duplicitous. The federal government is trying to protect a tyrannical state called the state of Colorado that is being run by tyranny different than the rest of the states.
Bottoms, please direct your comments to the amendment.
I'm directing the comments to what the sponsor just said. I do have that right.
Representative, I've given some leeway to respond to that, and I would like to direct you back to the amendment at this time.
So when you're saying that the federal government is the bad guys, then I do take offense to that. The federal government is the only thing that is protecting this crazy tyranny called Colorado. This bubble needs to be burst, and the federal government is doing it. The federal government will continue to do it, and that's what this amendment is about, is we're about to lose a lot of funding. And you understand this is only in one arena. The federal government's not being capricious, and we're not saying they are. We're saying they are being just. We're saying they are being constitutional. We're saying they are being legal, and we're going to lose $27 million just in this arena. Guess what? There's a lot of other arenas that are coming down the pipe that are exactly the same thing. We're going to break the law in Colorado, we're going to go against the Constitution, and then we thumb our nose at the federal government and say, do something about it. Guess what? We finally actually have leadership in the federal government that is going to do something about it. They are going to take away our federal funding. We can shout it all day long in this room, no one cares, but guess what? When the federal funding is taken away, we will show many, many video clips of today. We have begged you, please do not take away our federal funding. Please do not take away our federal funding. Please do not take away our federal funding. And you say, nah, we got this. Okay, this will be seen again. This will be heard again. This will be shouted again. You have the opportunity right here to say, let's save our state's budget, which is already $5.5 billion in the hole. Save our federal money. Don't do this. All we can do is say it, but we all can also remind you later.
Representative Hartsook. Representative Froelich. And Representative Hartsook. Rep Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just so excited for this eagerness to maintain federal funding. I can't wait to have this discussion as it applies to the Department of Ed. It's not going to happen in the case of this passage of this bill, but bright future ahead of us as we fight to maintain our federal funding on other things.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that will be fun because I do sit on the Education Committee. But here to the amendment. So for a second, let's talk a little bit about what this funding does. So the Pittman-Robertson Act, established back in the early 30s, from all of the states, for all of the hunters, all of the anglers, outdoor enthusiasts, for habitat preservation, conservation, things that are very, very important to the state of Colorado. We build our tourism trade on a lot of that. People come from all over the country and the world for our outdoor splendor, the beauty of the Rocky Mountains here to our west, our parks, both state parks and national parks. The funding that we receive from everybody who hunts, because it's not just the federal government giving us money, it's from the people here, like me, that go hunting and take my kids hunting. And so when we buy our hunting license and our tags, part of that goes to this. And that's what it's based on, the amount of hunters in your various states. It's to bring the balance. Because nearly 100 years ago, we figured out that hunters, like I said, are the original conservationists. So we want to make sure there's a beautiful outdoors. We want to make sure there's beautiful parks. We want to make sure there's beautiful habitats for everyone and everything that's out there. If we risk losing that, then we take a big hit to what we do as a state for tourism. We take a big hit to our ability from our outdoor enthusiasts, our hunters, our anglers, to help this state maintain its beauty. The costs or the funding varies because, like I said, depends on the amount of licenses, but you can figure somewhere between 27 to 32 million if you look over the last several years of what's been provided to the state. That's not just the federal government giving us, because the federal government's money is our money. It's taxpayer money. And in this case, it is from the hunters and anglers. So if we risk losing that money, then the second and third order effects to our state and its impact on our economy, the people that work in those industries, the jobs that are tied to it, will be monumental. We're not just risking losing federal funding in and of itself. There's an entire economy that's based upon conservation, habitat preservation, tourism that supports all of it. So many things that are not directly tied to guns. Yet that's the purpose of the bill. And then this amendment, we will risk, or the amendment is to prevent the risk of losing that. Somehow I don't think that the people that are employed in those secondary and tertiary markets will appreciate it if that funding goes away and they're not able to have a job based upon this bill. How does that help the Colorado economy? How does that help inflation? How does that help do anything that we're trying to do in this chamber? It doesn't. So why would we not support this amendment? Why would we not want to keep our hard-earned money here that is being returned by a federal act? I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all of my fellow colleagues who have came up and said the importance of having this protection on this bill. Let's think about it like insurance, because insurance is a huge topic. If you want to get insurance on something to, in case a tragedy happens, most people would agree that's a good thing, be it hail insurance, property insurance, car insurance, or health insurance. This is our state assurance that we will still be receiving funding should this bill come in conflict with the Constitution so we lose federal dollars. I have said it here before, I will say it again, and I'll probably say it many times in the future, but a little Civics 101 for you all. So we have to make sure we obey the rule of the land, the law of the nation. What am I talking about? Our U.S. Constitution. That is a federal matter. They set the line or the bar of the minimum of what we have to do. Now comes the states, because we are the U.S. of the United States. So we have 50 states, sovereign states, to do their own things as long as we're hitting that minimum bar. Well, when that minimum bar is not hit, say we're not protecting a constitutional, fundamentally protected right, then because we're not following that bare mark, there are going to be consequences. This is an insurance clause to ensure that we are not penalized financially for that. How are we supposed to look at our constituents across the state and say, you are having trouble affording gas, groceries, health care, your own insurance, everywhere else, but we're going to tell you you have to pay a higher fee to go to national parks, to go to state parks, to go to local parks, because we just lost federal dollars because we did not want to put insurance on our own legislation to make sure we could fund it. That is what we're facing. And we are facing hypocrisy. Let it be marked on March 21st in the afternoon. Should this amendment die, we just said we don't care if we receive federal funds or not, because we are not putting this insurance claim into this bill. And I would argue we need this insurance claim on every bill we do under this gold dome, because you know what the great thing about insurance is? If you don't use it, oh well, nothing bad happens. But if something bad happens and you don't have it, now we have chaos on our hands. Now we have tragedy on our hands. Let's make sure we have that protection, because I would rather have it and never use it than not have it, wish we had it, and now face a whole bunch of lost funds. I think this is something that we should, as a legislative body, be prudent in, be proactive in. We do mixed efforts here, both proactive and reactive. This needs to be something on all of our bills, everything we do, just to ensure that we are receiving all the funds we can, especially in such a tough budget year. We are making cuts everywhere. And if we lose those federal dollars, we don't have that as a back save. We don't have that as a savings bank. Now we're gonna have even harder cuts to toe and tell the Coloradans in our areas and across the state. I strongly urge, if you support insurance, to make sure we have that protection. Support yes on this bill. It's not going against any of the fundamentals on either side for the topics of this bill. We just want to safeguard the funding that we have. I strongly urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L72 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment fails. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill.
No, you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, thank you, members, for all of your attention and the robust debate so far today. I wanted to just pull out a couple of the pieces of commentary that I shared in committee because I think they're relevant here as we're finally onto the bill, and really appreciate all the consideration on the amendments to up to this time. You know, in leading up to the committee hearing, I was struck by an article in a newspaper that I read that I think is really important to name here. And that is a recent study by what I would call the second best university in the state of Colorado that I won't name here, showing that 1 in 15 people in our country have been present at the scene of a mass shooting. I want to just reiterate that a second, that 1 in 15 people in our country have been subjected to the violence, trauma, loss, and grief that is unimaginable, and yet all too real for too many people in our country and state. The ripple effects of that trauma are real as well. School children, teachers, all training for a moment we pray never comes. As a former public school teacher and the parent of 3 children, not a day goes by that I don't worry. Not a single day. Gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children and teens in our country. But it does not have to be this way. Change does not come, however, without action from this body. Meaningful action that recognizes that Colorado has more work to do to address gun violence. Meaningful action that recognizes that our need to address the state's high-capacity magazine ban by ensuring that individuals seeking to purchase semi-automatic military-style weapons with detachable magazines simply go through a process to receive a permit and the proper safety training to do so. Let's back up just a little bit. Since Colorado does not prohibit any type of semi-automatic military-style weapon, a potential mass shooter or criminal can legally purchase an exceptionally deadly firearm and obtain a prohibited magazine with relative ease. The combination of these two components has proven to be uniquely lethal. At least 8 out of the 10 highest mass casualty shootings involved semi-automatic weapons and a high-capacity magazine. We are no strangers to the same here in Colorado. In 2021, the Boulder shooting at King Soopers, the shooter legally purchased a Ruger AR-556 semi-automatic pistol, which he then paired with multiple high-capacity magazines, which were illegal to possess under Colorado law, and murdered 9 people and 1 officer in the line of duty. In 2022, Colorado Springs, the Club Q shooting, the attacker perpetrated the attack with a self-assembled AR-15 style rifle and had several high-capacity magazines, all illegal under Colorado law. Senate Bill 3 simply creates a permit to purchase semi-automatic military-style weapons with detachable magazines to address this issue. It also prohibits the selling, distributing, manufacturing, transferring, or purchasing semi-automatic military-style weapons without a permanently affixed magazine to those who have not completed the required permitting and training process. If you do not complete the permitting required in the bill, you could still access one of these firearms. It just simply has to have that magazine permanently affixed to it. This bill also, and I know we will hear things to the contrary, this bill does not ban possession of firearms, and it does not impact the firearms you currently own today. If you are a legal firearm owner today and you possess one of the firearms contemplated in the bill, you will be a legal firearm owner of that same firearm tomorrow or upon enactment of the legislation. However, requiring individuals to apply for and receive a card before a firearm purchase simply allows law enforcement to deny permits to those who pose a danger to public safety. And as amended, the bill also includes due process through a judicial review procedure. This bill would also prohibit the full range of rapid-fire devices, which effectively allows shooters to evade federal and state laws relating to the regulation of machine guns. This bill also, importantly, does not impact handguns commonly used for self-defense, although you might hear claims to the contrary. Recoil-operated pistols and revolvers, which comprise over 90% of the pistol market, are not implicated in this bill. The same is true of firearms commonly used in hunting and shotguns used in both self-defense and hunting. Some have asked, why have we included CPW in this process? And it is simply this: CPW already trains folks on the proper and safe operation and use of a long gun. They do that through their hunter safety course. It is a natural fit that they would be able to do some of this training as well, or at least allow and outline the training. I hope that today you can consider this bill as the life-saving measure that we believe it will be. As a firearm owner myself, I would gladly go through this firearm training program because it does not impede my Second Amendment rights. It simply makes sure that I understand the gravity of the moment when I have a firearm in my hand that is uniquely lethal and understands that I have the proper training needed to hold that firearm and utilize it safely. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We've already had a very long discussion today, and I think for the most part it's been robust and respectful. In 2013, we passed a magazine limit of 15 rounds. And we're here today because it was never really enforced. And we're here that we passed that magazine limit because in the Aurora Theater, the killer bought, completely legally, a 100-round drum and several 35-round ones, and he had over 400 rounds in that theater. As our colleague whose son was murdered that day says, you walk into that movie theater, if the killer walks into that movie theater with 100 bowling balls, 400 bowling balls, my son walks out. If that killer walks into that theater with 400 knives, my son walks out. When he walked in with 400 rounds, the only reason the killing stopped was because his gun jammed. So we passed a law in 2013 because nobody needs 400 rounds of ammunition in civilian life. And we had high hopes for that bill, but they have not been manifested. And we have seen the ramifications. King Soopers, Club Q. A semi-automatic gun with a detached magazine which allows for unlimited rounds of ammunition. That is all we're talking about in this bill, and that's all that we are to do today. A firearm that holds 15 rounds and one in the chamber, not contemplated in this bill. Please see, colleagues. Most commonly used hunting rifles, not contemplated in this bill. 90%, 95% of the handguns in use in Colorado, not contemplated in this bill. This is important work we're doing. We're honoring the folks who have come for a decade in this building and begged us to enforce our magazine limit. Let's do this. And with that, we have some amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L63 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L63 is properly displayed. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a clarification around the gun transfer of guns when a gunsmith is involved in the transfer. This was asked for by Judiciary Committee, worked on by members of Judiciary Committee, and we asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L63? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason that I am up here is because I am trying to figure out what this actually does. So I'm just trying to get enough. Yes, do you mind just explaining while I look through the bill? Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And so what the question was in Judiciary, and my representative from Delta County, I think, brought this concern up, is that the bill as initially drafted would have obligated, or at least there was the implied obligation that upon transfer back from a gunsmith who had been working on your firearm, that they would have to, the only way they could really know if you were a legal firearm owner or not prohibited from owning that firearm was to conduct a background check. We felt like that standard was not appropriate, and so we've adopted alternative language here that would not mandate that a gunsmith conduct a background check on someone whose firearm they had repaired simply for the act of transferring it back to that individual.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so can I repeat back to you what I just heard?
Yes, sir.
In my
Probably
language? There was a concern about whether or not gunsmiths could actually meet the standard in this bill, or would otherwise be in a predicament of having to verify things that maybe they don't have the means to verify or be necessary to verify. So there is a presumption that if someone brought you a firearm, they are the legal owner of that firearm, and therefore you can return it to them without doing any additional work. Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification and the time.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. To the bill. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L64 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The House will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw my motion to move Amendment 64.
The motion has been withdrawn. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request that Senate Bill 25-003 be read at length.
Members, it has been requested
A bill
that
for an act. 101 concerning prohibited activity
Senate Bill
involving
3 be read at
semi-automatic.
length.
102 firearms, and, in connection therewith, prohibiting the 103 manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase 104 of specified semi-automatic firearms and classifying a 105 device that increases the rate of fire of a 106 semi-automatic firearm as a dangerous weapon. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill defines a specified semi-automatic firearm as a Senate amended third reading February 18, 2025. Senate amended second reading February 14, 2025. Senate sponsorship Sullivan and Gonzalez J., Amabile, Bridges, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Jaquez Lewis, Kipp, Coker, Marchman, Michelson Jennett, Rodriguez, Weissman, Winter F., Coleman, Jode. House sponsorship Bosnecker and Froelich, Duran, Brown, Camacho, Clifford, Garcia, Gilchrist, Hamrick, Lindstedt, McCormick, Woodrow, Stewart R., Story, Titten, Bacon, Carter, Joseph, Mabry, Sirota, Smith, Velasco, Wilford, Zokai. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Semi-automatic rifle or semi-automatic shotgun with a detachable magazine or a gas-operated semi-automatic handgun with a detachable magazine. The bill prohibits knowingly manufacturing, distributing, transferring, selling, or purchasing a specified semi-automatic firearm, except that a person may transfer a specified semi-automatic firearm to an heir, an individual residing in another state, or a federally licensed firearm dealer. Unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm is a Class 2 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense is a Class 6 felony. The Department of Revenue shall revoke the state firearms dealer permit of a dealer who unlawfully manufactures, distributes, transfers, sells, or purchases a specified semi-automatic firearm. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation shall deny the transfer of a firearm to a person who was convicted of misdemeanor unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm within 5 years prior to the transfer. A person convicted of felony unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm is prohibited from possessing a firearm or certain other weapons. Existing law prohibits possession of a dangerous weapon. The bill defines rapid-fire device and classifies rapid-fire devices as dangerous weapons under Colorado law. The bill repeals the definition of a machine gun conversion device and removes machine gun conversion devices from the list of dangerous weapons. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-101, repeal 3, 1, G.2, and add 1, G.7, and 1, G.8, as follows. For 18-12-101. Peace Officer Affirmative Defense, definitions. 5, 1, as used in this Article 12, unless the context otherwise requires. 6, G.2, machine gun conversion device, means any part designed. 7 or intended, or combination of parts designed or intended, for use in. 8. Converting a firearm into a machine gun. 9. G.7, rapid-fire device, means any device, part, KIT, tool. 10. Accessory, or combination of parts that has the effect of. 11. Increasing the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm above the 12 standard rate of fire for the semi-automatic firearm that is not. -2003. 1. Otherwise equipped with that device, part, or combination of two parts. 3. G.8, semi-automatic firearm, means a firearm that is not for a machine gun and that, upon initiating the firing sequence, fires 5 the first chambered cartridge and uses a portion of the energy 6 of the firing cartridge to extract the expended cartridge case, 7 chamber the next round, and prepare the firing mechanism 8 fire again, and requires a separate pull, release, push, or 9 initiation of the trigger to fire each cartridge. Semi-automatic 10 firearm, includes a semi-automatic rifle, semi-automatic shotgun, 11 or semi-automatic handgun. 12 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 18-12-116 as 13 follows, 14-18-12-116. Enforcement of large capacity magazine ban by 15 regulating the manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, and purchase 16 of specified semi-automatic firearms, penalties, definitions. 1. As 17 used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 18. A. Cycle the action, means to extract the fired. 19. Cartridge case, chamber the next cartridge, and prepare the 20 firing mechanism to fire again. 21b. Detachable magazine means an ammunition feeding 22 device that is not permanently attached to a firearm and may be 23 removed from the firearm without rendering the firearm 24 incapable of accepting any magazine. Detachable magazine 25 does not include an attached tubular magazine located under 26 the barrel of a firearm. 27. C. Gas-operated semi-automatic handgun means any. -3003. One semi-automatic handgun that harnesses or traps a portion of the 2 high-pressure gas from a fired cartridge to cycle the action 3 using any of the following. 4. I. A long-stroke piston system in which gas is vented from 5 the barrel to a piston that is mechanically fixed to the bolt 6 group and moves to cycle the action. 7. 2. A short-stroke piston system in which gas is vented 8 from the barrel to a piston that moves separately from the bolt 9 group so that the energy is imparted through a gas piston 210 cycle the action. 11. 3. A system that traps and vents gas from either the 12 barrel or the chamber to directly strike or impinge the bolt. 13. Bolt carrier or slide assembly. 2. Unlock and cycle the action. 14. 4. A hybrid system that combines elements of a system 15 described in subsection 1 C I of this section with a system 16 described in subsection 1 C 2 or 1 C 3 of this section 2. 17. Capture gas vented from the barrel to cycle the action, or 18. V. A blowback-operated system that directly utilizes 19. The expanding gases of the ignited propellant powder acting on 20. The cartridge case to drive the breech block or breech bolt 21 rearward. 22. D. I. Specified semi-automatic firearm means any of the 23 following, except as provided in subsection 1 D 2 of this 24 section. 25. A. A semi-automatic rifle or semi-automatic shotgun with 26. A detachable magazine, or 27. B. A gas-operated semi-automatic handgun with a -4003. 1 detachable magazine. 2. Specified semi-automatic firearm does not include 3. A firearm designed to accept and capable of 4 operating only with .22 or lower caliber rimfire ammunition. 5. Unless the firearm has a separate upper and lower receiver. 6. B. A firearm that is manually operated by bolt, pump, 7 lever, or slide action. 8. C. A firearm that has a permanently fixed magazine that 9 cannot accept more than 15 rounds of ammunition. 10. Including a semi-automatic firearm that has been converted to 11 have a permanently fixed magazine that cannot accept more 12 than 15 rounds of ammunition. 13. D. A single or double-action semi-automatic handgun. 14. That uses recoil to cycle the action of the handgun. 15. E. The following models of firearms, as they exist, and 16 are configured on the effective date of this section. AG 4217 Jungmann. Benelli Argo E Pro. Benelli R1 Big Game Rifle. 18 Browning Bar 3 Malawian Quachas. Browning Bar Long Track Rifle. Browning 19 Bar Short Track Rifle. Fabrique Nationale Model 49, commonly 20 known as FN49, Fusel Automatique Modeli 1917, also known as 21 RSC M1917, Gura 43, Globko Mohawk, Hakim Rifle, HKSL6, 22 HKSL7, M1 Carbine, M1941 Johnson Rifle, Marlin Camp Carbine, 23 Moss 49, Remington Model 4, Remington Model 8, Remington 24 Model 740, Remington Model 742, Remington Model 750, 25 Remington 7400, Ruger Deerfield Carbine, Ruger Mini 14 Ranch 26 Rifle, Ruger Mini 30 Rifle, Ruger Model 44, Springfield 27 Armory M1 A Standard Issue Rifle, SVT 40, Valmet Hunter M88-5003. 1 VZ.52, Winchester Model 100, Winchester Model 1905, 2 Winchester Model 1907, and Winchester Model 1910, 3 F, a firearm that has been made permanently inoperable, 4 or 5, G, an antique firearm, as defined IN 18 USC SEC, 921-6, 16, or a curio or relic, AS defined IN 27 CFR 478.11. 7. 2. On or after September 1, 2025, IT is unlawful for any 8 person to knowingly manufacture, distribute, transfer, sell, or 9 purchase a specified semi-automatic firearm, except that a person may 10th sell or transfer a specified semi-automatic firearm to an 11 individual residing in another state or a federally licensed 12 firearm dealer. 13. 3. This section does not apply to 14. A. The manufacture, transfer, or sale of a specified 15 semi-automatic firearm to, or receipt or purchase of a specified 16 semi-automatic firearm by 17. I. A federal, state, or local law enforcement agency for 18. The purpose of equipping the agency's peace officers. 19. 2. A peace officer, as described in section 16-2.5-101, who 20 is certified by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board. 21 created in section 24-31-302, if the agency that employs the 22 peace officer requires or permits the peace officer to carry a 23 specified semi-automatic firearm for use in the peace officer's 24 official capacity. 25. 3. The Department of Corrections. The warden of a 26 prison, the superintendent of a facility in which a person has 27 been placed by transfer from a correctional facility pursuant. -6003. 1 TO Section 17-23-101, the keeper of a jail, or the head of any 2 other institution for the detention of people accused or 3 convicted of an offense, in order to equip staff for the 4 performance of their official duties, or 5, 4. An entity that operates an armored vehicle business 6 for use by an authorized employee of the entity while in the 7 course and scope of the employee's duties, 8, B, the manufacture, transfer, or sale of a specified 9 semi-automatic firearm 2, or receipt or purchase of a specified 10 semi-automatic firearm for use by members of the Armed Services 11 or Reserve Forces of the United States or of the Colorado 12 National Guard in the performance of their official duties. 13. C. The transfer of a specified semi-automatic firearm 2, 14 and receipt of a specified semi-automatic firearm by 15. I. A federally licensed firearms dealer for temporary 16 storage or permanent disposal, or 17. 2. A gunsmith, or an educational program designed for 18. The repair or maintenance of weapons approved by the governing 19. Board of a public institution of higher education or the 20 Colorado Division of Private Occupational Schools, for the 21 purposes of maintenance, repair, or modification and the 22 subsequent return of the specified semi-automatic firearm to the 23 lawful owner, as long as the lawful owner is not otherwise 24 prohibited by law from possessing the specified semi-automatic 25 firearm, 26, D, the sale of a specified semi-automatic firearm 2, and 27 purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm by an institution. 7003. 1 of higher education that operates, or instructor of, and 2 educational program approved by the governing board of a 3 public institution of higher education or the Colorado Division 4 of private occupational schools, for use and storage at the 5 location of the educational program. 6. E. The transfer or sale of a specified semi-automatic 7 firearm 2, and receipt or purchase of a specified semi-automatic 8 firearm by 9. I. A person who, 10. A. Completed a hunter education course certified by the 11 Division of Parks and Wildlife, American Samoa described in Section 33-6-107, 8, 12 and, within 5 years before making the purchase, completed a 13 basic firearms safety course described in subsection 5 of this 14 section. 15, B, within 5 years before making the purchase. 16 completed an extended firearms safety course described in 17 subsection 5 of this section, or 18, C, completed an extended firearms safety course more 19 than 5 years before making the purchase and completed a 20 basic firearms safety course within 5 years before making the 21 purchase. 22, 2, a federal, state, or local historical society, museum, 23 or institutional collection that is open to the public, if the 24 specified semi-automatic firearm is rendered permanently 25 inoperable prior to the sale or transfer, and 26, 3, a forensic laboratory, or any authorized agent or 27 employee of the laboratory, for use exclusively in the course. 8003. 1. In scope of forensic analysis. 2. F. A transfer that occurs by operation of law or because 3 of the death of a person for whom the prospective transferor is 4 an executor or administrator of an estate or a trustee of a 5 trust created in a will, and 6. G. The manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or 7 rental of a specified semi-automatic firearm capable of only 8 firing blanks by, or receipt or purchase of a specified 9 semi-automatic firearm capable of only firing blanks from, a 10 federally licensed firearm dealer, for use solely as a prop for 11A film, as defined in Section 24-48.5-114. 12. 4. A person who violates this section commits 13 unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or purchase 14 of a specified semi-automatic firearm. 15. B. Unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, 16 or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm is a Class 217 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense is a 18 Class 6 felony. 19. 5. A basic firearms safety course and an extended 20 firearms safety course must be taught by an instructor verified 21 by a sheriff as a firearms instructor pursuant to Section 2218-12-202.7. A basic or extended firearms safety course must be 23 held in person with the instructor of the class at the same 24 location as the students, and no part of the class may be 25 conducted via the internet. 26. 2. In order to enroll in a basic or extended firearms 27 safety course, a person must pay to the instructor the firearms. 9003. 1. Training and safety course record fee set by the Parks and 2 Wildlife Commission pursuant to Section 33-9-115, 5, and hold a 3 valid firearms safety course eligibility card, American Samoa described IN 4 subsection 5, B, of this section. The instructor shall remit the 5 firearms training and safety course record fee to the Division of 6 Parks and Wildlife. Before allowing a student to attend a 7 course, the instructor shall verify that the student holds a 8 valid firearms safety course eligibility card by requesting 9 information from the firearms training and safety course 10 record system created in Section 33-9-115. 11. 3. A basic firearms safety course must provide a 12 minimum of 4 hours of instruction. 13. B. An extended firearms safety course must provide a 14 minimum of 12 hours of instruction, which must be provided 15 on at least 2 different days. 16. 4. A basic or extended firearms safety course must 17. Include, but is not limited to including, instruction on safe 18. Handling of semi-automatic firearms and ammunition magazines. 19. Safe storage of firearms and child safety. Firearm deaths. 20. Associated with mental illness. Extreme risk protection orders. 21. Described in Article 14.5 of Title 13, and victim awareness. And 22. Empathy. 23. V. At the conclusion of a basic or extended firearms 24 safety course, the instructor shall administer an exam that 25 tests a student's knowledge of the subjects taught in this course. 26. And requires the student to demonstrate the ability to safely 27 handle firearms and a mastery of gun safety. To complete a -10-003. 1 basic firearms safety course, a student must achieve a score of 2 at least 90% on the exam. 3. 6. Within 3 business days after a student's completion of a basic or extended firearms safety course, the 5 instructor shall report the student's course completion to the 6 firearms training and safety course record system described in 7 Section 33-9-115. 8. B. I. Each sheriff shall issue firearms safety course 9 eligibility cards pursuant to this subsection. 5. B. A card is 10 valid for 5 years after the date of issuance. 11. 2. To obtain a firearms safety course eligibility card, and 12 applicant must submit the applicant's fingerprints to the sheriff. 13. Of the county or city and county in which the applicant resides. 14. Maintains a secondary residence, or owns or leases real. 15. Property used by the applicant in a business. The sheriff shall 16. Take 2 complete sets of the applicant's fingerprints for the 17. Bureau to conduct a fingerprint-based criminal history record. 18. Check of the applicant. The sheriff shall submit both sets of 19 fingerprints to the Bureau, and the sheriff shall not retain a set 20 of the applicant's fingerprints. 21. 3. The applicant must submit a firearms safety course 22 eligibility card fee to the sheriff. The firearms safety course 23 eligibility card fee includes the sheriff's processing fee and the 24 fingerprint processing fee. The firearms safety course eligibility 25 card fee is not refundable if the sheriff denies the applicant's 26 application. Each sheriff may establish a processing fee. The 27 amount of the fee must reflect the actual direct and indirect. -11-003. 1 costs to the sheriff for issuing a firearms safety course 2 eligibility card. The fingerprint processing fee is the amount 3 specified pursuant to Section 24-72-306 by the Director of the 4 Bureau for processing the applicant's fingerprints. 5. 4. Upon receipt of an applicant's fingerprints from a 6 sheriff, the Bureau shall process the full set of the applicant's 7 fingerprints as set forth in Section 18-12-208. 1. To obtain any 8 available state criminal justice information or federal 9 information about the applicant relevant to determining 10 whether the applicant is eligible to possess a firearm pursuant 11 to state and federal law. The Bureau shall report the results 12 of the fingerprint-based criminal history record check to the 13 sheriff. 14. V. After receiving the results of the fingerprint-based 15 criminal history record check, a sheriff shall issue a firearms 16 safety course eligibility card to an applicant who satisfies the 17 criteria listed in Section 18-12-203, 1A, 2, 1G. A sheriff shall 18. Deny or revoke a firearms safety course eligibility card if a 19 applicant or cardholder fails to meet one of the criteria listed. 20. Section 18-12-203, 1A, 2, 1G. And may deny or revoke a card. 21. If the sheriff has a reasonable belief that documented previous 22 behavior by the applicant or cardholder makes it likely the 23 person will present a danger to themselves or others. If the person 24 holds a firearms safety course eligibility card. 25. 6. A sheriff shall report information required by the 26th Division of Parks and Wildlife about the card to the firearms 27 training and safety course record system created in Section -12-003. 133-9-115. 2. 7. A firearms safety course eligibility card must 3. Include the firearms safety course eligibility card holder's full forename, the county of issuance and the signature of the sheriff. 5. Who issued the card, and the issuance and expiration dates of 6. The card. 7. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 33-9-115 as 8 follows. 933-9-115. Firearms Training and Safety Course Record System. 10. Rules, Definitions. 1. AS used in this section, unless the context 11 otherwise requires. 12. A. Basic Firearms Safety Course, means a basic firearms 13 safety course described in Section 18-12-116. 5. 14. B. Bureau, means the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. 15. Created in Section 24-33.5-401. 16. C. Division, means the Division of Parks and Wildlife. 17. Created in Section 33-9-104. 18. D. Extended Firearms Safety Course, means an extended 19 firearms safety course described Section 18-12-116. 5. 20. E. Hunter Education Course, means a hunter education. 21. Course certified by the Division of Parks and Wildlife, as 22. Described in Section 33-6-107. 8. 23. F. System, means the Firearms Training and Safety 24 course record system described in subsection 2A of this 25 section. 26. 2A. The division shall develop and operate a system of 27 records of persons who -13-003. 1. I. Hold a valid firearms safety course eligibility card. 2. Issued pursuant to Section 18-12-116. 5. B. And 3. 2. Have completed a hunter education course, a basic 4 firearms safety course, or an extended firearms safety course. 5b, the division shall consult with the Bureau IN 6 developing and operating the system. 7c, the system is not a record that a person purchases or 8 exchanges firearms or purchased or exchanged a specific 9 firearm. 10.3, the system must allow, 11a, the instructor of a basic firearms safety course or 12 extended firearms safety course to request and receive 13 information about whether a person holds a valid firearms 14 safety course eligibility card issued pursuant TO section 1518-12-116, 5b, 16b, the instructor of a hunter education course, basic 17 firearms safety course, or extended firearms safety course 218 electronically enter into the system the name of and other. 19 information required by the division about each student who 20 completes a course, and 21, c, a federal firearms licensee, as defined in section 2218-12-101, to electronically request and receive information 23 about whether a person has completed the courses necessary TO 24 purchase a specified semi-automatic firearm pursuant TO section 2518-12-116, 3, I. 26, 4, the division may adopt processes and procedures 27 necessary for the implementation of this section. -14, 003. 1.5a, the Commission shall establish a firearms training 2 and safety course record fee for a person to be included in the 3 system. The fee must reflect actual direct and indirect costs. 2.4 operate the system. The Commission may adjust the fee, but shall 5 not adjust the fee more than one time each year. The instructor 6 of a basic or extended firearms safety course shall collect the 7 fee from each student of a basic or extended firearms safety 8 course and remit the fee to the division for deposit in the 9 firearms training and safety course cash fund. 10b, the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund IS-11 created in the State Treasury. The fund consists money credited 12 to the fund pursuant TO subsection 5a of this section and any 13 other money that the General Assembly may appropriate or 14 transfer to the fund. The State Treasurer shall credit all 15 interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of 16 money in the Firearms Training and Safety Course Cash Fund to 17 the fund. Subject to annual appropriation by the General 18 Assembly, the division may expend money from the fund for the 19 operation of the system. 20 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-108, amend 21, 7, and 7, 3, and add 7, JJJ, as follows, 22-18-12-108. Possession of weapons by previous offenders. 7. In 23 addition to a conviction for felony crime as defined in Section 24-4.1-30224, 1. A felony conviction or adjudication for one of the following felonies. 25 prohibits a person from possessing, using, or carrying upon the person a 26 firearm as defined in Section 18-1-901, 3h, or any other weapon that is 27 subject to this Article 12 pursuant to subsection 1, or 3, of this section. -15, 003. 1. A criminal attempt, complicity, or conspiracy to commit any 2 of the offenses listed in this subsection, 7, and 3, unlawful conduct involving an unserialized firearm, frame, for or receiver, as described in Section 18-12-111.5, and 5, JJJ, unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, 6 or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm, as described in 7 Section 18-12-116. 8 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-33.5-424, amend 9, 3, B.3, 11, and 3, B.3, 12, and add 3, B.3, 13, as follows, 1024-33.5-424. National Instant Criminal Background Check 11 System, State Point of Contact, Fee, Grounds for Denial of Firearm 12 Transfer, Appeal, Rulemaking, Unlawful Acts, Instant Criminal 13 Background Check Cash Fund, Creation. 3, B.3, in addition to the 14 grounds for denial specified in subsections 3a and 3b of this 15 section, the Bureau shall deny a transfer of a firearm if the prospective 16 transferee has been convicted of any of the following offenses committed. 17 on or after June 19, 2021, if the offense is classified as a misdemeanor, 18 or if the prospective transferee has been convicted in another state or 19 jurisdiction, including a military or federal jurisdiction, of an offense that, 20 if committed in Colorado, would constitute any of the following offenses. 21 classified as a misdemeanor offense, within 5 years prior to the 22 transfer, 23, 11, unlawfully providing a firearm other than a handgun to a 24 juvenile, as described in Section 18-12-108.7, 3, or 25, 12, unlawful conduct involving an unserialized firearm, frame, 26 or receiver, as described in Section 18-12-111.5, or 27, 13, unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale. -16, 003. 1 or purchase of a specified semi-automatic firearm, as described in 2 Section 18-12-116. 3 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-401.5, amend 4, 8a, 4d, and 8a, 4e, and add 8a, 4f, as follows, 518-12-401.5. Permit required, issuing agency, cash fund, 6 inspections, penalty, report, rules, repeal. 8A, notwithstanding 7 subsection 7 of this section, the department shall revoke a state permit 8 if the state permit holder 9(4) is convicted of any of the following: 10(d) selling or otherwise transferring a firearm to a person who is 11 and eligible to possess the firearm pursuant to state or federal law, or 12(e) selling or otherwise transferring a firearm component, or 13 accessory, as defined in section 29-11.7-101.5, to another person in 14 violation of federal, state, or local law, or 15, f, manufacturing, distributing, transferring, selling, or 16, purchasing a specified semi-automatic firearm in violation of 17 Section 18-12-116. 18 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 24-31-120 as 19 follows, 2024-31-120. List of prohibited weapons. Pursuant to the 21 authority granted in Section 24-31-101, 1A, and 1D, the 22 Attorney General may provide guidance and clarification. 223 assist in the implementation of Section 18-12-116. The Attorney 24 General may publish and make publicly available guidance and 25 opinions concerning Section 18-12-116, including, but not limited 26 opinions about the specific models of firearms to which 27 Section 18-12-116, 2, applies. 17-003. 1 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-302, amend 2-1A, as follows, 318-12-302. Large capacity magazines prohibited, penalties, 4 exceptions. 1A, except as otherwise provided in this section, on and 5 after July 1, 2013, a person who sells, transfers, or possesses a 6 large capacity magazine commits a Class 2 Class 1 misdemeanor. 7 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-102, amend 8-1, as follows, 918-12-102. Possessing a dangerous or illegal weapon, 10 affirmative defense, definition. 1. As used in this section, the term 11, dangerous weapon, means a firearm silencer, machine gun, 12 conversion device, rapid-fire device, short shotgun, or short rifle. 13 Section 10. Effective date, applicability. This act takes 14 effect September 1, 2025, and applies to offenses committed on or after 15 said date. 16 Section 11. Severability. If any provision of this act or the 17 application of this act to any person or circumstance is held invalid, the 18 invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of the act. That 19 can be given effect without the invalid provision or application, and to 20 this end the provisions of this act are declared to be severable. 21 Section 12. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 22 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 23 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for 24 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 25 institutions. 18-003.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L64 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us 1 second.
We have 66.
That amendment is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment includes tribal law enforcement. We absolutely should never have left them out, and so we ask for a yes vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L64? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L64. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L64 is adopted. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L65 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us 1 second. Amendment 65 is displayed. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This removes the effective date, and the conduct prohibition will begin now on August 1, 2026.
Is
And
there
we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L65? Representative Luck.
108.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that you are up there. That's wonderful. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I just want to thank the bill sponsors for this amendment. Tyranny delayed, freedom secured for another year. Very grateful. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you to my colleague. I might articulate it differently, but the gratitude is shared and appreciated.
Any further discussion on Amendment L65? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L65. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L65 is adopted. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L67 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a second to get that up. That is displayed.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is language related to the enterprise and just is sort of boilerplate language that we put in related to any program that is an enterprise that is passed into statute as well, and so we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L67? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L67. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L67 is adopted. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one more amendment that we're going to be offering here. But in the meantime, I just wanted to talk through a couple pieces of the bill and really do appreciate the opportunity to clarify some of these things with a few more folks in the room. Did want to just mention a couple things I had highlighted in my remarks. And the first is that 90% of the handguns that are commonly used for self-defense, these are recoil-based handguns, these are not implicated in the bill. I wanted to just make sure that I had that point put out there, as well as revolvers, as well as shotguns used for hunting and self-defense. These are things that are not implicated in the bill, and certainly understand we're going to have a robust discussion, but wanted to just point those things out. And now that I've killed enough time, wanted to move L108 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute to get that displayed. That is displayed. Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This, as you can see, is just a technical fix that was caught in the drafting process, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L108? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L108. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L108 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 3? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The things that I've seen that have kind of caused concern from judiciary, from finance, from appropriations, all the different costs, where they're coming from, where they're going to. I'm still confused on all of it. There's a lot of seemingly unsubstantiated or otherwise unexplained loans and grants and things that are going to be, money's going to be coming from. So I think the biggest thing for me to at least have that addressed, have it recognized and have it understood on an annual basis is, since this was a judiciary bill, and Parks and Wildlife is the one, they're the organization that's going to be kind of the fulcrum of this funding. I want to make sure that there's accountability on our level, at least in the legislature, since this is coming from the legislature, of knowing what was spent the year prior and what's going to be spent the following year. So with that, I move L119 and ask that it be properly displayed.
There's a proper motion. Give us a moment to get that displayed. That amendment is displayed to Amendment L119. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you can see, this would start this at the end of this year for next year to explain what's going to be spent that following year. And then every year after, it will be something that would be given to, in a report to the Judiciary Committee, to be explained, to be understood, and to be discussed what's going to be spent. Similar to the SMART Act, but obviously CPW doesn't report to Judiciary and SMART Act. So this would be a separate report that would just give some transparency of what's being spent and what's likely to be requested for the next year on expenses. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And folks, thank you to our colleague for bringing this amendment. We're pro-transparency, pro-reporting, and we also appreciate the opportunity to receive it a little bit in advance, run it up the flagpole, make sure there were no fiscal implications, and there are none. So we ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L119? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L119. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L119 is adopted. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when we did a different bill regarding ammunition, we had talked about the importance of protection orders for survivors of domestic violence, male and female, and the ability for people to protect themselves from even the people they once loved. And it's incredibly important, I think, that we continue to have those conversations even in this bill, because women with protection or men with protection orders deserve the right to be able to defend themselves and not go through rigorous requirements in order to do so. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment 078 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute to get that displayed. That is displayed. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reiterate, this is the same language that we have used in other bills that has passed on gun-related bills to help protect survivors of domestic violence and make sure they have all the tools that they choose in order to defend themselves. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Minority Leader. Appreciate this concern for folks who have been impacted in such a difficult and tragic manner. My response to this is simply to say that should you have a protection order in place at present, there already is an expedited process for you to be able to go through the concealed carry program. I fully support that in our statute, as I understand the immediacy and the need for self-defense in some of those situations. I view this policy different than that exception inasmuch as the type of firearms that this bill seeks to regulate, semi-automatic firearms, typically known as long guns with detachable magazines, are not implicated or utilized in the concealed carry process and typically are not used for self-defense in the same way that someone might use a handgun or a shotgun for self-defense. So I would just simply ask, with all due respect, for a no vote.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do really appreciate the response by the sponsor. I understand. I just never want to limit whether it's a man or a woman's right to protect themselves with whatever gun they choose. And so I don't think it's up to this General Assembly to decide that for them. And I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L78? Representative Richardson.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak on this, but the sponsor just said there's an expedited process for a concealed carry permit. There is. You can issue one in an emergency. That doesn't override what's in this bill to allow somebody to actually purchase the firearm that they want to arm themselves with. So I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L78? Seeing none, the question of Representative Division.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L78. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L78, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L78 is lost. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, the bill sponsors had talked about an expedited process for concealed carry. And since that last amendment didn't pass, I do think it's incredibly important. People who have a concealed carry permit go through a process. They go through all the training. I remember when I moved to Colorado from Miami, that I went through a concealed carry class. We had a house on 27 acres that bordered Bureau of Land Management land. And so we didn't have any neighbors. We didn't have any people. And for a girl who grew up outside of New York City, that was really scary. And so while obviously we had guns in our house, I also thought it was important to have a concealed carry. And so I went through a weekend of training, a weekend of shooting. We did a lot to make sure that I was comfortable and safe with my firearm. And so I think that there's a lot of training that goes into that. And so requiring those same people to then go through training yet again makes no sense. And we want to make sure that we're putting forward some common sense policies. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L068 to Senate Bill 003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a moment to get that up. That is displayed. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this just says that a person who holds a valid permit to carry a concealed handgun, they've already gone through the training, they've already gotten their concealed carry, they've gone through their background check, the sheriff has approved it. I mean, it's a process that they wouldn't have to go through this process to buy a firearm, and there would be no need to take the course and no need to get that eligibility card. And so I think this is a common sense policy to this bill, and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for this amendment. We are asking for a no vote for several reasons. The first being the way this amendment is written, it exempts you from any training altogether, meaning that for other pieces of the bill, we have said that if you have a hunter safety certification in place, that you simply have to take an additional 4 hours. Let me be clear, colleagues. The types of firearms that are regulated in this bill are not the types of firearms that you receive training on through a concealed carry course. You do not conceal carry an AR-15. You do not conceal carry an AR-556. You conceal carry, most likely, a handgun. And so these are altogether different types of firearms that we're contemplating. It is not a one-to-one corollary here in types of training. The reason why we've said the hunter safety piece plus 4 hours is because the hunter safety training involves training on long guns. Our bill regulates long guns. certain specified semi-automatic firearms. And so this is not an appropriate, in my mind, an appropriate move to exempt someone who, by the way, might have had another incident in the last 5 years that actually precludes them from having that concealed carry in the first place, but we would never know because now they're exempted from the bill altogether, meaning they don't even do that first round of background check that is required of every other person who is asking to receive the certification to own one of these firearms. And so we would ask for a no vote. There is simply not a corollary here.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something we've actually been discussing quite a bit. We realized, and I'm saying we by our side of the aisle, we realized that most of the, well, definitely the sponsors, but a lot on the left don't actually know anything about these guns, anything about the list. If it has a detachable magazine, isn't that included in this gun bill? If it has a detachable magazine? It's not. There's a lot of detachable magazines that you can conceal carry, lots of them, whole lots, and they're included in this bill. Unless we want to put an amendment in there that says that all handguns with detachable magazines, which includes AR pistols, then I can explain what an AR pistol is too, but those are included in this bill, and therefore this amendment needs to flow through. Because this is a lack of working knowledge of the actual guns. And we're going to eventually get to the list of guns that were included in this, because it's a funny little list. It has no bearing on reality in relationship to this bill. But we'll get to that, because this is a good teaching moment. These are great moments when we can say, this is what a gun is, this is what a magazine is, this is what a detachable magazine is. And so this, I say strongly, we need to vote yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L68? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always disturbing when somebody comes up to the well and misrepresents a bill, even if it's done innocently. But sponsor just stood here and said this bill doesn't cover handguns. Top page 4, line 1, gas-operated semi-automatic handgun. We can't just keep saying what's in the bill isn't in the bill and stuff that is in the bill isn't in the bill and then ask people to vote for things. We need to look at what this bill actually says. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L68? Representative Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Martinez. It's good to see you up there, buddy.
It's good to see you as well.
Yes, this amendment does need to go through. I conceal carry a Glock 19, which has a detachable magazine. My backup concealed carry is a 380 6-hour with a detachable magazine. And then my other concealed carry is a 1911 Colt 9mm with a detachable magazine. That would be excluded in this bill. Detachable magazine. It's something that comes out of the butt of the gun where you put the bullets in. That's what a magazine is. That also gets put in an AR. 80% of the guns have detachable magazines. Let me give you an example of some guns that do not have detachable magazines. A shotgun does not have a detachable magazine. You load the shotgun cartridges into the barrel, into the ammo barrel. A revolver, 6-shooter, does not have a detachable magazine. Those bullets go into the revolver. But my concealed carry guns have detachable magazines, which are included in this bill. You writing that down? Okay, good. Write that down. I urge and I vote on this amendment, which will allow me to conceal carry my detachable magazine, Glock 19. Thank you.
Representative Clifford.
Representative Barron, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Why did I think the Speaker Pro Tem was behind me? I was just talking to him. Sorry about that. This does not at all cover your Glock 19 or any handgun that you have that has a detachable magazine, to be clear. And the type of training that we provide for concealed weapon permits are typically for handguns. Almost never touch anything about a rifle unless it's some specialized course and what they do for hunter safety is. That is why there is a nexus with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They actually deal with training people the safety of rifles and shotguns. That is not something that we are typically doing in a concealed weapons course. There is a major difference. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's a lot of back and forth right now about whether the gun falls under it or not. And I would like clarification because I'm looking at page 4 of the re-engrossed bill, page 4, line 27, and one of the firearms that falls under this is a gas-operated semi-automatic handgun with a detachable magazine. Now, if you go down to line 13 and 14 on the same page, the guns that are excluded, a single or double action semi-automatic handgun that uses recoil to cycle the action of the handgun. And I asked this in Judiciary Committee, and I didn't get an answer, but I guess I'm confused because a gas-operated semi-automatic handgun with a detachable magazine is a part of this list that you have to have this training, but excluded is a single or double action semi-automatic handgun that uses recoil to cycle the action of the handgun. The recoil comes from the expended gas on the semi-automatic handgun. So I still am very unclear on this. How can you have recoil if it's not from the gas from the expended shell? So we're going back and forth saying if it does apply to this, it doesn't. But again, I'm very confused. On page 5, line 13 and 14, what is the difference between a semi-automatic handgun that uses recoil, but somehow the only difference is there's no gas operation? I guess I don't know what makes it recoil. So if the bill sponsors could clear that up for us, that would be very helpful.
Representative Clifford.
I am not a bill sponsor, but I can answer your question, Rep. Caldwell. If you take a look at how a gas-chambered firearm works, there's typically a tube. It's from where the gas comes and where we feed it back in order to cycle that action. And it's very distinct from what you have in your handgun. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L68? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L68. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L68, please stand and remain standing in one place until your vote is counted. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing until your vote is counted. You may be seated. Amendment L68 is lost. Assistant Minority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I rise to speak about a foundational principle that is at the heart of this debate. It is a distinction that every lawmaker, every citizen, and every public official must understand clearly. This is the difference between a right and a privilege. A right is something that is inherent. It is something that you are born with. It is not something that the government creates, issues, or controls. Rights are guaranteed by our Constitution, not granted by our legislature. They exist because we are human beings, created equal, and endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. That is the language of our Declaration of Independence, and it is the moral foundation of the entire American experience. A privilege, by contrast, is something that the government gives you. It is conditional, it can be taken away, it can be modified, it can be withheld. A privilege depends on permission. A privilege is extended by the state and controlled by the state. A driver's license, for example, is a privilege. It is something that you apply for. It comes with requirements, fees, revocation processes, and government oversight. If you do not meet the state's condition, the state can take it away. The fundamental difference is this: a right belongs to you simply because you are free. A privilege is something you must qualify for, and which the government can deny or revoke. This bill, despite its stated intention, takes what has always been a constitutional right, the right to keep and bear arms, and converts it into a privilege that must be earned through compliance, payment, and government approval. Under this bill, you do not have the right to own a common semi-automatic firearm unless you first apply for government-issued safety course eligibility card. To get that card, you must submit to fingerprinting, undergo a background check, pay fees to the sheriff, and hope that the sheriff does not exercise vague, discretionary authority to deny your application based on nothing more than their subjective belief about your future behavior. If you make it through that process, you then must take 2 state-mandated courses, 1 basic and then 1 extended. These courses must be held in person. They must be taught by a state-approved instructor, and they must include a state-approved curriculum complete with exams, pass rates, and psychological content such as victim empathy and mental illness awareness. You must complete these courses within a specific time frame. You must pay additional fees to be added to the state's training record system. And even after you have passed every test and followed every step, your ability to exercise your Second Amendment rights still depends on continued approval from the state. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not how rights are supposed to function. This is how privileges operate. This is how a government controls an activity that it chooses to allow, not how a free people exercise an inalienable right. This bill treats the Second Amendment like a special license, something that is handed out sparingly, and not only to those who meet the government's definition of acceptable. But the Second Amendment is not a privilege. It is not an optional benefit. It is not a perk for the well-connected or the well-behaved. It is a right guaranteed to every American regardless of income, zip code, or political persuasion. The Constitution does not say the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed unless they fail to pay a fee. It does not say unless they have not taken a class. It does not say unless a sheriff thinks they might pose a danger someday. It says that this right shall not be infringed. Senate Bill 3 places the government in the role of gatekeeper to a fundamental liberty. That is dangerous. That is unconstitutional. and that is morally wrong. We would never tolerate this approach with other constitutional rights. We would never allow the state to require a government-issued speech permit before you could voice your opinion. We would never demand that you complete a state-approved religious training course before attending church. We would never ask that you pass a financial test before being allowed to vote. Yet that is exactly the framework this bill establishes for the Second Amendment. And let us be honest about who this bill impacts most. It is not criminals. It is not gangs. It is not those who already ignore the law. It is the working parent in rural Colorado who owns a semi-automatic rifle for livestock protection. It is the veteran who uses a legally owned firearm for home defense. It is the retiree who enjoys weekend target shooting. These are not threats to public safety. These are responsible citizens who are being told that their rights are no longer guaranteed, but conditional. The financial burden alone will price many Coloradans out of lawful gun ownership. The fingerprinting fees, course fees, training requirements, travel costs, and lost work hours will create a real-world barrier for low-income families and rural residents. We are saying to them, you may have your right, but only if you can afford it. That is not equality, that is injustice. And it gets worse. If they make a mistake, if they purchase or transfer a semi-automatic firearm without navigating this maze, they face criminal penalties. First a misdemeanor, then a felony, and with that felony comes the permanent loss of the right to own any firearm ever again. So let us review. The bill imposes cost barriers, creates discretionary denial powers, criminalizes peaceful conduct, and establishes a government-controlled system to track and monitor those who wish to exercise a constitutional right. That is not the framework of a free society. That is the framework of a permission-based system that transforms rights into government-issued privileges. Colleagues, I ask you to consider this carefully. The role of government is not to decide who gets to exercise their rights. The role of government is to protect those rights from infringement. Senate Bill 3 flips that principle on its head. It expands the power of the state at the expense of the individual. It assumes that liberty must be earned rather than preserved. If we accept this model for the Second Amendment, what is to stop it from being applied elsewhere? Today it is your firearm. Tomorrow it may be your speech or your business or your property. We must not let the government define what a right is. That is the responsibility of the Constitution and the people, not the legislature. I urge you to reject Senate Bill 3, not just because it restricts firearms, but because it attacks the very concept of freedom itself. Let us not surrender our rights and call it safety. Let us not transform what is sacred into something that is conditional. Let us not allow this chamber to become the gatekeeper of liberties. It was elected to protect. And with that, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 3.
Representative Weinberg, or Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought up some concerns earlier that were related to the idea of losing Pittman-Robertson grant fund money, not only because of the idea of misappropriation of funds or borrowing of funds that were intended not to be tampered with based on that agreement for the grant funds. The other part of that is the idea that there needs to be some accountability of where money is going, how money is being moved around, and that is all regulated under these grants through U.S. Fish and Game. And getting U.S. Fish and Game involved would just require an audit of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Doing that financial audit of Colorado Parks and Wildlife before we get things going with this bill, before it's enforced, I think is important. Losing $27 million and potentially more based on the other things, the money that's going to be pulled from the general fund to reimburse funds, all the money that's going to be moved around and that we lose as a state are detrimental just because we want to push anti-gun legislation through. So we have to have some sort of accountability before we do this. I think this is being absolutely rushed through carelessly, and I really think we need to have federal government involvement on the level of U.S. Parks or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Game, sorry, having them involved, getting them eyes on, do a quick audit, get everything squared away, make sure money's good so we don't end up losing dozens of millions of dollars in grant money every year. So to do that, I move L111 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It's a proper motion. Give us a minute to get that displayed. That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a legislative intent. This is simply putting in that and completion of the prohibition on certain activity involving specified semi-automatic firearms, that there is a level of audit that will be required by the federal entity being U.S. Fish and Game, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, having that audit done, making sure money is going to be appropriated properly, that isn't going to cost us that money, would help put us in a better spot moving forward so that we're not getting ourselves in a pickle, but we can actually move forward in a way that can be healthy. We aren't losing more money than we intend on putting into this as a cause, and I encourage an aye vote.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for this amendment. We are going to ask for a no vote. This is why we amended the bill in the Finance Committee and limited the cash funds from CPW to one particular cash fund that does not implicate or include any federal dollars. CPW has their own processes for auditing their funds. We certainly have the Legislative Audit Committee to do the same. CPW obviously comes before this body in the SMART Act hearings. There is plentiful and right oversight on those funds, including the amendment we adopted from my colleague that includes an accounting of funds to be reported to the Judiciary Committee yearly. And so we find this measure to be redundant, although well-intended. We would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L111? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L111. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L111 is lost. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Long day. Fellow colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to Senate Bill 3, which proposes a sweeping and unprecedented ban on the sale, transfer, and lawful purchase of an entire class of firearms in the state of Colorado. Let's be clear about what this bill does. It criminalizes the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens in the state. It turns common semi-automatic firearms used every day by ranchers, hunters, sport shooters, and homeowners into contraband. And it does so while claiming to make our communities safer, though there's no compelling data to support that claim. I came to this country, a land of liberty, because of what the Constitution stands for and separates us from every country in the world. And nowhere in that Constitution is a right more clearly affirmed than in the Second Amendment. Our founders didn't write it as a suggestion. They wrote it as a guarantee. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But this bill infringes in the most direct way possible. It bans the manufacture, sale, and purchase of firearms that are commonly owned, widely used, and constitutionally protected. That alone should be enough to strike it down. This bill doesn't make our streets safer. It makes our government more powerful. Under the guise of public safety, this bill creates a new government bureaucracy, a centralized eligibility system for gun ownership. It builds a database of people who want to buy specific firearms. It requires an ID card to even take a training course. It allows unelected sheriffs to decide subjectively who is too dangerous to even attend a firearm safety class. That is not liberty. That is control. That is bureaucracy run amok. Let's talk about who this bill rarely targets. It doesn't stop gang members. It doesn't stop violent criminals. Those individuals are already prohibited from owning guns, and guess what? They don't follow the law. They're not going to register for a government database. They're not signing up for a 12-hour safety class. They're not going to apply for a special card from their local sheriff. The people this bill punishes are the single mom who wants a firearm to protect her home, the rancher who carries a rifle in the truck, the young woman who wants to learn gun safety and participate in competitive shooting. These are the people we're targeting with red tape, regulation, and potential criminal charges. Colleagues, this is a solution in search of a problem. National FBI statistics consistently show that semi-automatic rifles are used in a fraction of gun crimes, less than 3%. Far more murders are committed with handguns, and more still with knives, blunt objects, or even fists. So if the problem is crime, this bill is looking in the wrong place. Let's also be honest. This bill will not stand up in court. In District of Columbia v. Heller, the Supreme Court affirmed that the Second Amendment protects ownership of weapons in common use. In Bruin, the court made clear that firearm restrictions must be deeply rooted in historical tradition. There is no tradition in American law of banning entire classes of firearms based on cosmetic features or magazine configuration. This bill is not just bad policy, it is bad law. And it will cost the state millions in legal challenges. It is almost certain to lose. Beyond the law, beyond the politics, let's talk about culture. Colorado is a Western state. We value independence, responsibility, and freedom. We don't want government telling us how to live, how to work, or how to defend our homes. Our rural communities rely on these firearms. Our veterans train with them. Our sportsmen teach their sons and daughters how to use them safely. This bill erodes that tradition and replaces it with government oversight and bad bureaucracy. And for what? So politicians here in Denver can say they did something about violence, even if it means nothing on their streets. Colleagues, I'm asking you to vote no because this bill fails on every count. It's unconstitutional. It's ineffective, it's government overreach, it targets the innocent, it burdens law enforcement, and it opens the door for future confiscation. We are a nation of laws, yes, but we are also a nation of freedom. And when we start telling responsible Coloradoans that they can't own what they already have, can't buy what is legal in 44 other states, and can't even attend a class without a government-issued card, we're on a path not towards safety, but towards tyranny. We don't need more gun control in the state of Colorado. We need more criminal control. We need more mental health support. We need to support law enforcement, not burden them with vague enforcement mandates. This bill is not the answer, and the people of Colorado deserve better. I would urge a no vote today.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it came up, I do want to address a few things related to the constitutionality of bills of this nature, specifically as a permit to purchase program for a specified class of semi-automatic firearms. There is no indication that permit-to-purchase systems are vulnerable to constitutional challenge. In fact, many states have permit-to-purchase systems already in place. Many of these laws have already been on the books for decades, and several states have enacted or expanded these same laws post-Bruin, including Delaware, Washington, and Oregon. And because Illinois came up earlier in conversation, I do want to mention that in relation to the FOID card that was mentioned, the only piece that is litigated right now in Illinois is the possession piece. The permit to purchase piece of the Illinois law stands, along with all 13 other states and the District of Columbia, in full force and effect. In fact, 9 states and the District of Columbia have outright bans on the acquisition of certain semi-automatic military-style firearms. And even those state restrictions on these firearms remain in full force and effect and are enforceable today, despite certain folks' numerous attempts to get the courts to strike them down. Federal district courts in California, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington have upheld prohibitions on military-style semi-automatic firearms and/or high-capacity magazine prohibitions against Second Amendment challenges in the last 2.5 years alone. In using the Bruin framework, 3 federal appellate courts, the 3rd, 4th, and 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, have ruled on prohibitions on semi-automatic military-style firearms since Bruin, rejecting challenges to all the state laws at issue. In August of 24, the 4th Circuit Court upheld Maryland's assault weapons ban. In December of 23, the 7th Circuit Court did the same for Illinois' law. Gun rights plaintiffs in Delaware, Illinois, and Maryland have asked the United States Supreme Court to hear their cases, but the court denied those 3 petitions. In 14 opinions affirming the constitutionality of outright bans on these types of firearms, which, mind you, all we do is put in a permit-to-purchase program, 14 different opinions, federal courts have made clear our nation's history of prohibiting civilians from having and using military-grade weapons dates as far back as our founding. The AR-15 and similar rifles are not in common use for lawful self-defense. That is an important distinction. Today's semi-automatic military-style firearms are the product of dramatic technological changes. The bottom line is simply this. There is no reason to believe that there are constitutional concerns about a permit-to-purchase system, even if applied to all guns, which our bill does not contemplate, or to handguns, which our bill does not contemplate. But the system is constructed for a class of firearms that federal courts have made it clear individuals do not have a right to acquire. And I want to list briefly the states with permit-to-purchase programs to acquire firearms. And I'll also note that with the exception of 4 of these, all of them require safety training as contemplated in our bill. Connecticut, safety training required. Permit to purchase for handguns and long guns. Hawaii, safety training required. Permit to purchase program in effect for handguns and long guns. New Jersey, safety training required. Permit to purchase program in place for handguns and long guns. Oregon, safety training required. Handguns and long guns implicated in their permitting process. Maryland, safety training required. Handguns are subject to a permit to purchase system. Delaware.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, give me 1 second. Members, if you have conversations, please take it to the side. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thanks. I'll start the list back again. Connecticut, safety training required. For handguns and long guns, a permit to purchase program is in effect. Hawaii, safety training required. For handguns and long guns, a permit to purchase program is required. New Jersey, safety training required. Handguns and long guns implicated in the permit to purchase program. Oregon, permit to purchase for handguns and long guns, safety training required. Maryland, safety training required. Handguns are implicated in their permit to purchase program. Delaware, safety training required. Handguns are implicated in their permit to purchase program. Michigan, handguns implicated in the permit to purchase program. Minnesota, handguns and semi-automatic military-style long guns are implicated in the permit to purchase program. New England, handguns only, but for private sales and not through sales through FFLs. Washington, safety training required. Handguns and long guns, permit to purchase program is in effect. States with permit to purchase programs to simply possess firearms in the first place: Washington, D.C., Illinois, Massachusetts, and New York. Washington, D.C., and Massachusetts all requiring safety trainings. I say this to reinforce the fact that we can talk about constitutionality, but candidly, colleagues, the courts have ruled time and time again, even post-Bruin, that what we are doing through this bill in a much more limited scope than other states who have taken similar action is constitutional. The Supreme Court has 3 times said no thank you to hearing these court cases because the case law is clear. We would ask for a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was a lengthy list of places that do this. What strikes me is none of them are Colorado. And this isn't Howie, Colorado. This certainly isn't what the folks of House District 56 want. I'm pretty sure it's something based on all the petitions, all the emails, all the phone calls, all the folks that had filled the gallery earlier that had showed up at the multiple hearings, both in the Senate and the House, want. It appears from what we've heard today that perhaps there's 3 people in the House that want this, the 2 sponsors and 1 other representative who spoke. So therefore, I do offer Amendment 074 and ask that it be properly displayed, or rather I move Amendment 74 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a second to get that displayed. That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Richardson.
A moment or two to read this, but this is a pretty simple amendment. The bill can stand as it is, but adopting this amendment will exempt every citizen that is represented in House Districts 1 through 65 as they exist today. I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L74? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We simply ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L74? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L74. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L74 is lost. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L080 to Senate Bill 3 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a second to get that displayed.
Thank you.
That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is one that my colleagues across the aisle, especially those that sit on Judiciary Committee, would be very supportive of. It's decriminalizing parts of the bill. And so we do not want to criminalize law-abiding citizens if they make a mistake. So this bill unfairly targets responsible gun owners with extreme penalties, and changing violations to civil infractions prevents innocent individuals from facing a criminal record simply for exercising their constitutional rights. And it aligns penalties with the offense. A $100 civil fine is reasonable for what is often a minor regulatory issue. Harsh penalties are disproportionate and out of line with similar Colorado laws. Again, Judiciary Committee should agree with this. Avoiding burdens on the criminal justice system, law enforcement should focus on violent criminals, not ordinary citizens caught in bureaucratic firearm regulations. Shifting these penalties to civil infractions allows officers and courts to prioritize real threats. Again, Judiciary Committee, we have this debate a lot. Should it be a misdemeanor? Should it be civil infraction? I think we just had that debate a couple days ago. So, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment because we do not want to overcriminalize what would normally be law-abiding citizens, because that's not good for anybody. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for this amendment. I also want to be clear that the bill does in no way criminalize or suggest a criminal penalty for anything related to possession. What this penalty in the bill is related to is the unlawful manufacture, distribution, transfer, sale, or purchase of a semi-automatic firearm. And we've said that that is a Class 2 misdemeanor, which candidly is a relatively low offense when we are considering that it is an FFL who is illegally selling a firearm, in this case to someone who has not completed the required training course. And I think as a result, we feel this is an appropriate penalty, in addition to the penalties that the FFL would face for that illegal sale through the state's through the state's firearm dealer licensing program. The idea here is that our federal firearm licensed dealers have an obligation to abide by the law. If they cannot do that, there should be consequences as it relates to the sale of a firearm. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L80? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L80. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L80 is lost. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for all of those listening in and following along at home, I'm on the pre-amended version of the bill, page 11, lines 4 through 10. Actually, we're going to focus in on lines 8 through 10, where it says to complete a basic firearm safety course, a student must achieve a score of at least 90% on the exam. Now, being a teacher, that's a pretty high bar in this day and age, and so I am concerned that we are keeping out a variety of folks who will not be able to meet that standard. And just for perspective, current firearm safety course requires, requires 70% passage rate. And so I am going to move, and actually do move, Amendment L123 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a second to get that displayed. That is properly displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So here is the amendment that I am proposing. Instead of requiring that a student reach a score of 90% on the exam, I am proposing that they reach the same percentage as the 8th grade literacy rate of the school district in which the course is taught. What does that mean? Well, the state average for literacy is 42.8%. 42.8% of our students at 8th grade across the state meet or exceed literacy standards. Therefore, under this amendment, if this was a school district, not the whole state, that had this rate, then the passage rate, the standard, the score would be a score of 42.8%. So if someone who takes the test scores of 42.8%, then they would be able to pass that class. Why is that significant? Well, because if we are failing as a state to teach our kids how to read and how to engage and how to take tests, then we shouldn't be connecting their right to defend themselves to a standard that they cannot meet in other situations. Did you know that we have a literacy crisis? We have a population that increasingly is illiterate, and yet now we're connecting a literacy test to the ability to defend oneself? 90% will keep out folks from being able to meet this standard, and so I ask that we make this more inclusive. And you know what? If you want this to be a higher rate, if you want it to be a higher score, then I encourage you to put attention towards education in 8th grade and make sure that our 8th grade students are reaching a higher literacy standard. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L123? Representative Garcia-Sander.
Gracias, Señor Martinez. So I am in support of this amendment. You know, I'm a school principal, and in the past, I've had Hunter's Education at my school. It's an after-school class. Kids opt into it, 4th and 5th graders. And in the past, we've had students who are on IEPs, special needs. They are wanting to simply get their hunter safety card so they can go hunting with their dads, their grandpas, their moms, their sisters, their brothers. And in the school setting, when we've done hunter's education and we get to that end of class test, we are also able to provide accommodations. And so we had a 4th grade student a few years ago who struggles to read. He's got a significant reading disability, so he has an IEP. He struggled through that test. He tried several times. We provided all the accommodations, meaning that we read the test aloud to him. He gave verbal answers. His memory was such that he couldn't remember the precise answers that needed to be given for the hunter safety test. He came back, he studied all year. He came back in 5th grade, and with accommodations, we were able to get him over the hump. He was able to pass with 90% given the accommodations. But my concern would be for the vast number of students who do want to achieve their hunter safety. If they have a significant reading disability, that 90%, they're never going to be able to pass that 90% reading test. And so I believe that this provides some flexibility to give some of our students that opportunity to have hunter safety cards. So I'm supportive of this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it also. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am in support of this amendment. Very unfortunately, way too many of our students coming out of our public schools are not able to read or do math or even know what the surrounding states are. So let's do what's right for them, and let's support our teachers when the long bill comes up, please. Thanks.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the implications of the seriousness of operating these weapons, we feel like what's in the bill is appropriate. This constitutes a little bit too much micromanaging. We're asking for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L123? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L123. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L123 is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 3? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L106 to Senate Bill 003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a
And
minute.
I am in trouble. Rose, I need my copies on my desk. I didn't get. Kimberly? Oh, I need my copies too. I apologize, Chair. So this amendment is...
Representative Sukla, we do not have that displayed. You're going to have to wait just a second. That amendment is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a real simple amendment. What it does is it exempts tribal members from safety course requirements, kind of blends right in with the sponsors' amendments that we heard about an hour earlier. What it does is it respects tribal sovereignty. Tribal nations have the authority to regulate firearm ownership and training for their members. This amendment acknowledges that sovereignty and avoids unnecessary state interference. It recognizes traditional firearm training. Many tribal communities have long-standing traditions of responsible firearm use for hunting, self-defense, and cultural practices. Mandating additional state-imposed training disregards those traditions, and when they happen, it ensures equal treatment. Exempting tribal members aligns with other legal recognitions of their district's statuses, ensuring that they are not subject to redundant requirements that do not account for their unique governance. It reduces unnecessary barriers. Many tribal members live in rural areas where access to state-approved safety courses may be limited. For an example, in Montezuma County, there is one person that gives the approved safety courses. This exemption prevents undue burden on those who may already have firearm safety knowledge. And finally, supporting lawful firearm ownership. Tribal members, like all Coloradans, have the right to self-defense and responsible firearm ownership. This exemption ensures they are not subject to unnecessary bureaucracy hurdles, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Or Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Folks, our Senate sponsor actually worked quite closely with the Indian tribes, and we ran an amendment on their behalf, and so we asked for a no vote on this particular amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L106? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L106. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L106 is lost. Representative DeGraff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Try to make a bad bill better, or less bad. My apologies.
To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, some things about this bill that we are looking at when we're talking about statistics. Since 2019, the state population has increased 3.6%, and during that same time, the murder rate has increased by 13%. Overall violent crime has gone up 21%, and motor theft has gone up 33%. So yeah, there is some level of crime that's a problem, but I think we need to look at the reason that the crime has gone up. And that is largely the policies that come out of this room: decriminalizing criminal behavior, being soft on crime. And now your solution here is to come down and put restrictions and treat a Second Amendment right on something that we didn't need. There's probably a lot of these guns out there, these type of firearms. And of course, this bill, as indicated by the sponsor, is intended as a step. These bills are always a step, a deletion here, an addition there. Everything is always a step to the next of disarming the law-abiding citizens of the former free state of Colorado. So it doesn't really matter what's in there now. What matters is what this is setting up for, and that this sets up for, well, one, it sets up for treating the Second Amendment as a privilege and not a right. And it also limits the response and the ability for the primary object of the Second Amendment, which is the resistance and the preclusion of a tyrannical government. So I'm still opposed to this bill. No surprise. All right, but what I want to do is I move L0103 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a second to get that displayed.
Or improperly, however you want to do it.
That can be improperly displayed. That is improperly displayed. To the amendment, Representative DeGraff.
There we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. What this does, page 14, line 26. This bill, because this bill creates a bureaucratic nightmare rather, the division, it states here, the division may adopt a process and procedures necessary for the implementation of this section. So that means that the bill sponsors are giving the division the option of setting up the procedures necessary for the implementation of this procedure. So I'm assuming that is an oversight, because otherwise the entire bill is just to, otherwise you could just negate these necessary procedures for the implementation of this section and eliminate it altogether. So it's just a minor grammatical change to make sure that the institutions, or the division shall adopt processes and procedures necessary for the implementation. Otherwise, the implementation of this is not going to happen, especially given that the resources have not been properly allocated. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment for the sake of actually having processes. Otherwise, that we would actually have these processes. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment to make sure that we get these necessary, as specified here. These are necessary, so this should be a shall.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for this amendment. We've worked closely with the division on the formulation of this language. The may is simply flexible, that if they need to do something with the section, they can, but are not obligated to. We think that may serves its intended purpose and gives the flexibility the division needs in order to implement the section. We'd ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, the recommended flexibility that he's asking for then is that the division may or may not adopt processes and procedures necessary. So if you don't adopt processes that are necessary, so if you have a necessary process, but you don't have processes and procedures for those implementations, then what is the mechanism by which this will actually be implemented? Because this makes it entirely voluntary on the part of the division. So I'm curious as to, I guess, when you say may has the appropriate effect, what you were doing is you're making this optional. You're saying these processes and procedures are necessary. It can't be done without them, but they might not those processes and procedures might not happen. So I'm just curious how this is going to work if the division decides not to adopt those processes and procedures. So that's all I want to know. If they decide to not adopt those processes and procedures, how are those necessary processes and procedures going to be affected? And if they decide not to adopt processes and procedures necessary for the implementation of this section, and let's see, that section goes 4, 3, 3, let's see, go back to 1, let's see, we need to get back to 1. So section 3, firearms training, safety, record, 2, sure, I guess that goes all the way back to section 3. So section 3, so this would be, so if they choose not to adopt the necessary procedures and processes, we could eliminate the entire firearms training and safety course record system and definitions and all of that. So again, I'm curious if these processes and procedures are necessary and they opt out via the may not, then how does that happen? I mean, it could be a should, but may is a completely optional term.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L103? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L103 is lost. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think one of the most egregious things I've seen in the bill came in Judiciary Committee, and that was an amendment that came forward on the sheriffs, putting a lot of the expense, both financial and FTE burden on the sheriffs to be able to run the program and be able to issue and do the entire safety course eligibility card checks and everything else they need to administer this. So in doing that, that's something that's just an unfunded mandate we're putting on our sheriffs. As a former sheriff's deputy myself, this is one that I took especially personally. So I think what we need to do is, if we're going to put this thing on our sheriffs and our chiefs, our law enforcement, our public safety, those who we employ in our counties to protect us, we're also, as a state, telling them, here, you deal with this. We're doing this. This is our job, our creation, but you're going to be the one dealing with this. That's wrong. That's just flat out wrong. If we're going to be doing that as a state, as a legislature, we need to be reimbursing them for that. We need to be giving them the resources that they need, whether it's financial, the FTEs, everything that they need to be able to facilitate the requirements and the demand, everything that we're putting on them. So the way of doing that is simply going to be issuing something, some sort of a reimbursement program from our state to the sheriffs, and anything that they can apply for, any kind of reimbursement program through the division. So the only way to do that responsibly would be to create that in the bill, create some sort of application program for our sheriffs to be able to apply for reimbursement from the state, to be able to facilitate a program that we're saying you have to deal with this because you opposed our bill. So I move L107 and ask it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a moment to get that displayed. That is displayed to the amendment. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Sheriff's Firearm Safety Course Eligibility Card Reimbursement Program. This is something that we put on the division that we're employing to create this pay-to-play program for firearms and ownership of a firearm. We want to slide this across to our sheriffs as an unfunded mandate. We at least need to have this in place, amended into the bill, that the division shall administer the program and shall develop policies and procedures for the program and create an application program for the sheriff's offices that are eligible for reimbursement on the actual safety course eligibility cards, the processing fees, everything that they're incurring on their own that we're putting in their face because they oppose a bill. This is something that at least shows them that we're appreciating them enough to reimburse them as a state rather than just putting a load of garbage on their doorstep and saying deal with it. So I encourage a yes vote on this for our sheriffs, for our public safety in Colorado that we employ to protect us, not throw nonsense on their doorstep and tell them to deal with it. This gives them an opportunity to get that reimbursement for what we're throwing in their lap. Vote yes.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, as part of the bill, the sheriffs are charging a fee that will cover the cost of the program. And let's remember, we're talking about firearms that begin at $500 and go upward into the thousands. So the fee is a fraction of the cost to purchase the firearm. And the sheriffs can charge what they need to charge to run the program. So we don't need this, and we ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose paying $1,000 for a gun, well, then you deserve to pay. And so how much would that be? Well, the sheriffs, they said that each of the counties said this would cost probably around $750,000 for them to implement. $750,000 per 65 counties, $48,750,000. $48,750,000. Now, just like fees are a common way for the state to circumvent the budget process, to pay for things that it wants that it doesn't have the money for, and to circumvent the taxpayer Bill of Rights, the state is also really good at imposing unfunded mandates. Now, this body just took on child care facilities for charging fees, but I guess they haven't figured out how to do unfunded mandates yet, just to be fully like the state and be fully duplicitous like the state of Colorado, because the state of Colorado apparently has no respect whatsoever for its tax-paying widgets. $750,000 times 65, and that's to the citizens of Colorado. I consider you citizens. The majority considers you tax-paying widgets. $48,750,000. Now, we talked earlier in the day, a couple weeks ago earlier in the day, that this was only designed around 50,000 people per year. So let's see, states, each county said it's going to cost $750,000, 650 of them, $48,750,000, 50,000 applications to process. That's all this bill is built on. So when you divide those out, you get $975 per application is what the fee needs to be in order to pay for this program, to implement the program as apparently envisioned by the sponsors. $975 per application to exercise a fundamental right. And again, this has gone from 10 to 18 pages, so we're talking about an entirely different bill than when this started. But so I noticed that the sponsor just said, well, they deserve to pay that much, whatever it is, but didn't really break it down, even though the sheriffs gave the cost in testimony as $750,000 per. So this is a massive unfunded mandate. So now if the sheriff doesn't charge $975 per, And then that's just, I guess, one of the fees, or however these fees worked, and they're stacked on top of each other. You have to get a permit to ask for the class and get a permit. You have to get permission to have the other part, and then pay CPW, who's going to actually get paid through the sheriff. And this whole shell game of money, $48 million is being sapped out of the state economy by this bill. And you could say, well, that's for the gun, but you're also talking about, you're just talking about $48 million that is being pulled out of the state economy in order to pay for more bureaucracy. For the pure and simple purpose of setting up a program to treat a right like a privilege. So I'm in favor of this amendment because just like everything else in the bill, there's just so much duplicity about it. We're not talking actually costs. So $975 per person. Let's be honest about the cost. Let's be honest about what this costs the citizens of Colorado. And it's not just the gun owners. That is taking money out of the economy. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L107? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L107. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L107 is lost. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we discussed a bill, SB25-003, that is a fundamental issue that threatens the very core of our American liberty, the right to bear arms. There's an attack on semi-automatic firearms along with imposed excessive requirements on gun ownership. These restrictions are not just unsafe, they are outright unconstitutional. The Second Amendment of the United States states, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. You need to memorize this, and after today, hopefully, you will have. These words were not just meant to be debated or twisted to fit a modern political, socialist, communist agenda. They were written as an undeniable truth. The government shall not infringe on our right to own and carry firearms. Yet here today, our politicians and anti-constitutional activists, they seek to erode the fundamental right by which banning an entire class of commonly owned firearms and imposing requirements on law-abiding citizens before they can exercise their Second Amendment rights. They claim that these measures are necessary for public safety, but in reality, they are nothing more than an unconstitutional overreach designed to strip away the power of the people. Let me be absolutely clear. Banning semi-automatic firearms and forcing other infringements like placing extreme restrictions or requirements on gun ownership is an infringement. The Second Amendment is not a privilege, it is a right. And like all rights enshrined in the Constitution of the United States of America, it must not be restricted, limited, or conditioned by government mandates. Our founding fathers, like my grandfather, George Ross, who signed the Declaration of Independence, understood that the right to bear arms was essential for the security of a free people. The Second Amendment was not written just for hunters or sports shooters. It was written to protect all citizens from tyranny, in my opinion, what we're seeing today, criminals, and any threat that seeks to undermine our freedoms, which today is this bill and those who vote for it. Some claim that modern firearms, including semi-automatic rifles and handguns, are not what the founders had in mind when drafting the Constitution. But this argument is both illogical and irrelevant. The First Amendment protects free speech, including speech on the internet, television, and social media, forms of communication the founders could never have imagined. Yet, we do not restrict these rights based on technological advancements. Why, then, should we restrict the Second Amendment simply because firearms have evolved? Furthermore, placing any requirement on gun ownership is an infringement. The moment the government demands a permit, a registration, background check, they are forcing law-abiding Americans to seek permission to exercise a constitutional right. Imagine if we applied the same logic to the First Amendment, requiring a permit before speaking. Bad idea. Registering with the government before attending church, or undergoing a background check before publishing an article. Such measures would be deemed outrageous, yet they are routinely proposed when it comes to the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court has made it clear that gun rights are protected under the Constitution. In the District of Columbia versus Heller, 2008, the court ruled that the Second Amendment guarantees an individual right to own firearms for lawful purposes, including self-defense. In McDonald versus Chicago in 2010, the state court reaffirmed that this right applies to both federal and state governments. This happens to be a state government, just in case anyone's wondering, ensuring that no state or local authority can infringe on our gun rights. Any law that restricts gun ownership, bans certain firearms, or imposes burdensome requirements is unconstitutional, plain and simple, full stop. The primary argument made by those who seek a gun ban, a ban of semi-automatic firearms, and impose restrictions on ownership is such measures that will reduce crime. But time and time again, the evidence proves otherwise. It will not reduce crime. It will not make people safer. Criminals do not follow laws, just in case you were wondering. They do not purchase legal guns, nor do they comply with restrictions. Banning semi-automatic firearms or imposing licensing requirements will not prevent crime. It will only disarm the law-abiding citizens who need protecting the most. If gun control worked, cities like Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles, places with some of the strictest gun laws in the country, would be the safest. Instead, these cities are plagued by high crime rates because criminals know that their victims are disarmed and defenseless. They know that they are soft targets. Compare that to states with strong gun rights, like Texas, where crime rates are often lower because criminals fear armed citizens. An armed society is a safer society. Moreover, history has shown that when government disarms its people, tyranny follows. In Nazi Germany, Stalin's Soviet Union, and Mao's Communist China, oppressed regimes first enacted gun control measures before committing some of the world's worst atrocities. Our Second Amendment exists to prevent such a scenario from ever happening in the United States. Gun bans are not the only threat to our rights. Any requirement imposed on gun ownership is an unconstitutional barrier that infringes upon the Second Amendment, like this bill. Some politicians propose common sense regulations like universal background checks. I disagree. They want you to wait long periods. The longer you wait without the ability to keep your family safe is far too long. Background checks. Let's talk about that. The right to own a firearm is a constitutional right, not a privilege. If we do not require background checks to exercise free speech or practice religion, then we should not require them for gun ownership. Gun licensing and permits. The government should never have the power to decide who can exercise their rights. The license to own a gun is no different than a license to speak freely. It is an infringement. Firearm registration. Gun registration is a dangerous first step towards confiscation. History has shown that governments use registration to track gun owners, when politically convenient, seize their weapons. Waiting periods. Making a law-abiding citizen wait to buy a gun while criminals obtain them illegally does nothing to prevent violence. It only leaves innocent people vulnerable. The Second Amendment guarantees that the people's right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Any law, regulation, or requirement that restricts access to firearms is a violation of this right. The government does not get to dictate the terms of our freedoms. Our Second Amendments are under attack. Our Second Amendment rights, is under attack. There are those who want to ban the safe transfer and purchase of semi-automatic firearms, and others who want to impose requirements on gun ownership that make it harder for law-abiding citizens to exercise their constitutional right. We cannot allow this to happen. The right to bear arms is not up for debate. It is a fundamental liberty enshrined in the Constitution. It is the last line of defense against tyranny and oppression, and it ensures that the American people will always have the ability to protect themselves. If we allow these unconstitutional restrictions today, where does it end? Will the government dictate what type of gun we can own? That's next. That's today. That's this bill. They already impose taxes, fees that make gun ownership impossible for the average citizen. If we surrender our Second Amendment rights, we will eventually surrender all of our rights. We must stand up. We must fight back against these unconstitutional measures. Gun bans do not stop crime. They just make it easier for criminals. It makes it easier for them to make victims out of law-abiding citizens. I ask everyone to think hard, not just about the Second Amendment, but about our Americans and the entire Constitution and how that applies to everybody. First the Second Amendment, then the First Amendment, and then the rest. At some point, we have to say no more. Colorado needs to remain free. It needs to be constitutional for all of America to see. I ask everyone to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, it's probably no surprise that I am going to rise in strong and unwavering opposition to Senate Bill 25-003, a bill that, despite the word games and misleading language, is nothing less than an ill-conceived and poorly masked attempt at an assault weapons ban, whatever those are. Let's call it what it is, though. It's not the tidy little clarification of or enhancement of the 2014 so-called high-capacity magazine ban. It's evolved and changed through every committee into some Frankenstein monster. The bill actually looks like the next step in a coordinated, well-funded campaign to disarm law-abiding citizens in Colorado, 1 inch at a time, 1 page at a time, 1 amendment at a time. It's been dressed up to look moderate, even helpful, but if you scratch the surface, you'll find a dangerous and unconstitutional overreach built on what's primarily political theater, not public safety. But who pays the price for this bill? As we've discussed, it truly hurts the poor, the working class, the non-native English speakers, those that have intellectual and developmental disabilities. All people have an equal and inherent right to self-defense, but this bill sets up barriers that are anything but equal. Let's talk about the training requirements we've heard. They're extensive, expensive, and unrealistic. We're talking about time-consuming, multi-step processes that will require Coloradans, particularly those in rural and underserved areas, to travel long distances, pay for instructors, take time off for work, and possibly fail due to language barriers or disabilities, and do it all over again, and pay more money, and pay more time. So let me ask you, would we ever propose a law that requires you to pay a fee, pass a class, take a test before you're allowed to speak your mind? I don't think we would. We certainly don't require you to buy a license, read a book, take a test to worship, but we can force you to sit through hours of state-sanctioned instruction before you can purchase a firearm. But would we force you to sit through the same classes and instruction and tests before you could exercise your right to remain silent? Of course not. We'd call that tyranny. And yet, that's exactly what we're doing here, but only when it comes to the right to defend yourself and your family. To me, and I know it's not viewed that way by others, this bill is a farce. And frankly, I would be embarrassed to have my name on it, but my name isn't on it. Beyond its moral and constitutional flaws, the bill is a financial disaster waiting to happen. The cost to implement this kind of regulatory framework will be enormous. We spent hours talking about the appropriations and finance reports. We don't know how much it costs. It's somewhere between $1.2 million and 10. It'll take 24 people or 3 or 25, who knows. It's a huge unfunded mandate. And who's going to pay for it? Not the sponsors of the bill. We're really good at spending other people's money. Not the out-of-state lobbying groups that testified in support of it. No, it's going to come at the expense of Colorado sportsmen, conservationists, working families. There is a serious concern that we could lose up to $30 million annually in federal funding. We tried to protect that, but I guess that wasn't important enough. In a year, we're facing an over $1 billion deficit. We can't fund this kind of bloated policy forever. So let me tell you what I've been hearing from the people I represent, the people of the Eastern Plains, the Central Eastern Plains. These are good people, hardworking, tough, proud. They've lived on this land, their lands, for generations. They've raised families, grown crops, raised cattle, built communities, but more and more they're telling me, I don't even recognize this state anymore. Some of our agricultural producers, those families that have worked the same land for over 100 years, they're ready to sell it all. They're ready to pack up and go somewhere else, to states where they feel like their values are respected, where the Constitution still means something, and where they won't be criminalized just for trying to protect their homes and their families and their livestock. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the goal isn't safety at all. Maybe it's to make Colorado so inhospitable that anyone who still believes in the founding principles of this country, that they simply leave, clearing the way for those that want to reshape our state in their own image. Certainly this might solve our housing crisis, but we'll be driving out patriots. This is just another nail in the coffin. And let's be honest, the coffin by now is mostly made out of nails. It's time to take a breath, to stop pushing law-abiding citizens while we ignore the true causes of violence. We need to look at soft-on-crime policies. We need to look at mental health. We need to look at the growing sense of alienation and despair that's fueling so many of the tragedies that we read about. Let's stop doing the same thing over and over again. We've been doing it over and over since 2014 in this state and expecting different results. We can't legislate away evil with red tape and regulations. We can't protect our communities by disarming people who are the most committed to protecting them. We cannot build a safer Colorado by tearing down our Constitution. Now, when I said earlier that I would be embarrassed to have my name on this bill, I meant that, but I don't want that to be taken as a slight to the sponsors. I know we come from different parts of the state with different priorities, different economies, and frankly, different cultures, but we share something foundational. It's a duty to representing the people that sent us here. And that duty goes beyond party lines or political agendas. It's truly carrying the voice, the values, and the concerns of our districts into every committee room, and here onto the House floor. And I believe that starts by deeply understanding the people that we serve. In my district, it means representing men and women who believe in the American dream, not as a talking point, but as a birthright. Folks that understand that life isn't always fair, but if you work hard, grit and faith in God will take you further than any government program ever will. These are the people who refuse to see themselves as victims, who know that success isn't guaranteed, but it's always possible if you're willing to work for it. They believe in self-sufficiency, in neighbors helping neighbors, and in the dignity of a job well done. They have a deep love for the land, the soil, the livestock, the seasons as they pass, and even now and again, the wind that blows. And they carry with them a quiet pride in building something that lasts, not for recognition, not for applause, but because it's the right thing to do. These values aren't flashy, they don't get attention on the evening news, but they're the backbone of our state and nation. I came here to represent them, their concerns, their struggles, their hopes. So I want to challenge all of us, no matter where we're from, be it the urban district or rural county, remember who sent you here. Represent the people, not just your party. Don't let lobbyists, pressure groups, political trends drown out the voice of those that matter most, the folks back home. Let's bring their common sense to this place. Let's push back on one-size-fits-all policies that don't reflect the realities of our communities. And let's not be afraid to speak the hard truths when we know we're speaking for the people we serve. Because when we say firmly grounded in our districts, when we lead with humility and conviction, we restore trust, not just in this institution, which truly is lacking, but in the idea that representative government works at all. So with all this as a preface, I trust that the House sponsors of this bill, which I believe is absolutely horrifying to the people of my district, is something that their constituents want. So I would move Amendment L100 to this awful bill and ask that it be properly. Now, earlier I offered an amendment that carved out House Districts 1 through 65.
All right. Representative Richardson, that amendment is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you. We've had a change in cast. Welcome. So I offered an amendment earlier that carved out enforcement of this, or application to House Districts 1 through 65. It did fail on a voice vote, and I think a lot of people on the other side of the aisle probably supported or oppose that amendment in support of the sponsors. So this is a little cleaner amendment. I recognize that the sponsors do want to serve their districts, so it kind of tightens up and focuses that previous amendment, and it asks that this bill only apply to House Districts 3 and 53, the districts that the prime sponsors represent. So I would ask for a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L100. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm down here on behalf of House District 20. And when I say I've received hundreds, if not thousands, I think thousands is safe, of emails from constituents of mine, there's a very common theme, in that they're not in favor of this bill. And honestly, members, I am confused, and I say that genuinely. I'm confused because throughout the 12-hour judiciary hearing and throughout today, I keep hearing kind of two different reasons for this bill. I hear that this bill is about gun safety. That's why we're requiring people to go to gun safety classes and take hunter safety courses. But then I also hear the sponsors and others say that this is about gun violence. We're trying to reduce gun violence. There is no nexus between gun safety classes and gun violence. Now, what I mean about that is requiring someone to take a gun safety class in order to prevent gun violence is nonsensical. You do not go and commit a mass shooting, or you're thinking about going and committing a mass shooting, but then you change your mind because you learned how to properly use a firearm. And we can use the Aurora Theater shooter as an example. The Aurora Theater shooter, he trained for months and planned that attack, trained for literally months before he committed that attack. Are you telling me that if he took a hunter safety course or he took a gun safety class, that would have changed his motivation, changed his feelings about committing that crime? The obvious answer is no, because the motivations for committing that gun violence have nothing to do with whether he knows how to properly handle a firearm or not. There's no nexus there. Now, something else we've talked about on and on again is how extreme this bill is. Make no mistake, this is the most extreme gun control bill in the entire country if this passes. And I want to speak to my members who are considering voting yes for this bill. If you're in a district that's a 60-40 split, you have to really ask yourself, is this what your constituents want? Do they want you to come here and vote on the most extreme gun control bill in the entire nation? Or do you think they want you to focus on the things that my constituents wanted me to focus on, like cost of living, and crime, affordability, education? Can you go back to your districts and tell them that you're okay, and that ask them if they're okay with you voting on the most extreme gun control bill in the entire nation? I really hope you consider that over the weekend. And not only that, there's been so many changes to this bill that even if your constituent supported the original version of this, do they actually know what this bill is now? Do they know what this bill is that you're going to be voting on thirds, assuming it passes today? There's been, if I understand correctly, over 30 accepted amendments, over 120 total amendments. This bill is nothing like it looked when it was introduced in the Senate months and months ago. So if your constituents maybe supported it then, do they support it now? Because do they even understand it? Because I'll be honest, I have a hard time tracking all these amendments that we're doing. They can get very confusing. Not only that, it's changed since I heard it in judiciary just last week for 12 hours. It's changed multiple times. Now, the bill sponsors came up here earlier and they talked about how New Jersey and Connecticut and Washington, D.C., they all have this, Maryland. Who cares? This is Colorado. We pride ourselves on the Western way of life. I don't care what Washington, D.C. passes or Maryland passes, and I lived in Maryland. And it's not that great. And what we're doing now is we're passing laws like Maryland passes, and soon we'll be not that great. So frankly, New Jersey, they can do what they want. This is Colorado. We pride ourselves on individualism, that rugged individualism, the Western way of life. I don't care what Connecticut does. Never even been to Connecticut. Members, this is the slippery slope that we're always talking about. The slippery slope of gun control. And we heard in committee time and time again from gun control activists that, this isn't an infringement on your Second Amendment right. This is just a speed bump, which is a weird way to call an infringement. And I thought we already did this speed bump. If you all recall, members, which most of you were here, we already passed a 3-day waiting period, 3-day minimum waiting period. Technically, it could be more than that. And we were told that was a speed bump. And now we're being told that this is just a speed bump. And when you consider that Colorado Parks and Wildlife told us that their hunter safety course right now is backed up a minimum of 120 days, that's one hell of a speed bump. That's a lot more than a 3-day waiting period. Just imagine what that 120-day waiting period is going to be when 2+ million gun owners all go to sign up for hunter safety course. That 120 days, probably going to be 120 years, but it's just a speed bump. There's a lot of things in this bill that it doesn't even specify. It doesn't specify how long the sheriffs have to approve this eligibility card, which, the idea of an eligibility card feels very 1984 to me, personally. But There's no limit on that. Do they have 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days? You're waiting for something because you want to purchase a firearm, and there's no limits on how long the sheriffs can take. And speaking of the sheriffs came out in full force when this was in judiciary last week, and the sheriffs all testified against this bill. And if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think there was a single sheriff that came and testified in favor of this bill. And they also said they didn't want to have the responsibility to do these eligibility cards. And at the time they were testifying, they didn't. But then we added it back in. At the end of the 12 hours, there was an amendment to add it back in. After they testified under the impression that they weren't going to have to do this, we threw them right back in there. But we won't refer this back to judiciary to give them another opportunity to speak about how this bill has already changed again. In Judiciary Committee, we heard about the increased lethality of these so-called assault rifles, these semi-automatic rifles. So I asked one of the gun control advocates, I said, you said increased lethality. Do you know when the AR-15 started being sold to the civilian population? And she had no idea. It's 1964. These ARs have been sold to the civilian population since 1964. As a matter of fact, back then, you could actually order firearms out of magazines, and they would be delivered to your house. But we weren't having the same problems we're having now. So what has changed? And I think my colleague that was just up here speaking to it hit the nail on the head. It's a societal change. There's a mental health change in this country. An AR-15 in 1964 is no more or no less lethal than an AR-15 made today. It has not changed. But we have. Society has. And instead of addressing that problem, now we're going after the tool. We're going after the piece of metal. There was some contention about the word arbitrary when we had this judiciary hearing. And the point that I made was, this is arbitrary because there's a list of 40 guns that are exempted. Now, one of those guns is the standard issue M1A Springfield Armory rifle. Now, the reason I use the word arbitrary because the Springfield M1A is the civilian version of the M14 rifle that was issued to the military a long time ago. The AR-15 is the civilian version of the M4 that's currently issued to our military today. The M1A has a detachable magazine. The M1A is gas operated. It was originally intended for military use. It's semi-automatic, just like the AR-15. As a matter of fact, the M1A is actually a .308 caliber bullet, which if you do the math, a .308 is much larger than a .223, which is what an AR-15 is. So I would argue that an M1A is actually technically more dangerous than an AR-15, but for some reason, we give an exemption to the M1A. If that's not arbitrary, I don't know what arbitrary means. Now, ARs are a very big focus of this bill. Even though gas-operated semi-automatic handguns are a part of this list that you have to do all these speed bumps, the AR-15s have been a really big target. And so something I just wanted to point out is that some of the worst mass shootings in the history of our country were not done with semi-automatic rifles. Virginia Tech, 2 pistols, 32 killed. Navy Yard, shotgun and a pistol, 12 killed. Virginia Beach, Virginia, 12 killed. Thousand Oaks, California, pistol, 12 killed. Fort Hood, pistol, 13 killed. Luby's Cafeteria in Killeen, Texas, back in the 90s, 23 killed with pistols. But for some reason, we have this huge emphasis on a very particular type of rifle. And again, it is arbitrary. And the last point I'll make is that I talk a lot about cracking down on crime and holding the criminals accountable and not making the law-abiding gun owners now into criminals. Just this week, Pueblo, 3 police officers shot with a pistol by a felon who was out on 3 felony bonds, 14 felony counts before that, was not allowed to own a firearm, yet he had one, and yet he committed a crime with it. Let's get back to addressing the criminals and not turning the law-abiding owners into criminals. I will be a no vote on this bill, and I hope you will be too. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are now into the mid-hours of the evening, members, and I just want to express my deep concern with the bill in its current form. And I believe I speak on behalf of most of the people in my district when we say that we don't agree with this specific type of policy, how it is today. You see, Senate Bill 3 is a bill that severely alters how Coloradans would be able to buy and sell the most popular and commonly available firearms in our country. For some people, guns can be scary. People are afraid of what an unarmed individual can do. This bill seeks to limit and control the ability of Coloradans to be armed. Considering the testimony from many of my colleagues, it seems that fear can potentially be a driver behind this bill, although I'm not impugning motives. Fear is a powerful emotion that often is used as a tool of control. Fear can be deadly when used to control someone, like domestic violence victims. Just this past week, in my district, near my district in Greeley, a woman was murdered. She was shot by a man. This man had a restraining order against him, a piece of paper that said he wasn't allowed to come near this woman. The piece of paper that didn't stop him. I can only speculate that this woman who was murdered was afraid of this man. And that's probably why she got the restraining order. But the man was not afraid of this piece of paper, and it did nothing to stop him. What could have stopped this man? What could have caused him to be afraid to hurt an innocent victim? Guns make criminals afraid. This bill attempts to slow down the process by which a law-abiding Coloradan can purchase a firearm. Criminals are not afraid of the law, just like they aren't afraid of a restraining order. This is only one thing that will stop a criminal, only one tool that can protect a woman from an abuser. And this bill makes it more difficult for potential victims to be able to protect themselves, a pattern that is emerging in Colorado. A pattern where individuals who want to follow the law are penalized, and those who disregard the laws are not. My constituents, and many of them own guns, my constituents do not want to be victims. This bill turns all law-abiding Coloradans into second-class citizens, denying them the rights that our neighbors in bordering states still have. Coloradans deserve to have the same rights as every other American. And speaking to this bill, one of my biggest concerns is also the racial disparities when it comes to this. So on page 4 of the fiscal note, under prior conviction data breakdown, predicted convictions of specified semi-automatic firearms are based on conviction data of similar crimes, including this particular racial breakdown that I'm about to describe. Caucasian, 50%. Black African Americans, 42.36%. Hispanic, 4.43%. Asian, 1.48%. American Indian, 0.99%, and all others, 0.49%. This is an average of large capacity magazine convictions, where we have Caucasians at 50.49%, Black and African Americans at 42.16%, Hispanic at 4.41%, Asian at 1.47%, American Indian at 0.98%, and all others at 0.49%. Possessions of a weapon by a previous offender convictions, Caucasian at 68.79%, Black African Americans at 22.7%, Hispanic at 4.73%, Asian at 0.95%, American Indian 0.71%, and all other individuals 1.89%. Dangerous weapons convictions, Caucasian at 72.25%, Black and African Americans at 15.03%, Hispanic at 6.36%, Asian at 3.47%, American Indians at 0.58%, and all others at 1.73%. This is a racial breakdown across Colorado: 66.06% white, 21.08 Hispanic or Latino, 4.18 Black or African American, 3.62% Asian, and 1.6% Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. Disproportionate impact on minority communities. Well, the conviction data shows that a disproportionate impact on Black and African American individuals, especially in categories related to firearms and magazines, which hold 15 rounds or more, which far exceeds the population average of 4.18 in Colorado. This suggests a racial bias in enforcement and/or prosecution under current laws that could be exacerbated by the new law. There might be overrepresentation in convictions compared to population when you think about Black and African American individuals representing 42.36% of convictions for specified semi-automatic firearms offenses, but only 4.18% of the Colorado population. This stark disparity could point towards systemic racial biases in the application of firearm laws. Potential to worsen existing inequities. Given the racial existing disparities in the enforcement of firearm laws, SB25-003 could further institutionalize these disparities, potentially increasing the racial divide in the criminal justice outcomes, which includes and leads to the erosion of public trust. The overrepresentation of minorities, particularly Black and Hispanic communities in firearm-related convictions, may lead to the erosion of trust in law enforcement and the justice system, undermining community safety and cohesion. The bill's restrictions and the creation of new firearm-related offenses could be viewed as infringing on civil liberties, disproportionately affecting racial minorities who are already facing higher rates of police scrutiny and criminal convictions. And one of my great concerns here too is also people with disabilities. So, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L118 to Senate Bill 003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on page 10 of the bill, under Section 5, it states, at the conclusion of a basic or extended firearm safety course, the instructor shall administer an exam that tests a student's knowledge of the subjects taught in this course and requires the student to demonstrate the ability to safely handle firearms and a mastery of gun safety. To complete a firearm safety course, a student must achieve a score of at least 90% on the exam. So basically to this amendment, what it does is it articulates kind of our concerns with ADA compliance. I think this could be a potential discriminatory practice, something that while I know that the bill sponsors were trying to think things through very thoroughly, this is something that was left out. I know they are not ableist, so this amendment gives them a chance to prove themselves to the Colorado that they are not ableist. If Colorado's SB25-003 extended firearm safety course does not provide accommodations for individuals with dyslexia, ADD, ADHD, deaf, hard of hearing, or specific learning disabilities, it could potentially violate the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. How SB 25 could discriminate against individuals with disabilities. Dyslexia, as we know, of course, relies heavily on written materials, time tests, or complex reading requirements without providing audio versions, simplified language, or extended time. It could create barriers for individuals with dyslexia. Lack of alternative learning formats could prevent individuals from successfully completing this course. ADD, ADHD, individuals with attention-related disabilities may struggle with long, rigid courses if they do not include frequent breaks, interactive learning options, or flexible pacing. If the course does not accommodate individuals who have difficulties with sustained attention or impulse control, it may unfairly disadvantage them. Deaf, hard of hearing, if the course includes spoken lectures, verbal instructions, or videos without ASL interpretations or captions, it could exclude individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing from accessing the required training. Lack of visual or written alternatives to spoken content would be a clear violation of accessibility standards. And then specific learning disabilities, if the training materials are not available in multiple formats, audio, visual, simplified text, individuals with processing disorders or working memory challenges may struggle to understand and retain the information. Rigid testing formats without accommodations such as extended time, oral exams, or alternative assessment methods can make it disproportionately difficult for individuals with SLDs to pass. And legal considerations for the ADA in Section 504. Under ADA in Section 504, any state-mandated training program must provide reasonable accommodations to ensure equal access for individuals with disabilities. Reasonable accommodations could include audio versions, simplified text for individuals with dyslexias and SLDs, extended testing time and flexible pacing for individuals with ADD, ADHD, and processing disorders, ASL interpreters, or alternative assessment methods for interactive learning. And for those reasons, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. 3 reasons to vote no on this bill. 1, of course, they're complying with ADA already. 2, CBW can do this in rulemaking. And 3, we did not hear one word from the disability community about this problem, and so we ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious if stakeholding was done with ADA community. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L118. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in firm opposition to Senate Bill 25-003. I will never be afraid to kneel to pray, but I will not kneel to beg for our already given and guaranteed fundamental rights. Instead, I will always stand for what is right. I will always stand to fight for our Constitution and we the people. Shall not be infringed means something. This bill is constitutionally ignorant. It's fiscally discriminatory, and it's the most outrageous bill that I have seen in my time while doing politics. This bill has turned into Frankenstein with over 120 amendments proposed and many accepted, which has changed this bill from its original form in the Senate to many other altered versions as we see it tonight. Why does this body think it's okay to make Coloradans have to pay and get approved via many hours of jumping through hoops to practice a fundamental right to bear arms? Why is this okay? We don't have to do it with any other right, but with this bill, we will. America is the land of the free, but when this bill passes, Colorado is no longer free, and we will have a United States of 49 that is free while we stand independently caged of our fundamental rights. I stand again in firm opposition, and I will continue to stand in defiance of anything that goes against Constitution, that goes against our farmers, that goes against our ranchers, hunters, the people of Colorado, to those who want to protect, defend, and honor their Second Amendment right. To anyone who wants to obey by their right but may not want to carry, and to everyone who wants to carry, we shall not be infringed. Our rights shall not be infringed.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I stand before you today in opposition to Senate Bill 25-003 because it is just another unnecessary government restriction on law-abiding Coloradoans. This bill does not go after criminals. That's been said quite a few times. It does not make our communities safer. That's been said. Instead, it creates unnecessary, costly barriers for responsible citizens who simply want to exercise their constitutional right to protect themselves and their families. I am a mother, a grandmother, a teacher, and I was a military wife for over 20 years. I have spent my life preparing others for success. I believe in education. I believe in safety. But I also believe in fairness, and there's nothing fair about this bill. This bill would force law-abiding Coloradoans to jump through bureaucratic hoops just to purchase a semi-automatic firearm. It imposes mandatory safety courses that will cost money and time, resources many working-class families simply do not have. These are not criminals. These are hardworking Coloradoans, single mothers, small business owners, young women living on their own for the first time, and families just trying to protect themselves in an increasingly uncertain world. This bill is not about safety. If it were, we would be having a conversation about cracking down on repeat offenders, enforcing existing laws, and ensuring that those who commit violent crimes really face real consequences. Instead, this bill assumes that responsible gun owners are the problem. It tells the people of Colorado that they're not capable of making their own decisions, and the government must step in and dictate what is best for them. I have called Colorado my home for 40 years. I've seen this state grow and change, but one thing has remained constant, a fundamental right that every person has the right to defend themselves and their loved ones. I've spoken with many of my constituents who fear for their safety, women who want to protect themselves, veterans who cherish their Second Amendment rights, and time again, I hear the same concern. When will the government overreach stop? We already have background checks. We already have laws restricting who can own a firearm. This is just another burden that does nothing to stop crimes and everything to limit the rights of responsible citizens. I cannot support a bill that creates unnecessary obstacles for law-abiding Coloradans while doing nothing to address the real causes of violence in our communities. I urge all of you to vote no on this unfair and misguided legislation. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start with a really inspirational quote that author of Those Who Remain, G. Michael Hopf, said, and it really resonates to what's going on here. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times. I'm pretty sure you can guess where we're at in that cycle. That's 4 generations. In the Bible, it states the turnover from good to bad and from bad to good is 4 generations. I rise today not only as a legislator, but as a defender of justice for all people in this great state. While much has been said about the Constitution and legal flaws of Senate Bill 25-003, I want to speak to a far deeper issue: how this legislation will disproportionately and unfairly impact minority communities across Colorado. If our goal as legislators is to promote safety, empowerment, and opportunity, then we must be willing to confront uncomfortable truths. And one truth is this: Senate Bill 25-003 will worsen the very disparities that communities of color already face, economically, socially, and legally. This bill creates a mountain of new cost for those who want to lawfully exercise their Second Amendment rights. As we heard here today from the sponsors, it will create new fees that people will need to pay to the Sheriff's Department to cover the cost the sheriffs will need for the unfunded mandates this legislation will create. Fingerprinting fees, eligibility card fees, in-person course costs, mandatory travel, and the loss of income from time off work. All of this adds up, and who feels this burden most? It is not the wealthy, It is those with flexible jobs or ready transportation. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, as of the most recent American Community Survey, the poverty rate of Black Coloradans is at approximately 5%, and for Hispanic Coloradans, it is 22.7%, both significantly higher than the state average. A report from the Urban Institute found that Black and Hispanic communities are less likely to have access to employer-provided paid time off or flexible work schedules, especially in times like these when everybody's needing to work 1, 2, or 3 jobs just to pay their cost of living. This bill demands time, money, and mobility that many simply do not have. This bill mandates in-person firearms training courses taught only by state-approved instructors in physical classrooms. That might be feasible in urban Colorado, but for those living in undeserved communities in both urban neighborhoods and limited training availability and rural towns far from government offices. It creates a barrier that is insurmountable. Lack of access is not a minor inconvenience. It is a complete denial of rights. In practice, this bill creates a 2-tiered system of access to constitutional protections. Those with money, time, and transportation will be able to comply. Those without will be criminalized. And that is not an accident. The impact of this bill does not end with fines and court appearances. A felony conviction carries lifelong consequences. It affects access to housing, employment, education, and health care. A young man who makes one mistake under this bill, who owns a firearm that was legal yesterday and today and illegal tomorrow, may spend the rest of his life unable to get a job, rent an apartment, or receive financial aid. These are not just hypothetical outcomes. They are real, generational consequences that ripple through families and communities. We must also consider the implications for public health and safety. When people are economically restricted from legal firearm ownership, many are left defenseless. In high crime areas, law-abiding residents of minority neighborhoods deserve the right to defend themselves and their families. This bill makes self-defense a luxury for the privileged, not the right for all. We are truly concerned about reducing violence and promoting health and well-being in minority communities. Then we must start with investments in education, mental health services, affordable housing, job training, and health care. We must empower people, not punish them for being unable to navigate and afford a regulatory maze that was never built with them in mind. This bill is not fair. It is exclusionary. It does not lift communities up. It leaves them behind. It does not promote safety. It criminalizes hardship. And let us not forget a historical context. Communities of color have fought for centuries for equal access to civil rights, including the right to self-defense. From the Freedom Bureau of the post-Civil War era to the civil rights movement of the 1960s to modern struggles against systematic disarmament, minority Americans have constantly demanded equal protection under the law. Senate Bill 25-003 moves us farther away from that goal. In closing, I urge this body to consider the long-term consequences of what we are doing. A law that may appear neutral on paper can be devastating in practice. If we want to craft legislation that actually makes Colorado safer, more just, and more inclusive, just let us do the hard work. Let us bring communities of color to the table. Let us focus on prevention, not punishment. Let us fund mental health programs. Let us address poverty. Let us invest in education. And let us not pass this bill places greatest burden on those with the least power. Vote no on Senate Bill 25-003. Let us choose fairness, not us choose freedom. Thank you.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand before you today as a teacher, a mentor, and a concerned citizen of this great state of Colorado. I've spent years educating and shaping the minds of our future leaders, guiding them toward a life of opportunity, responsibility, and freedom. It is with a heavy heart and a deep sense of duty that I speak to you about SB 25-003, a bill that threatens not only our rights as law-abiding citizens, but also the very essence of what it means to live freely and securely in our communities. I've always believed in the power of education to shape a better future. As teachers, we work hard every day to teach our students critical thinking, the importance of personal responsibility, and the value of standing up for what is right. We educate them about the Constitution and the principles upon which this country was founded, and we hope that one day they will carry those values forward and build a society that is just, fair, and free. But when I look at Senate Bill 25-003, I fear for the future we are leaving for them. This bill is not just about gun laws. It's about freedom. It's about the values we instill in our children and the kind of society we want them to inherit. It's about whether we want to leave behind a Colorado where our young people can grow up feeling empowered and protected by their rights, or a Colorado where their rights are slowly stripped away by a government that doesn't trust them to make their own decisions. The fact that this bill is even being considered, I just want to be heard.
Members, it's getting a little loud in here. If we could please keep it down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fact that this bill is even being considered is a direct challenge to the freedoms that generations of Americans have fought for and that we as educators work tirelessly to preserve. As a teacher, I've witnessed firsthand the challenges our young people face. I've seen the struggles they endure, not just in their academic lives, but in their personal lives as well. They face pressures from every direction: peer pressure, academic stress, economic hardship, and many of them are trying to figure out how to build a future in a world that seems increasingly uncertain. We talk about teaching them to be responsible citizens, to understand their rights and the responsibilities that come with those rights. And yet, with this bill, we are sending them a message that their rights are negotiable, that their freedom is subject to the whims of lawmakers who don't understand their lives and don't appreciate the values they hold dear. It's the teacher look. At the heart of this bill is the idea that more restrictions on law-abiding citizens will somehow make us safer. But let's talk about this bill, what this bill will actually do. It will require Coloradans to take a 12-hour licensing course and register their firearms with the state, adding an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy to something that should be a fundamental right. In rural communities, like the one I call home, this could be a logistical nightmare. Many don't have access to the same resources that urban areas do. The state can't even handle basic services like processing tax returns on time or managing some wildlife programs, and now they want to add another layer of bureaucracy to an already strained system. Do we really trust the government to manage this? They've already proven they can't handle these simple tasks. But beyond the logistical issues, what bothers me most about this bill is what it says about us as a society. It says we cannot be trusted to make responsible decisions for ourselves. It says that government knows better than we do when it comes to personal responsibility. I teach students that they're in control of their own futures, that the choices they make will determine their success in life. But with bills like this, we're undermining that message. We're telling our young people that they cannot be trusted with the same rights their parents and grandparents enjoyed, that their freedom is something to be regulated and controlled by the state. We need to ask ourselves, what kind of future are we building for our children? What kind of messages are we sending them when we pass laws that infringe on their rights and liberties? When we tell them that their rights are conditional, that their freedom is subject to bureaucratic red tape, we are eroding the very foundations of what it means to be a citizen in this country. And I worry that the long-term consequences of this bill will be felt far beyond the immediate future. I worry that it will create a generation of young people who feel powerless, who feel like their rights are constantly under attack, who feel like they have no say in the direction of their own lives. But it's not just about the next generation. This bill will affect everyone in Colorado. It will punish law-abiding citizens who have responsibly owned and used firearms for years. It will target those of us who have gone through the proper channels, who have completed background checks, who have taken safety courses, and who use firearms for legitimate purposes, whether it's for self-defense, hunting, or recreation. These are the people who will bear the brunt of this bill. They will be the ones forced to navigate a bureaucratic nightmare just to exercise their constitutional rights. And for what? For the illusion of safety? For a false sense of security? Because let me tell you something, criminals are not going to follow these rules. They're not going to register their firearms or take a 12-hour licensing course. All this bill does is tie the hands of good people who want nothing more than to protect themselves, their families, and their property. As a teacher, I've watched how fear and insecurity affect young minds. When our students don't feel safe in their communities, it's hard for them to focus on their studies. It's hard for them to dream big, to imagine a future filled with opportunity when they're constantly worried about their safety and the state of the world around them. This bill won't make us safer. It won't reduce crime. It will just make it harder for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves and their families. It will make it harder for the young people I teach to feel empowered and secure in their own lives.